started?
It's gone live. Yeah, we're just waiting for it to come up on the on YouTube
Sure
itself.
my lid won't get out, that's all. These and then one other thing just to make sure. You know when you've seen something today, you've had it and you've just lost it?
I think, are we live? Can you hear us? Can you see us?
In the comments.
I should apologise for my sweaty looks. I'm literally on day 6 now of having COVID, and I'm at the sweaty stage. Sorry for being late. Jamie was doing his hair.
You just saw that lizard?
He was doing his hair. He's not even here to defend himself. Tim, you're right, mate. Yeah, so I do apologise because I am just going to sound like a snivelling fool tonight because of this COVID rubbish. But let's say a quick hello. Hi, lovable spoods. Hey, Tim. Hi, Amy. Hey, Kat. Hi, Osman. Yasmin. Dale. Hi, guys. Hi, Louise. Hi, Courtney. Hi, Michael. Hey, Gemma. Hey, Louise. Hey, Lewis. Hey, Chaz. Hi, Amy.
Oh, I'm back.
Hi, Louise. Hey, Michael.
Oh, we've got lots of people in here.
Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Luke.
That's it, Chaz, mate.
Hi, Anton.
Hello, everyone.
I think that's about it. If I've not mentioned you, it's because you're up there in the. Hey, Stefan. Hi, Mark.
I can't see the chat. My iPad is rubbish. Don't get an iPad, guys.
Don't worry. I'll keep on top of the chat.
How's the frog?
The frog is doing awesome.
Afro Jamie.
It's going to be coming onto the channel soon.
Look at Yaz giving it the big one as well, mate. My followers abuse me. It's brilliant.
That's good. That's what you need abusing. It's the haircut.
Do you know how out of breath I am, mate? And all I've done is nothing at all. I mean, listen, I'm not skinny. I don't know if you noticed. I mean, I hide it well. But... How many comments in here say Jamie's better looking than Scott? All of them.
No, they're just saying they're all taking the mickey out of you. Yeah.
Had to finish the perm before it started.
No, give Jamie a break. He can't even grow a beard properly.
I mean, this is not a bad effort, mate.
That's like a teenager's beard. You need a man's one like this. Do you want me to cut a bit off this for next time we meet up?
Yeah, and I'll give you a little bit of this for your little...
And then you can give me a bit for there, and then we'll be all right.
100% we should do that. How's everyone doing anyway? You guys okay? Trying to make sure I recognise people we got in here. Does Lorna know I'm live? I don't think so, mate. I did put an ad on my page, and Scott's of course been advertising it as well. But I know obviously Lorna and Tay's really, really busy at the minute, so they don't get to see everything. You have any new animals then, Scott? Before we get started on mine, let's find out about yours, because I've not had a catch up with you for some time.
Literally just what we've got from Donny. Scott's better looking. Thank you. Insta made me say it.
Louise.
Quality.
I can't believe the abuse. No. I mean, I expect it, but I can't believe it.
Nothing new since Donny. Obviously, the frog that you saw and all the other bits. I haven't put the frog as such on the channel yet. It was a massive hit with the family, so that means I can buy more spiders.
I'm feeling fantastic.
I had it on the side, and I put it in its enclosure, and Tara comes running in. She's going, "The frog's going to die. The frog's going to die." I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "It's turned purple. It's turned purple." I was like, "It's stressed. It's in a new environment. It turns. No. It's going to die." I was like, "No, listen to me. It's just stressed. We need to leave it alone." So we left it alone, and literally a couple of hours later, bump, that green colour's come through on it. It's gorgeous. Scott's better looking as a man beard. Lovable Spoons is from TikTok. She's cool as fuck.
Look at the poor beards on this channel. Dave, you can't talk, mate. I've seen your beard, mate. You have less of a beard than me.
Oh, Amy says she's had to take some heavy pain meds, so may drift off. No worries, Amy.
Look at Lovable Spoons. She's absolutely
Hey,
right,
Lewis.
but still, the pain. This has took me 31 years to grow this. But I got my first razor when I was 30.
I do the same as Michael Taylor, and he's in the chat. We just woke up in the morning and went beard, and there it was.
Mate, I've looked at all these beard roller things, and I thought, listen, I'm ugly and I can't grow a beard. It just is what it is. And it's like, nah, mate, it's terrible.
But yeah, that's all we've got going. The only things that that I want to do that's away from tarantulas is more frogs, and
Mate,
more frogs.
I've got a lot. I've got Pac-Man, pied mossy frogs, whites frogs, Bell's frogs, which a lot of people in the hobby call bellend frogs because that's exactly what they are.
I want the mossy pied frogs, milk frogs, and then like going around Donny and seeing just the different colours that you can get in the frogs, and especially with the dart frogs, is absolutely amazing. But then I did read that you have to have that consistent temperature. They require 12 hours light, 12 hours dark. This is my kitchen, so that's going to be a bit difficult is to try and maintain that constant temperature. So I'm going to have a mess around with some computer fans. I've got an Exoterra that I can.
I can give you a tip on what a lot of people do. Is where the glass mesh is on top of an Exoterra?
Yeah.
They seal that up with a bit of glass on top, just literally mastic the top, piece of glass over the top, and obviously that maintains the temperature and the humidity really well. And they just put a heat mat on the back of the enclosure to create that radiant heat without really scorching anything.
I have to try that. I mean, it's 26. At this kind of level is 26 here for me. You go up to the top of Michelle's, you're looking at about 27, 28. Tim says, I love a Malaysian horn frog. Mate, Tim's Malaysian horn frog is something else.
Have you seen all these people here for clout? I wonder where they get that idea from. Probably useful.
I don't know. I keep coming onto your streams and putting on here. I'm just here for the clout.
It's just a thing that hit off, mate. It's gone really well. It's for everyone else, I would mean. Best TikToker. You know, them frogs, mate, fantastic. And I really rate Brad for not only his knowledge, but the fact he captive breeds, which is fantastic. It means you and I and other collectors don't have to worry about parasites as much. Of course, there is a risk in captivity, but it's a far reduced risk when you know the conditions and it might spread in.
Hi, Ian.
People, 16 likes. Hello, Ian.
Yeah, drop a like. If you're new, drop a subscription. If one of the mods can also drop the Home Zoos YouTube channel link into the comments as well, that would be phenomenal. If you're on TikTok and you're not hooked up with the Home Zoo, make sure you do so, and you can see more of his Brillo pad haircut. And
his fantastic beard. Scott's is fake. He stole it. This is real. This is real. I'm just trying to catch up.
Shelley has paid subscription to Scott's chat. She certainly is. Fully paid up channel member. Appreciate it as well. But yeah, that's it. Literally going forward is going to be more frogs and obviously more spiders. Can't just stop at when we're coming up to 300. We've got BTS coming, so I can see me getting to about 320.
Going to the last Donny in June.
3/3. Depends if we can get there. Depends if Chris wants to go or not.
I kind of feel like you should go just out of a matter of because we enjoyed ourselves.
Yeah. There is a petition, isn't there? Well, you can write a letter now via email to IHS, and they can then send it all on to Doncaster Local Council just to say how annoyed everybody is. But it's like the APA people, they're kind of looking at it as a massive win, and it's like, hold on a minute, IHS is still going. It's just going to change venue.
Not only that as well, they have to understand it's a controlled environment. When you take it out of a controlled environment, that's ultimately when welfare, wild exploitation, poor breeding conditions, poor trade conditions, and a lot of cash, so the things are untraceable. That's what comes out of when you take away these shows. These shows are a safe environment. Okay, don't get me wrong, there are some wild animals that come through, but ultimately that's where the concept of discussion ends. People have to understand we have to bring new genetics into the hobby.
Yeah, definitely. Same with the spiders as well.
Even throughout, breeding in captivity and in zoos and stuff, we still look to either share with other breeders and other zoos, or unfortunately, we do have to go and obtain that species from the wild, even if it's a case of just getting their reproductive organs, the stuff that comes from that, and then releasing them. But that happens as well. It's part and parcel of actually being responsible. So what we're doing is not being irresponsible. It's actually the opposite.
I watched, and this is a little bit off topic slightly, but I watched a program about fish over in the Amazon, and you've got these little rivers, and in these little rivers, there's fish that's been, undescribed, undiscovered, and there's a guy, and he's going around trying to collect these fish and send them off to the universities to get described. But the problem they've got is the locals, instead of using hooks to catch fish, poison the stream out, so it kills all the fish. So if you look at that at a bigger scale, and us greedy humans are doing that to the whole planet. So the whole environment for the reptiles and spiders to grow and become free, and if you like, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So it kind of puts into question, where is the future for the endangered ones? Is it out in the wild, or is it going to be in captivity where they can be bred and their offspring obviously is got a better chance of survival? You know what I mean?
The thing is, captivity is an insurance colony, and also as well, one thing I try to educate over my TikTok, and I'm very new to YouTube, but obviously it's something that I stand for, is trying to educate the reason why we do things like captivity, because everyone thinks breeding, it's for the money. Unfortunately, there is people out there that are like that. We get the same with car dealers. They'll sell you a crap car because they want the money. Well, we get that throughout every sort of role in life that happens. So there's also a lot of genuine people that are conservatives, and they want to conserve the animals and the welfare. There's lots of animals that we see on a daily basis in pet shops, and we probably even own, and people don't realise they are critically endangered. For example, I've got one next to me, an axolotl. We see them in almost every shop on Minecraft. Lots of people own them, and there's like 50 left in the world in the wild, and they're actually not even a natural setting. They're in an Olympic swimming pool.
It's crazy because in captivity, they're now almost a problem that people are having too many, and there's axolotl Facebook group for rehoming them.
That's made everywhere. That's the thing, and the problem is because of the way we bred them in captivity, not thinking about conservation, we thought about money. We've actually destroyed the genetic trace, so it's almost impossible for us to put them back into the wild from captivity. Even though we have a vast selection of them, they're not genetically diverse. So we, by interfering and not understanding, just going, oh, it's a cute animal and it's cheap, have actually harboured the chances of these animals being released back into the wild successfully.
Oh, it's just not going to happen.
It's not. They're as good as extinct, but because they are actually there, and we have a colony of them in captivity, we're not allowed to call them extinct, which is a real shame. You have an axolotl, yeah, exactly. The thing is, I have an axolotl myself, and I'm really proud of it, and I try my best with it. But lots of people are not aware just how endangered they are in the wild, because they are everywhere and because they're popular. And let's be honest, they're not exactly expensive to keep or to buy. I know £50 is a lot of money to some people, but on the lighter things, when people buy dogs, cats, and other reptiles, £50 is very, very cheap for an animal.
They're cheaper than £50 in Coventry.
£50 is sort of the average price in Essex, so probably around other parts of the country. You're absolutely right. I remember one a few years back, they were going for like a tenner. They were like, I call that disposable money. In
a way. But yeah.
Fantastic brand of guitar, mate. And I'm not even a guitarist. I watch porn stars, like the sales shops, before anyone gets any funny ideas. It's before 9. Yeah, and I do know, I don't know how to play a guitar, but I do know Fender's a really good brand.
Wow.
That's, I mean, the price went up because they are on the site.
Statistic or something?
Yeah, they started morphing them out, and that's what I mean by the genetic diversity. They've started giving them albinos with golden eyes, and actually they shouldn't even have that colour eye. In the wild, that wouldn't be found. We've actually just bred that for our own pleasure.
It sells money. I mean, it makes money, doesn't it?
That's the thing, and that's what I try and educate people. I've got a spider gene snake here. Really shouldn't be bred, but people go, I don't care, it's £50. You know, I'll get £50 for it, it's someone else's problem. That's a really crappy attitude to have. However, like everything in the world, you're a bad car salesman, you're a bad bus driver that wants to overcharge an old person. This stuff happens, and it's down to us to keep trying to educate the people that aren't aware of it, the up and coming generations. I've got I have children and younger people on my TikTok, and I'm fully aware of that. And that's the reason why I try and kind of preach in a way that's family orientated. But sometimes some of the stuff I see on TikTok and on YouTube and on Instagram, all the other platforms, it's a bloody nightmare, to be fair.
Oh, the amount of work that a lot of people, like, especially like I'd say more so the YouTubers, because it's going back before TikTok, kind of put in to saying, look, you know, you don't need to be handling spiders. It's not the way forward. We put in so much work across so many different channels, and people that weren't even doing YouTube, but also sort of jumping on Facebook posts pretty quick to say, look, you know, we don't really want to be promoting this type of stuff. And TikTok's come along, and literally, if it gets you 1,000 views, people seem to be going, "Oh, here's my P Metallica, look." Sooner or later, somebody's kid is going to pick one up and get a bit. Or it's probably already happened. We just don't know about it.
I saw one. He had a green Rolex. I mean, it's £15,000 watch. Fantastic. I wish I could afford that. I can't. But then they got nice, you know, the nice green Regardless over there. Don't get me wrong, looks bloody brilliant. Right, but it's also bloody stupid. When they've done that, they should have said to the people, "Listen, watch what we've done, but don't actually do what we've done." You know, kind of. Yeah. There's an old school term for it. I can't even remember it because I'm only 30, but some of you guys will know what I'm on about. And it's almost like watch what I do rather than do what I do, sort of thing.
Do what I say, not as I do.
Yeah, well, I knew you'd know, mate.
I am, like, you know, coming up to 70.
Some of us watched the Flintstones, didn't go to school with them.
I'm the original Flintstone.
You taught Fred everything he knows.
Why do you think I can get to so many shows? I don't pay diesel. Just got thick skin on my feet.
Yeah, I agree, Lovable Spooge, to be honest with you. You do need to be responsible. It doesn't matter whether it's something really... I have a stick insect here, right? A little male stick insect. The female passed away, bless her. I still cherish that as much as my monitor lizard, who requires way more time. But to me, they're equally as important, just for different reasons.
Oh, Lindsay, that's lovely. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Lindsay. And that's Joe. That's one thing, guys. Where you do know on my platform, I do speak quite highly of Scott. I know, of course, I probably ain't everyone's cup of tea. I fully understand that, and I'm not trying to be everyone's cup of tea. If people don't like me, but they can take away what I'm teaching, and even if they don't want to listen to me and they want to have a Google and just double check if I'm right, and they find that I am right, at least they took away something from the experience in a positive light. I'm not trying to be everyone's friend. I can't do that. I can't fix the world. But I can teach a few people that seem to be enjoying what we're doing.
But that's cheers, Amy. The blue hearts for anybody watching. Our 3-year-old's got autism, sorry. It's Autism Awareness Month, and I speak about it as much as I possibly can on YouTube, just to make it normal.
How you doing, Creepy Crawly?
I know that Creepy and Crawly UK, their website's up and running now, by the way.
Brilliant. I'll have to have a check out on that. What do they sell other than Creepy Crawlies?
Literally inverts. There's kids' toys on there, and they're all invert and sort of reptile related. So I think we're gonna put their link up onto the community page. Creepy Crawly. If you just message me after the live, please, mate, so I remember.
He's getting old, mate. He's getting old.
I'd say Jamie knows a lot more about reptiles and reptile keeping and frog keeping. My knowledge on spiders is probably going to be a bit better, I would have thought.
I agree with that, to be fair. And that's one thing I say. But that's the one good thing about having a close-knit community. Because people that are in this chat now can have the best avenue of everything. The best spider keeper, the best reptile keeper, the best... And I don't mean that I am the best, just as a general thing. You know, you're going to get
there is no best.
High levels of experience from there, high-level experience from there. And that's going to help you become a better keeper and a more responsible owner. I learn from everyone as well. Every day I learn from Scott, from people in the chat, other creators. Even I go in a pet shop sometimes and I see something I've never seen. And I ask about it.
Stefan's just dropped Creepy Crawly's website into the chat. Nice one, fella.
Oh, fantastic.
Well, it's like I said. I mean, I do a lot of care videos on YouTube around tarantulas and stuff like that. And I always say, look, just don't take my word for it. Google it, because there could be new information that's come out that I've missed.
How you doing, guys? How you doing,
not been privy to. Do you know what I mean? So, hi, Jim.
The thing is as well, one thing that...
Watch as many videos as you can as well. Don't just go, he's my guy and that's it.
One thing as well that I found personally is there's a lot of stuff on the internet that is still there, but it's very outdated. And Google and internet has a way of words, and it works for me as well, and it's going to be getting you guys at home. When you see something big in that, you miss the small print above it, because you go straight in this big old this tarantula, and that's what you typed in. You think brilliant, and you missed that it says this is from 2005. Well, 2005 is a bloody long time ago.
Hi, Jackie.
A lot since then. What's that, mate?
Just said hi to Jackie.
Hello, Jackie. Yeah, so again, that's the thing with the internet is when you are researching things, please remember some things are dated, and some things as well are also written by prejudiced people. For example, if America have had something before us for some number of years, unfortunately, and this isn't to hate Americans because I have a lot of American friends and other creators, but there is some standard sides across the pond where they just do things a little bit different from us and maybe not as high standards, think the way they do things, and they write about on the internet. And Europe, we kind of take a different approach from that. And that's the information that we have to do as owners is get a bit of that, bit of this, bit of that, and make an informed decision for ourselves.
It's going from country to country. There's always differences.
Different.
I mean, a lot of my subscribers are absolute spider addicts. They can't get enough. If you go over to the Philippines, the way they keep tarantulas compared to us is just like shocking because substrate levels are like this, and they're in small boxes. But then the other thing that they do is they'll put true spiders in matchboxes, and then what they do is they fight the true spiders against each other in the street as like a gambling thing.
Oh yeah, and the winner gets a dead spider and some money.
Yeah, it's crazy what goes on.
And snake care as well. Snake care in Asia is not very good, guys. They literally keep them in the equivalent of we in the UK would call it a chicken coop. That's essentially how they keep snakes in Asia.
Emma says, love the fact that not everything that you keep is in expensive enclosures. Mate, when I've gone and bought a couple of spiders, a lot of the Exoterras, they've come with the spider, or I've just been on Facebook at the right time, and there's been one, because I live in Cov, there's been one being sold in Coventry for like 15 quid, and I've gone, oh, goodbye. I think I've got one new Exoterra, and that's a single door, and it's about this big.
You've done one better than me, mate. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 17 Exoterras, and not one of them is new. They're all second-hand off of Facebook Marketplace, because instead of £100, I'm paying £20, and that's a bloody saving.
I'm same as you, Jamie. We've got rent to pay. We got kids and family. No
worries, Chris. Take care, mate.
Oh, see you in a bit, Chris. You know, you got to kind of think. Well, you have to think about those as well. So, if you can get away with a cheaper enclosure, then
right. Let me quickly go and wash. Before I handle animals, I do need to go and wash my hands, so I can still smell my dinner on my hands. If I can smell it, it's going to harm some of the animals I'm going to touch today. So I'm going to be about 30 seconds, go and wash my hands with some without soap, just water, just to get some of this smell off. And then I'm going to show you guys some animals that some of you might not have seen. I know some of you are from my channel.
The smells come from his hair. He's been doing this. And he knows
this
it.
This is my Rick Astley, mate. Never going to give
Rick Astley, you call me old.
Nick and Rick Astley, mate.
Emma, it's you can go on Facebook Marketplace. Pre-loved is another fantastic one. But then if you look at haggling with people as well. So if you can get to somebody pretty quick and say, look, you know, I've only got a tenner, they might say yes. You might be able to get it cheaper. Scott, do you wash your hands? When, mate? I wash mine all the time. Jamie's washing his because he's going to be dealing with reptiles, which is different again to inverts. Just received a nano today.
Because I'll tell you what happened, guys.
Shipped it from Spain. The Exoterras, unfortunately, the price of glass, I've been told by a retailer, is now going up because of the price of glass has obviously gone up.
Glass is 200% more than when we was in Brexit. So before we left, glass has gone up 200%.
Oh, Vanessa, 70s child. I was born in 79, Vanessa.
70s child. He's going to dye his hair. Look at Chaz giving me the bully.
Zach, mate, yeah, I can fully believe that, mate.
The thing is, that's the other good thing as well. If you buy a good used, good condition Exoterra, they hold their value. You'll get your money back straight away. It's no loss. A £20, £30 Exoterra in 3 years' time is still going to be worth £20, £30, if not more.
A lot of the Exoterras, when they've got broken doors, can be replaced with Perspex as well. And And if they've come with no mesh, you can buy the mesh off eBay. You can get the little elastic bands that go around the mesh and hold it in place off eBay. Even the plastic frames as well that go on the very top.
Yeah, the piping, isn't it? The piping or lagging at the top.
Failing that, I think it's 4mm Perspex will fit underneath the clips on the top anyway. So you can always Perspex the top and put some holes in it.
I'm just going to set up my ring light because then I look professional.
Cabo, you're older than Jamie, right? No, she's not.
I think she is a little bit older than me, I think. Maybe. Only about maybe 1 or 2 years. If not, there's not going to... Scott said, look at Ant go. Team Ant. Happy Ant UK. Make sure you're following him, guys. He's a legend. And he's absolutely correct with his observations. Happy
Ant UK is long-term channel member, channel supporter, and a very good friend of mine as well.
He's very good at observing stuff as well, mate. I mean, his observations are spot on.
Every conversation. There's a Discord chat around ants. So every time we're chatting that, he puts the same thing in every single time. And I can't even call it in back because it's not 9 o'clock yet.
Right, let's get this on. So I'm going to show you guys some red-eyed crocodile skinks first.
Jamie tells everybody like he's in his early 30s. He's the same age as me.
I'm 31, mate.
He's 45.
You've got to be at least 50.
He's 2 years older than me. He's 45.
You've got to, you're not 42, 43.
43.
You look well older, mate. Where do you have your uphill paper round?
All around a place called Camp Hill in Nuneaton, where Boudicca.
Judging by your wrinkles, mate, it must have been like this.
It was like that. That's climate rock
paper. They were right to the top of the hill as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
I'm 500,099. Jamie keeps his calculation ways to Scott. Listen, I always look after Scott. He's always been kind to me. Right, let's go spin this around so you guys can actually see something other than my moped.
Oh yeah, if you look at the conversations on some of the posts on TikTok as well, it's just pure banter.
Yeah, me and Scott are actually really good friends off the camera, guys, as well. And it's only because of what our love and passion of animals that brought us together. We never knew each other before.
Nope. Again, apologies if I'm looking a little bit sweaty. This is, like I said, day 6 of COVID. I've been out of bed for the last 2 days, which is good though. Spent nearly 48 hours just in bed because I couldn't get out.
Yeah, I don't have that problem, mate, because I'm on a diet. You need to sort yourself out, bro. Claiming to be COVID. What a load of rubbish. Right, let me try and turn my camera around quickly.
Michael's 46 in September. A very young 46, Michael.
Hey, we made some progress.
He's got you on in the background for now. Happy. That's not just not good enough.
Right. If I go upside down, guys, I'm really
Nicola, sorry. Yeah, COVID absolutely sucks. Yo, Cotswold Crawlers has just become a new channel member. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
There's going to be a couple of channel member videos coming out once we've got over COVID completely, just to show you guys where the money from the channel members goes, because it all goes straight back into the channel.
Or if it goes to Lidl's, puts £1 in the trolley and can't be bothered to take it back, it stays in the trolley as well.
Hey, Callum. Lewis, COVID,
comments, guys.
COVID, mate. Oh, on the Tuesday, the daughter who's 12, she come down with it, tested positive, and I was thinking, oh, I've gone 2 years without catching it. I'm indestructible. I ain't gonna catch it. And then I got it on the Wednesday, tested positive, phoned up work, and they said, yeah, look, just take as much time off as you need. We'll pay you in full until you're all tested negative again. And then on Thursday, because I was thinking on the Wednesday, okay, I'm positive, it's all right. A couple of days off work, wicked, get some jobs done around the house, all the rest of it. Yeah, on the Wednesday, it was like, yeah, you're not moving anywhere, mate. And I was bad, really bad. Kids were coughing their guts up and all the rest of it. And then Thursday, I was thinking about phoning an ambulance. I got that bad on Thursday because the pain in my brain was just incredible. But anyway, enough about COVID. Let's get on to... You don't want to see my ugly face, do you? No, you want to see this little beauty.
So this is a little red-eyed crocodile skink. I'm not sure if this is the male or female, but I do have a pair in here. But they are still settling in. And although this guy looks very still and calm, he's actually only still because he's very, very stressed and scared. So I only handle these for around about 30 seconds a time. They get extremely scared and it can affect their health. So they really are kind of more like a hands-off kind of pet. As you'll see, it should just launch right off there, and look how fast it is.
No, I did hear somebody on your TikTok live say that they don't live that long.
They do live long. It all depends on how you interact with them. So if you have a nice enclosure like this, with quite a high percentage of water. So I normally have a water fountain in here, but I've run out of plugs in my reptile room. They need very, very high humid conditions, up to 90%, which is very, very hard to achieve in most settings, other than pretty much doing an enclosure like this. I'm just going to try and find the other one for you because I do like to know where they are because I care about them. They're very, very good at digging down and hiding. So although they look like they're going to be mini dragons and they're going to climb, they're actually very, very different from that. They like to hide underground, live under bark, and as you can see, the soil there is still pretty wet. Without water as well, lots of people don't give them water, and they really don't last very long without having a high supply of water like I've got here. Very good at digging. As you can see, there's random holes everywhere, and that's why I'm trying to find the other one. There definitely is two in here.
Scott's Animal Adventures, drainage layers are great to add humidity. Yeah, definitely.
So I've done lots of sort of common things. We've put leaves in here. We put rocks, the big water supply, live plants as well. As much as we can to try and... Oh, there you go. I can see it. But I won't be able to show you it to you guys. I can get you quite close, but you'll see.
I'll put...
having the correct environment, you'll see that you start exerting natural behaviour.
Oh, I bet Darren, mate. Lovable.
What the hell's happened? Am I back?
Yep.
Oh no, I can't hear you.
Oh,
bugger.
He's been pressing buttons. You might need to back out and rejoin. Have we got you back? Hello? The internet is such an amazing blessing, and then the other side of the coin is such a pain. No audio, Jamie. Hey, D. The perm solution's gone to his brain. He should return in just a couple of seconds. So he was just talking about humidity and a couple of you were saying about a drainage layer. What I like to do is, if I've got a drainage layer, is get a bottle like this, cut it about there, and then that will go all the way down to the drainage layer, and then I'll fill the substrate up to here. So then I can take this top off, unscrew it, add water, and it goes straight to that drainage layer, and then that water will come up through all that substrate, keeping the whole humidity up, we hope. Because if you just spray your enclosure, so if you go to your enclosure and just spray it, that gives a humidity spike, but it's not sustained throughout the day. So the way that we can kind of get it to sustain throughout the day is getting moisture, getting water down to that drainage layer. He's just come back.
I can hear you now. I really broke it. I'm really sorry.
It's all right. It's the internet.
I think what happened is I pressed my top button on the glass, and I can't even say the word, but you know the helper for the iPad started interfering, telling me what I've got to do and stuff. So I stopped her straight away. It ends in S and ends in I.
Darren's got a spare 20 centimetre cube that he wants to put an invert in. Any suggestions? Let him know down in those comments.
So what I was just saying, guys, before I ruined the experience, there's actually a skink exerting really natural behaviour here that lots of people aren't aware of, and that is buried underground. So you can see the tail's just here, and this is the reason why they don't live long, because people don't give them the opportunity to do things like this. This is very natural behaviour. They actually are very, very ground dwelling. They burrow. They hide under rocks. They hide under bark.
Hey, upset.
Sorry, go on, Scott.
So I was just saying hello to people that are coming in.
They're very, very good diggers. And you can see there, again, I'll show you this one because the other one I'm not going to interfere with. There is a lot. They're actually a very, very new lizard as well. Very, very new lizard within the hobby. Not really much known about them.
Nice one, Michael.
They can drop their tails, just like a gecko, and grow it back. But you see where he's been very, very still. It's only because she's scared. It literally looks like a little crocodile. So these are red-eye crocodile skinks. I think they're pretty cool. You don't see loads of them about.
Do you know what I was looking at last year? And that's a Shinosaurus.
That's what I've got coming this year, mate. But they're obviously, they're very expensive. They're certified.
Yep.
And also, you got to cool the water and everything.
You have to brumate them, through the winter.
So they're not a very easy reptile to have. I know you're going to have the experience and stuff, but if you are still interested, I do have a connection for some captive bred ones.
Won't be this year. I want to get the dart frogs going. Get some experience with those. And then do a lot more research on them first, I think. Get myself there's a couple more difficult to keep reptiles that I wouldn't mind getting before I move on to Shinosaurus.
Well, the Shinosaurus for me is like daddy. Oh, hello. So this looks
I still really, really want that green tree python, which I've not got yet.
Yeah, they're going to bite you, definitely. So this is one of my bull pythons. Her name's Bindi. Unfortunately, I can't get her out, and that's because I fed a lot of my snakes on my own live yesterday. I don't normally do it on a Monday. I was a few days late.
If you fed them yesterday, what's the issue with getting them out today?
So they need 24 to 40 hours to start digesting their food. And if you don't do that, they will regurgitate their food and potentially also regurgitate their stomach as well, which would kill them.
Oh God!
Basically, snakes are pretty much, although they can regurgitate, they're pretty much designed for things to go in this way and come out the other side. So when they come out back this way, the muscles and all this stuff that's built on the snake were never designed to do that. So I don't know if many of you guys have seen snakes feed. They kind of push it down and they S around and they gradually push it down their body. And that's the way that the muscle. Don't you try and strike this, you cheeky monkey. That's the way that they've been designed for evolution, to get food down to their stomach there and store it. And obviously, as well in the wild, what they would do is once they've had a successful kill, is they wouldn't go around hunting, fighting, trying to find more. They would exert that energy, stop doing what they're doing, and use all that energy to digest that meal and be able to utilize what they've caught better. Because in captivity, snakes are really, really spoiled. Sometimes in the wild, these guys might go 4 to 6 weeks between meals, which is a huge amount compared to what we do in captivity, feed these guys weekly. You like one? That's a fact.
Just while Jamie's telling you about the snakes and showing you around his collection, if any of you guys in the comments, I've got YouTube, or if you've got TikTok, if you put like, I've got TikTok or I've got YouTube next to your name, and then hopefully other people will then be able to subscribe and drop your likes and follows on TikTok as well as YouTube. Just spread that love in it.
Absolutely. Again, guys, if you ever come on my lives, whether it's my YouTube or my TikTok, absolutely please feel free to do that as well. As long as you just do what Scott's done, make us aware, so I know you're not a random stranger. I absolutely support that as well. Of course, you do get that. You get some people that are just not very nice people, and they just want the comments and stuff. Majority are good, but you do get some bad people, of course. Let me try and...
It's one community all going forward, isn't it?
I need a filming crew. Anyone want to be part of my filming crew? Come on in, my girl. So this is part of the training for her. So I use a fish technique, and this basically tells her it's not food time, but I am going to interact with her. And then what
type of monitor is that one?
She's a Savannah monitor or Bosque monitor. So depending on where you are in the world, they're both exactly the same.
Have they got venom like the Aki?
It's suspected. It's suspected that actually a majority of lizards, particularly monitors, do have venom. But however, one thing we do know with Savannah monitors, they have an extremely dirty mouth, just like a Komodo, with over 50 very harmful and dirty bacteria in their saliva. Yeah. So the bite, even though the bite's going to be pretty serious, the actual bacteria in the mouth is going to be far, far worse than the bite. Let me set up what I'll do, guys. If anyone wants to see her feed, I feed mine the correct diet, and the correct diet for this species is insects. They're insectivore monitor lizards. But for many, many years, people were feeding them rodents and feeding them chicks, dog food, anything pretty much, because they're opportunistic feeders. People were just feeding anything in front of them. They were getting overweight. They were only living to a year.
Well,
and getting to the point where they have no quality of life from a very, very young age.
To feed dog food is going to be cheaper than feeding the amount of crickets that they actually need, I would have thought.
Exactly. You know, I mean, I'm very lucky. I use the same supplier as you, which is livefoodsforyou.co.uk. Lovely, lovely guy. Very good products, very, very affordable. And he gifted me a discount code for my followers, just like you got a discount code for your followers, mate, which I'm really grateful for. And it just helps me give her the very best, which is insects.
What I will say about Live Foods for You, if you've ever got an issue with them, message me or Jamie, and we will message the manager and say, look, you know, if we're promoting you on our channels, then you need to be upping your game with the subscribers. I've only ever had one issue where a couple of things ended up dead because it was delayed in the post, and the guy refunded the whole order. He sent the whole lot out again.
Yeah, Luke is a real nice guy. And like I say, the most important thing, guys,
is
people like myself and Scott, and there is other creators as well, but obviously I'll talk about me and Scott because we're on here. When we get discounts for you guys, it is people that we have used, it is people that we do recommend, and ultimately our goal is to do what our job is, and that's pretty much to help the community and support you guys, because you're supporting us, and it's our way of giving something back to you guys.
8 legs and 4 wheels. While he's floating around, make sure you drop Greg a subscription as well. He is out there pushing boundaries. It's 8 legs 4 wheels because he's in a wheelchair, and he's still doing exactly what me and Jamie are doing.
I don't do much either.
He's awesome, mate. He's awesome.
I don't do much. He probably does more than me, to be fair.
He does a lot. He does a lot of work at the invert shows.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly. This girl does need a bit of feeding, so I'm going to get a couple of locusts. She's not going to have a huge meal because I have fed her a little bit before live today. But I'm going to show you some feeding. What I'm actually going to do, guys, is a little bit of a treat. I'm going to get her out of her enclosure. I'm going to feed her a very challenging meal, which is a Madagascan hissing cockroach. It's a very expensive meal. They're valued at £3 or £4 a cockroach in the pet trade. It's a very expensive meal. However, you can't put a price when you're going to see the behaviour that you're going to see, which is a very, very natural hunting behaviour. And you're going to have to see her think about her food, work for her food, and also why she's eating it. If you look at her eyes and look at her around, she's always aware of her surroundings. How you doing, eight legs, 4 wheels, mate? Right, give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to put this in the holder. I'm going to show you because this is pretty cool. Some of you would have seen this before on my lives, but some of you might not. Again, there was a lot of information on the internet and videos that he's eating the wrong diet. I'm about to show you what happens when you give a savannah monitor the correct diet and you express their natural behaviours. Because that's another thing that I try and do, is I try and strive for natural behaviours in the animals that I look after. Obviously, it's not possible with every animal, but for the ones that are, this is exactly what we try and do. And I'm just going to show you now. I'm just setting up behind camera. I'm going to get her out. I have to be extra careful because I do.
So as Bits just said, Greg and Rose are fighters, mate. Greg just takes everything in his stride. He doesn't even make it look like it's difficult. He's like bump. And I'm very jealous because he actually met Princess Diane as well.
No way.
When I was younger, Princess Diane was like, you know what I mean?
Mate, she still is as well, though, to be fair. She was the princess. I'm only 31 and my parents are non-stop talking about her.
When I was a kid, I had a right crush on her.
What about now?
Oh yeah.
Listen, I'll be honest.
Linda McCartney as well.
It's not my cup of tea. However, things have changed, haven't they? Things have changed. That was probably the in thing back in the 1930s, where you're from.
20s. It's very different because, I mean, I've always gone for dark-haired ladies, gothic backgrounds, heavy metal, Toad, all the rest of it. So she was the only one that's kind of swayed away from that, really.
So I'm just selecting the sacrifice.
So, I mean, we've got an Aki monitor lizard here, but the issue for me is it's in the other room, along with the chameleon snake. The dwarf sun gazers are in there as well. Going forward, because this is a kitchen, I want my own room to put everything in, pour the film and stuff in there as well, get all the animals in one place. And then what Jamie does on TikTok, we'll try and get a lot of that done on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
So because of the kids, we've got obviously one with autism as well. We have to keep everything that's breakable away from him. which sounds nasty to him. It's not. It's protecting everybody then.
The thing is, you're
So-
creating a family environment, and the family environment also includes his needs, doesn't it? That's the thing.
Very much, yeah. I've got to put in first.
So guys, this is what we're going to be feeding. This will give you an idea. This is a male. That's a hissing cockroach, and we know he's a male because he's got them big horns at the front. He's not fully grown, but he is very, very close. I try not to feed my fully mature ones because, of course, these are very quite slow growing compared to the Dubai's. I'm going to get her out, and you're going to see. First of all, you're going to see my horrible toes. See him? Come on now. What's this?
The morning gecko babies are doing absolutely awesome. We've got like 5 that are in a glass container by themselves. We've got the 4 mothers, along with the large baby in with them. There's 2 small babies in there as well, which I can't catch for the life of me. There's another 15 eggs in there as well. So
I can't see the camera, guys. So you're gonna have to tell me if I'm on camera. Is she on camera?
yeah. Just so if you have
Pretty
got
close.
children watching, we have got the watersheds coming up in 2 minutes' time, so there can be a bit of swearing in the comments. It might be me and Jamie might drop the odd swear word out as well.
So I'm gonna go really close, and you guys hopefully are gonna hear her.
Smashing it. Isn't it amazing how it's literally just waiting for it to be completely dead to munch it? Hey, Lizzie. But literally, we're watching something prehistoric, isn't it?
But it's all instinctual, and it's all very, very good enrichment. And look at the fight the cockroach puts up as well. It just gives a perspective just how tough these cockroaches really are. Had that been a mouse or something similar, the mouse would have already died by now. The cockroach is still alive. Whether it would survive is a different story, but it is still alive.
Emma says, yeah, I can't believe how tough that roach is. She has good manners, says Lovable. That's because K-Bone says she wipes her mouth after.
Good girl. But there's a couple of things about feeding something like this. And obviously, one of them being the fact that how she just hunted that and had to work for it. It wasn't an easy meal. She exerted energy and thought when it came to feeding that. So again, this is another training technique. So there with the fist, she's out of feeding mode. I can now interact with her just as if she was normal again. She knows there's no more food. And this is all just part and parcel of my training regime with her.
And for anybody in the comments that's new as well, the normal lot are putting the word up moist because they always do at the watershed. It's one of those naughty words that isn't naughty.
So that's my monitor lizard. She has to go away now because I fed her a meal and the lights are gone off. The temperature's going to drop. I do night drop her, but it is very important once these guys are fed that they'd have lots of heat to help digest their food. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We have got another couple of really good things for you. It's going to be, this next one's going to take me a few seconds to get ready, but it's going to be well worth it. I don't know if any of you guys have seen piranha feed before. I have got some piranha, which I'm going to be feeding, but I do have to set it up and get it ready for you guys because they have a high oxygen delivery system in the tub at the minute. This is a temporary tub, and with that system, it clouds the water because there's so much oxygen and bubbles in there. So I'm just going to quickly get this ready.
Hey,
hopefully Scott can do a TikTok dance or something for you for the next 30 or 40
Well,
seconds.
see, I mean, when we were keeping fish back in the day, if I had to drain the 6 foot by 2 by 3 tank which I had, if I had to drain that right down and clean absolutely everything because something had happened, I would put all the fish in the bath with a pump with an air pump going as well. So
That's
literally,
the old school way, mate. Nothing wrong with that. Tried and tested.
but because you just said that's a temporary enclosure, but it's a tank. It's still a tank.
Oh,
It's just not a glass tank.
Fish do not care. What do fish really need? They need nice water that's well kept, highly oxygenated. They don't care what ornaments are in there. Obviously, the temperature's important with some species, but they don't know the difference between this being a tub and them living in a tank. They really haven't got a clue.
Beast, I certainly will have those for sale. Although I'm not willing to curry them, so they'll have to be collected or swapped somewhere in the country. Maybe I can't take them to any of the invert shows because you're not allowed. I want to lock a Scots beard like Candy Floss.
Let me get as good a picture for you guys as I can, because I did this yesterday on my show and it was really, really successful. So I want to try and copy that for you guys, because if you're one of Scots guys, you're important to me as well.
These are awesome. Are they the red bellies, green bellies?
These are red belly piranhas. They're the true piranhas. These are likely wild caught. However, I don't actually know. It's just very likely because there isn't a huge breeding system for them in the UK. You'll see the one in the very middle, just here.
I believe
it's this one, or this one is the dominant. So they do have a pack owner. So someone is in charge of them. And what you're going to see when I feed them is the first person to eat will be the most dominant fish. The others will not eat until that first fish has allowed them to. It's quite a good pack order.
Harry, remind me of that question, mate. And once Jamie's finished doing the piranhas, I'll quite happily answer that one.
You can go on, mate. I've got a couple of minutes before I can do anything else.
Yeah, all right.
And stuff.
So Harry said, Scott, do you think it's okay to ship tarantulas? Someone I've spoken to is really against it. 80% of my collection's been shipped to me. I bought it online or I bought it off friends. They've been packed. They're packed correctly. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. If it's a colder month, they want to be a heat pack in there as well. That's really, really important. And if we're having really hot days, it's better to wait for it to be a little bit cooler before you send it. So if we're having like a heat wave, wait until the heat wave's sent and then post a spider. If you want to know how to pack a tarantula, then if you pop over to Dave's Little Beasties, he's done a fantastic video on how to pack tarantulas. I was going to do one, but his is absolutely perfect. So I'd rather you go and watch that one. But like I said, 80% of my tarantulas are purchased online. A lot of them have come from there's mystery boxes. I love a mystery box, which is you pay like £30 for a mystery box, and it can have any slings in there at all. They're absolutely, I love them. They're not for everybody, I get that, but I do. I really love them.
The other thing I just want to add about the way that I currently keep mine, it does entitle the comment that I see. And it's absolutely right. The majority of fish do actually not like sparkling clean tanks. It makes them feel insecure.
No.
And these fish here, though they're piranhas and everyone presumes they're fierce predators, they're actually not an apex predator at all. There's lots and lots of things that eat these. There's birds of prey.
Where are they from, Jamie?
So they're from the Amazon area. So around Brazil.
And what part of the Amazon is clear?
Sorry?
And what part of the Amazon is clear water?
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, these here don't normally have clear water. As you can see, I've turned the pump down to an absolute trickle. Normally, the water here is quite cloudy. They're also very, very scared of everything. Literally, if I walk past, they spook. You can see right now they're down on the bottom of the tank and they're very still. Although they're a very capable fish, they're not aggressive at all. It's a big rumour that piranhas are going to come and eat you, and if you go swimming, they're going to smash you up, and that's all a rumour. And you're going to see that when these guys feed.
Gabo, they don't mean Amazon Prime.
Yeah, not Amazon Prime. And when you see these guys feed, there's a lot of behaviour that's not understood with piranhas, and it's one thing that I enjoy keeping them. I've not had them too long, but I wanted them for a long time. And that's when I learned about things like the dominance. They will turn on each other if one is showing sign of weakness. It's important to have either one alone or 5 and above. You can't have 2, 3, or 4 because they will eat each other. And it all comes down to they will only eat something that's suffering, so almost dying or dead. They will not eat anything that's healthy. I can put my hands in this water comfortably now, not a care in the world, no interest. Don't even move. They don't care about me. I don't have no scent on me. I'm not dying, I'm not dead. But watch when I'm going to put these. I've just got some pinky mice. They're just defrosted in some water, just as you can see here. They're frozen forward, already dead. I purchased them. They're not even ones I bred myself. I'm going to pour a little bit of scent in the water, just to get them excited. I can smell blood for, I believe, up to 8 miles away in water. So a very good smell. And their teeth are razor sharp. There is be under no illusion that they're not sharp, because they are. They don't feed in the same ways that you might think. As you go, there's a pinky mouse just gone.
That's quick.
And there you go. So they're all coming up now. Now the dominant one's fed.
The other ones know it's okay to go and have one too.
Pretty much, yeah. They won't feed until the other one is fed. And you'll see the least dominant fish is the one here, just on the right, because that's not fed. And unfortunately, if one doesn't feed, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't intervene. It's part of the pack mentality. They have to have that line of dominance. So there you go. That was 9 pinky mice. They've left 1.5.
There's always a dominant male fish in any group, any school of fish from any species.
It works. It's tried. It's tested. Nature doesn't lie. We know that it works very well for humans as well when we have a leader.
Lovable Spoons asked what is my advice on the first old world tarantula. I would say, have you got a Psamopaeus amernia? Even though that is a new world, they're arboreal, they're fast. The venom is a little bit stronger than your normal new worlds. But that spider is literally a fantastic in-between spider, if you like.
Had a couple of black piranha, fantastic. Blacks are good as well.
Piranha means scissor teeth, says Michael.
So I've got a couple here that I just don't want them to decay, so I'm just going to give them a little bit of encouragement with some really long tongs. It's only because, although they're not likely to get me, it's always good practice to separate yourself from you and the food source. When it comes to any animals, not just piranhas, whether it be snakes and spiders and other stuff, you wouldn't expect to hand feed essentially a tarantula. I know a lot of you guys are tarantula keepers.
Harry, it's the Venezuelan sun tiger. Yes, mate. Sorry, Jamie.
No, that's all right, mate. Not at all. The problem is I'm on a bloody iPad, and to read the comments I have to come in and out, so it might look like I keep pausing. But there you go, guys. Like I say, it's not super ferocious, and the reason is I did feed these guys yesterday as well. So yesterday, for me on my TikTok and my YouTube, there was a much more ferocious feed. I gave them an adult mass. However, what I'll promise to do for you guys, as Scott's viewers, if it's okay with Scott, is I'll do a completely. I'll leave them a week. I'll do a video and I'll send it to Scott to use for himself, just to show his viewers. I won't post it on my social media. It'll be Scott's exclusive to use and do what he wants with. And you guys will be able to see them have a proper feed on a large mouse, and you'll see all of them come in and take it apart. It's pretty cool.
Piranha OnlyFans.
Definitely, mate. Definitely.
Yeah, that is the Venezuelan sun tiger. They're pretty awesome. They're really easy to breed as well.
Just go for a P. Metallica. Let's not mess around.
The females are black with orange markings. So if you remember Black Ops 2, the computer game, those colours. And then the males are kind of like a light brown, but their legs are covered in hairs as well. They're sexually dimorphic.
So this piranha here's got his teeth out.
But failing that, like Dee said and Michael, something like a Balfouri.
Can you see its teeth?
Yeah, they're awesome.
I dare to come and give it a kiss. So right now they will be in a friend. They're a bit like snakes. Now they're fed, they will be on a heightened alert. And if I put my hand in there now, that's when I risk the chance of being bitten. And it's not because they've been aggressive. It's purely confusion. They're in that frenzy zone. They've got smell in the water. Things are slapping around with them, and I increase my risk. So it's just self-inflicted if I get bitten now, and I can completely avoid it just by doing what I'm doing now and stay out of the water pretty much. Again, like anything, the majority of people that get bitten is the majority of the time their fault. They haven't understood the situation properly. They haven't perhaps monitored the situation correctly.
Anton's joking with that comment, by the way. Featherleg baboon is one of the most venomous tarantulas, one of the fastest.
What's that? Featherleg?
Certainly cannot handle them.
Is that featherleg baboon?
Yeah.
Oh, I handle them all the time, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Well, listen, I've got one out now. Can you see it on the camera?
Yeah, there it is.
It's out now, guys. Yeah, I'm stroking its fangs, tickling it.
High five.
Oh, yeah. It's all over my face. And I'm still on about the spider, just in case we clear anything up. I know what some of you are like. Right.
The Spooky Dukes.
I'm just really quickly putting this back on.
Flatty, Curly. They're all old worlds.
I've got something really cool that I want to show you.
Yeah, Cotswold. They're called an idiot. That's who did it on Facebook. An idiot.
Who's an idiot? Me?
No, somebody handling a feather leg.
Yeah, but I've seen people on TikTok bloody hang around Metallicas and all sorts. They're stupid, absolutely stupid. The thing is, they do it for the likes. But do you think they're going to post that video when they get bitten and they're crying like a little girl? Of course they're not.
No.
It's all well and good when it's going right, but they forget about the times it goes wrong.
Yeah, like Nick says, black screen still, mate.
Yeah, you'll see why in a second.
Always getting a surprise.
So look at that. She has just finished cycling. She is pregnant, successful.
Hey, Animal Antics.
And she just started webbing after her cycle. So all of these are getting new webs every day, which is a really positive sign. She's still not fed yet, but that's fine. Of course, this species would normally eat the partner and use that to have a value of energy source towards producing her eggs.
I think the webbing that they put across the floor for a sixth sense almost, it's just amazing.
Oh, these Brachypelma harmoris are brilliant. I think they're a very, very good beginner spider. If you get a female like this, she has good days and bad days, just like everyone. But they're very, very easily readable, in my opinion. Sort of Mexican red knees, curly hairs, other Brachypelma species. The flame legs, the fire legs. Just most of the Mexican stuff is a really, really good beginner tarantula. That locust is going to get pulled off because if it starts eating my tarantula, I'm going to eat it. Don't you
Brachypelmas, Teleticatls, Grammostolia. Nandos can be Grammostolias can be a little bit funny. Nandos can be very funny tarantulas. They can either be a docile or they full on want to kill you. One of the two. Just going on about that web again, though. Do you know when Metallicas do it and Pokies, they literally web themselves up completely. And you can put food on the top of the web, and then they'll come to the web and get it. So they're not in pre-molt, they're not molting, they're just sitting in their court bark, and they'll web up every entrance. In nature, they do that, and the reason they do that is because it protects them from ants. Because when the ants move across the forest floor and stuff like that, they can easily take down a tarantula. So that's why they block their entrance off with webbing.
There is another thing as well. I just want to be clear because I know there's a lot of tarantula keepers on here that are very, very high standard, and I fully support that. You will notice I don't have tons and tons of substrate, and I just want to reiterate the reason being is this is a controlled environment because she's going through the pregnancy stages. So for me to be able to pull her sac, I want easy access, and that is pretty much the reason why it's like this. A spider like this should have a lot more soil, and it be a little bit drier. But please bear in mind she has just come through a winter cycle, which is part of the breeding process for this species.
Hey, Lou.
It should be drier, and she should have about 6 inches of soil to burrow because they do like to burrow, believe it or not. They're also an opportunistic burrower for anybody that doesn't know, which means if there's something like this with a little gap here, they'll make use of it. That somebody's done a half good job for them.
Or another animal's old burrow where there's nobody in there no more.
If someone's moved out, 100% they'll steal it. I mean, they're not particularly aggressive species, this either, but they are known for flicking their hair. And be under no illusion, this girl is up there with the best of them when it comes to flicking. Especially if they're type 1 and a type 3 irrigating hairs. They are a bit of a pain in the backside, especially in a warm room. When you've been sweating, the hairs really get you. See, I wanted to show you, this is Mrs. Doris, and I can show you the father. I just got to take my time putting the lid back on because it can be stressful. Producing that little bit of wind and coming down on her, she's going to be a little bit nervous.
I normally produce a little bit of a wind after a Chinese.
I can't afford Chinese, mate. I'm not a big-time YouTuber yet.
Asbit's got a Balfourier sac. That is awesome. Awesome.
Really, really good. So this is Dad.
I've got some Balfourier news coming to the channel pretty soon.
Is it going to be a communal?
I'm in two minds whether to take my first communal down and keep them all individual because they're not communal in the wild. So I don't know yet. I really don't know.
Of course, they're not communal in the wild, but we do manage to keep them successfully in captivity. So you'll see this little guy's got a little bit of what I call like an acorn bum. It's not a technical term. It's something that I've just named it, and that is literally because he's a mature male. He spent a lot of his energy walking around this little 9-litre box trying to find a missus. And then, of course, he did have several pairings. I think this guy had 9 in total, with 3 being successful. But she molted during the first attempt, so we had to go again. And then the second success, we put straight in with a cycle, fed her up with a cycle. Some of you guys will be familiar with what this is. And if you're not familiar, this is what's called a sperm web. It's what spiders lay. No, you can't come out, mister. I know you want to come for a walk, but you just can't come out. I'm sorry. Not today. But he's lovely. He's around about 6.5 inches in size. And he's just very, very leggy. And that's just part of being a mature male tarantula. They use that leg span to walk some serious miles looking for a female tarantula.
It's the same in your house. If you see a spider out walking around, 9 times out of 10, that's a male looking for a female.
Yeah, it's very rarely. The females tend to, especially with tarantulas, like this particular species, in the wild, it's been observed they pretty much spend about 20 years in the same square meter of their life. It's the males that walk for a long time, and that's the reason why when they mature, their body kind of shrinks, their carapace gets smaller. And you'll often find as well, again, this is my experience, no science behind it, this is just my experience. You find the last couple of molts, the spider doesn't really particularly grow. They molt very well, they come out very clean, but the actual size of the spider pretty much remains the same for the last few molts of a mature male. And then that final one comes out, bang, really, really leggy, huge pedipalps, the tibial hooks, of course, on this species here as well. And then he just, he didn't feed for me for a long time because I was briefly feeding, and he matured out in the end of September. I think it was the end of September he matured out, start of October, and he was one of the reasons why my TikTok went quite successful, because he actually had 2,500 people watching him at one time, molting out molt, which was really, really nice to see. Again, I know you guys all love your spiders on Scott's channel. I know I'm probably not teaching you much that you don't know, but I'm sure there's a few people here that are learning something new, or at least enjoying themselves.
We could just go back onto the male there producing that sperm web. It's for a process called sperm induction. Again, a lot of you probably already know, but the male spider basically lies on its back, puts sperm onto that web. In the hobby, it's just known as a spunk blanket.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I know it as.
Got the COVID cough. But then as once he's put that sperm on that webbing, he'll then go on top of that webbing, and just underneath just above his feet, he's got like embola. And what he'll do with them is he'll suck the sperm up into those. So
like two little turkey basters.
They're affectionately called dick fingers or whatever in the hobby. So if you ever see anybody referring to that, you'll know what they're talking about. And when the male lifts up the female, it's the embolia there which transfers the sperm to her. So yeah, as Michael says, we are past the watershed. So spunk sheet, wank blanket.
I tend to call it a sperm blanket, and I call them the turkey basters. Yep.
I was talking to Michael. I've just done a care video on the Porter Eye.
Yeah.
He's got one that's 45 years old.
45 years old.
Yep. And he's not.
That's older
and I'll
than you,
tell you,
mate,
anybody that don't know Michael don't chat lies. He is. If he says it's 45, it's definitely 45.
Listen, the thing is, I can't honestly see why it's not possible. We haven't really kept records for a long, long time in consideration to some of animals. Of course, we have when we found the species and we have the basic care and the basic needs, but the actual captive care of it, you're not talking hundreds of years anyway.
Love a body, he swallows and not spits. He swallows for a bit and then spits it out the female, I suppose.
T-sock. Could even be older, Michael says as well. That's fantastic, mate. That's actually really, really good to hear that.
Incredible, isn't it? Incredible.
I have got some other weird stuff if you guys want to see, but at the minute, because I'm here by myself, I'm sorry it keeps going black screen, guys.
Happy Ant just put £4.49 onto the chat to say moist. Again, moist is what subscribers normally say after 9 o'clock. It's an ongoing thing. Happy Ant, thank you so much, Callum. Appreciate that, mate.
Word. That's one of Chaz's favourite words. You know, insect Chaz.
It started on this channel probably about a year ago with Michael and Callum.
Chaz absolutely loves it. I've got some stuff here, guys, that again it probably will excite some and not others, and that's absolutely fine. I don't expect everyone to like the same thing. However, I'm going to try and give as much variety. I have over 180 different animals. We won't get through all of them today, and I'm sure some of you guys have already seen some of the stuff, but I will show you some of the new animals I've got, and I know some of the stuff I keep is very, very exciting for some of Scott's followers. I know a lot of you guys are into invertebrates and arachnids and stuff. So this here is not only just a pile of crap, literally. I do have dung beetles in here as well, and you can see one just there.
That's what I've got to do, Michael, is reattach.
What's that?
Reattach. That's moisty.
What is it?
Moisty.
Moisty?
It's like a small deer head.
That's not a deer head.
I don't know.
That's not a deer. Do you want me to show you? Listen, 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds.
Or whatever it is.
This
It
is
looked
a deer.
cool at an invert show, right? And I went, I want that. I can't remember. Is it Muckjack? The tiny
That's
ones.
a deer head.
Yeah, but that's a deer.
I hit this in my car and just pulled its head off. Southend-on-Sea.
So I've got to sort mine back out because he's come off the plaque. But I want a massive one like that. And Chris,
aside, mate, I'm probably like you. Like, this is my pride and joy ornament. I don't have any. I couldn't care about my TV and stuff. If that fell off the wall, I wouldn't really be worried. But if this fell off the wall, I'd probably cry.
I've had a thing for schools from a young age, and I lost all my schools a while ago, about 10 years ago. So I want to get some back together again. I want to get some of the.
Because I see a lot of them in stately homes, if I'm completely honest with you. I'm a bit of a sad though. I go around stately homes and their gardens because it's something I also enjoy.
Muckjack says beastie, yeah, exactly.
It's very likely, yeah. No, I didn't actually pull it off, mate. Just so you know, I actually bought that. Yeah, Scott's got a penknife and Holmes who has a sword.
I don't need a sword, that's why.
I need a deal buck and
I want to get more of the dead stuff.
So this is not dead, this beetle, guys. For anyone that doesn't know, basically these guys get high off their own supply. So this guy is perfectly fine, but it's had so much
turd beetles.
so much fun with the poo that it's been eating. It's basically getting high off its own supply. So
I take it that must have been from Tony.
That was the same stall that I met you on.
Venomous Visions.
That's right, mate. Yeah, got male and female. Whether they breed or not, I don't know. But also, as well, if anyone wasn't aware, these are actually a scarab beetles. What Egypt called scarab beetle. They are dung beetles, but of course, when we see the Mummy Returns and stuff, this is the beetle that they're on about, which is the dung beetle.
Do you just shit in a box? What kind of poo do you feed them on, though? Do you just shit in the box? Venomous Visions, they supply dung, and the dung is made. They've made sure all the antibiotics and steroids that the animals had in its lifetime is out of that dung before supplying it, so you know it's perfectly clean. But
obviously, we have our own horse, so I've got my own unlimited supply. But I still did buy a bag of shit.
He had to buy a bag of shit. And we were all laughing about it at the show as well.
We own a horse. This is all my own horse's finished product. And still my missus chose to buy
a
bag of shit for £5. I bought 3 pieces of horse shit for £5. I went home, got a bucket for completely free. So I got robbed. So it's just horse dung. So these guys will not eat dung with protein in it. They have to use the nitrogen from the decaying grass or hay, of course.
Hey,
most of what it is. Why is it decaying and rotting? It's releasing nitrogen, and there's a little microbe on the edge of that grass blade where that nitrogen is, and that's what they seek. And that's the reason why they're so wasteful. They actually are very fussy with what part of the poo they eat. However, the rest of this does have a use, and that's because they lay their eggs in it. So you don't want to clean this out too much. Whether these breed or not, I don't know, but I have the opportunity to because I do have a male and female. How they breed, etc., is very basic from my understanding. It's a case you just leave them alone, let them get on with it.
Yeah, Darren, I'm pretty privy to a bit more information. I know the Spider Shop and Venomous Visions will have deliveries that are joint, and obviously some of it will go split. Tony obviously will have more of the centipedes, millipedes, that type of stuff.
Do you know what? A lot of zoos now no longer sell you dung on the basis of because we've become a zoo society where you see everything. They used to be able to buy a big 5-gallon tub of elephant dung and lion dung. And the reason why they used to sell lion dung is apparently it was very good for scaring off cats off your drive.
Yeah, my granddad used to chuck it all over his garden.
So they used to put it in the flower beds, lion dung. We couldn't smell it, but cats absolutely shit their pants because they thought a lion was about and wouldn't come on your your rose beds and your flower beds to fund
Made-
their business.
Made no difference to the cats round Bob and Grandad's house, I tell you.
Yeah, when you spray, so these guys obviously can fly as well, if anyone doesn't know, but the majority of the time, they are a little bit like me, always out of their head on some stuff that they shouldn't be. However, I am legal, guys. I just want to point out, I do have a legal prescription for what I use. However, these guys here are just high from their own poo. The colour of these as well, I don't have a spray bottle near me, as I'll show you, because they actually have a really, really stunning colour and a nice grain going down the back, but obviously here, they're covered in their own food. They're a bit of a messy eater, so I'll leave them alone for now. But not many people have dung beetles that I'm aware of. Whether I get them again is yet to be said, but it does cost me nothing to keep them. And if I can breed them, it's brilliant because, of course, I can put it out in the community with you guys. And I'm not going to charge a fortune. They're a beetle that costs me nothing to make. There's no reason trying to steal from people.
I think they're eight quid each, are they?
Oh, something 7, 8 quid. I'd probably say about £2 each, something like that. I don't really know nothing about them. I'm not a breeder. It's more for the experience for me. I'm just gonna have a really quick check up in here, guys. So what I've got in here is hopefully lots of isopod babies. And it does look like I've got lots of springtails. I can see lots of purples. A little dairy cow there.
Oh, see you later, Vanessa. Thank you so much for popping in.
Guys, thank you for supporting myself and Scott. I'm very grateful. I know Scott is as well, but more importantly for Scott, because he puts on a show for all of us every week.
Vanessa's been in the hobby a long time.
Because that's the important thing, Scott. Obviously, you're always thanking other people, but I just want to say on behalf of me and other people that you give the opportunity to, thank you for letting us use your platform as well, because, of course, many of us have met each other through yourself, and I'm very grateful, just as much as I'm sure many other people are as well.
I don't do compliments.
Well,
I find it
weird earlier when I was doing the helicopter in the reptile room. Helicopter.
That just made me laugh. It was like this. For
me, I didn't see nothing.
When you're doing the helicopter, I messaged Danielle and said, I feel so sorry for you, mate.
Yeah, and then she replied, "You're not my mate. Stop, leave me alone, you weirdo."
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't worry, she says the same thing to me when I say that to her. So these are predator beetles. They can bite, giant predator beetles.
Oh yeah, I've got 3 of those, as you know. Look
at that big mouth. You bite me, I'm biting you back for dominance. Look at that. This is a bug that solely eats other bugs. Big mandibles there. Oh, that's so close to getting me. Oh my lordy lord.
There's mine.
I'm stupid enough to handle these because I've been bitten by worse, but I also have been bitten by this, and it does bloody hurt. For anyone that's ever stapled themselves, mucking around with their mates, which I'm sure none of you have, it feels almost identical to getting a stapler in your hand. They have a really, really nasty bite. They also got quite a lot of hairs on them, and they devour crickets and locusts. Put a cricket or locust in there, just like that one there. If they want it, or they eat it. I've got them in a really small container, but I do have plans to go into a bioactive enclosure, just what I believe as well.
African flat rock scorpion. Yeah, good luck trying to find one.
Who wants an African flat rock?
Darren.
Oh. Step into my office.
Yeah. So, this is one invert I am very, very jealous of.
Let me get out this little lady here.
I think I know of 2 people in the UK that's got one. Jamie's one, and then the other one is a different species.
So guys, this is one that's pretty rare. I didn't know how rare until I went to the local show. I got this for a steal. I actually got this for essentially free because I bought it with the enclosure.
Jamie, can you show Mr. Beast, says Cabo?
Yeah, I can do afterwards, mate. So the reason why I've got this quite small thing here, for anyone that's not sure, again, flat rocks really, really like tight spaces. They don't like loads and loads of room. So again, to some people, it might look like this is really small, but this is heaven for this species here. Absolute heaven. And as you can see, she was sitting up top, tucked under there nicely. We also know this is a female because the female has quite a short, skinny tail. The male has a really long one that pretty much comes over here. And they actually are the longest species of scorpion in the world, the males.
I was thinking that as well, Anton. Do you know any history on it? Is it wild caught?
The honest answer, mate, is I haven't got a clue, but I've been looking after it because that's what I thought. It's either very overfed, which I doubt, because basically what happened is I bought all of
it's looking gravid to me.
I bought all of these enclosures here, right, including that one there, and it came with a flat rock, a little Asian forest, which I gave to Phil, incredible inverts. Also a giant desert hairy scorpion and a dead emperor scorpion and an empty one, which is fine. I paid £100 for the entire lot. So essentially this guy here, this female here, cost me around about £10.
Can you show us the side of it? Towards the back?
I've been trying to look for white dots. That's what I've been trying to look for. So again, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm an African flatback scorpion expert. However, I did have my suspicions when I got her.
Greg says it looks gravid. Can he be first in the line for a baby, please?
Absolutely. Listen, if she produces, the first thing I'm going to want to do is give it out to hobbyists, because that's what I'm about. I'm about the people. If she drops, absolutely. I do know that they're very, very hard to get hold of. And also, guys, the other thing, I'm not expensive. I'm not out to rob people. I'm more to give you guys the experience of adding one to your collection. So, I did think that. And again, this is why I've been very, very careful. So it has got a water bowl underneath here as well, which is just a lid. You're not a invert.
He would legit pay 50 quid for a scorpion or one of those.
Really? Is that, again, I really don't know what they're worth. But if she produces, mate, absolutely. Obviously, if you're not following me on TikTok, Instagram, something like that, please make sure you do. You can stay in contact. I will, of course, let Scott know. I'm sure he'll figure this out to you guys.
They don't have eggs. They carry the eggs inside them, Cabo.
Yeah, they're not carrying them all on the back.
Come out. They go on the back of the mother while they're white. And about a week to 2 weeks later, they come off the mum then.
And that's when, like I say, if she lays them, guys, I haven't got a problem. So I bought a couple of scorpions, potentially gravid. This is one of them. And she hasn't lost weight either. That's the thing. You would presume after the time period I've had her, she's going to...
But she stopped eating?
She has, yeah.
Is she still putting weight on?
She's hasn't really lost, but she's not really gaining massively. But she's kind of peaked at the minute.
Because if she's not feeding and she's got put a tiny bit of weight on, then yeah, I'd go with gravid.
My instant suspicions was she's gravid. I'm honest with you.
You see a lot of people in chat that know they're scorpions. They're all literally saying looking very gravid. I'd say Candle.
Guys, I'm going to be straight with you. And I also told the guy at Venomous Visions, I'm pretty sure she's gravid. But again, I have no history. I don't know if she was bred, wild caught. I mean, obviously, I suspect probably wild caught at some point. I have nothing on her age, nothing. I didn't even know I was getting her. She come with the enclosures. I went to buy these, and this is what they come with. And I've got another potential that you guys might be able to help me with.
Harry, like Greg said, it really does depend on the species. They can be really fragile, or they could be bulletproof. But what I will say is, if you're looking to buy an Asian forest, the Heterometras, go for captive bred, because they're very close to going on the CITES list at the moment, because they're being sold wild caught left, right, and centre, and they've been taken out of the forest for that long. A lot of them have gone to the entomological side, so they've been killed and free dried, and they sell them in packets, and they will sell them in packets all around the Philippines and all around the Asian countries as well, like that. So they are disappearing.
Giant desert. I think
so look for captive bred if you can.
I'm pretty sure the guy I got them off, I'm pretty sure I know where he got these from. And where he got these from, I believe, was an ex-breeder. So
what Michael says there is true. Scorpions can hold sperm up to almost a year, yeah.
So obviously I don't want to be getting stung by her because she's a giant desert hairy. It's not going to kill me or nothing, but I just don't fancy it tonight. I will be using tools when I play around with her.
It'd be like about 4 or 5 times the strength of a bee sting, so it's going to ruin your night.
Yeah, it's not going to be the most pleasant thing. I mean, I'm sure I've had worse, but I'm certainly...
Especially on a finger, you know?
I want to avoid it if I can. If it happens...
You don't want that.
Let me try and... I just want your guys' opinion, because I also suspect that she is gravid.
If she'll come over this way...
Woohoo, spicy noodle. So
Is it lumped on the side of her there?
I'm pretty sure I can see loads of little bits in the. Wow, look at her go! And this is
She
why
looks,
these don't make very good beginner scorpions, guys. As you can see, she is mardy as you like.
oh, Nicola is looking to get an Asian forest. I have a Solanus that is gravid, a Samani which is gravid, a Lacticus which is also gravid, and as soon as they pop, which will be midsummer, I'll just be taking the babies to the show.
No worries, mate. Thank you for following me on Instagram, guys. It's the best way of contacting me, and of course, if something is available. Oh, hello, you sweet. Did you see how look how aggressive they are, guys? This species. Stingers still up, are still up, ready to fire me.
Yeah, like Scott says, the Hazes are basically really, really difficult to raise, which is that scorpion that you're looking at now. But Scott, to be fair, Jamie is in his reptile room 3-4 times a day.
I managed to successfully produce.
You never know.
Red huntsman spiders.
You never know.
Which I know not a lot of people are doing, are they? Breeding captive huntsman spiders. And also, again, I gave some to Phil at Incredible Inverts, and I've also got some here for you, Scott, because captive bred huntsman is not something you see very often. But again, I was unsure on this girl. She's definitely female, confirmed. I'm confident in sexing tarantulas. Scorpions.
Got Victorious gravid female as well, the red claw scorpion, the red clawed cave scorpion.
What is everybody's opinion that obviously keeps scorpions would say whether she's gravid or not? Because I have got a male here that I could potentially breed with again in the future. However, I do know the cannibalistic nature of this species. This is a male. I do know the cannibalistic nature of this species is quite high. But this is male giant desert.
They will cohabit until the female is gravid. The female will then attack the male. Asian forests tend to be a bit more happier in a communal. Again, but if a female gets gravid, it will attack anything that goes near her.
So I have got both for the giant desert hairy scorpion. I have got a male and female, and be honest with you, that's what I went to buy. I went to buy the female with these, and I got the flat rock. I've got an Asian forest, which I think we're all pretty familiar with. But by no means are they scorpions.
There's a picture of Darren's spinner.
Oh, that's stunning. Absolutely. See, it's that stinger.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
With the cyanus, you just don't really get that.
Well, it's the same. It's just a lot darker in colour.
It's that stinger as well. If you look at the dark stinger compared to his light stinger, that's what I like. So this is an Asian forest, guys. And again, just like on tarantulas, Asian forest covers the term for a couple of different scorpions. So if you are going to want more finer details, you are going to have to use a scientific name. It's easy setup for these guys. Water bowl, leaf litter floor, nice and humid. Not quite deep. I've got around about 2.5 inches here, but I also supply a bit of cork bark, which she seems to enjoy. Very, very easy to handle. Very, very good for beginners and experienced people alone.
The key with Asian forest is keep them damp and they'll live forever. As long as they're damp and they're eating, they're all right. If you let them dry out, if you let their enclosure dry out, they will pass away. So you need to be keeping that straight down.
A lot of people, I'll show you something special.
Sorry?
How many people you got watching you? Because if there's a lot, I'll show you something very special and risky.
We've got 49.
Oh, that's worthy. So this isn't the special, guys. Blue death beetles. I'm trying to get some. I think Lovable Swedes. I think you messaged me as well, didn't you? I believe, or somebody did.
Blue death veining beetles.
I know Phil's got some.
Spider Shop have normally got them. That's where he would have gone. And Venomous Visions as well.
So this Israeli gold is a bloody nightmare. Vicious.
That's a little beauty.
It's stunning to look at, but wow, probably my most spiciest scorpion. Again, these are fantastic to keep. You see, I'm not over the top in the water. This species doesn't particularly need loads of water. They do get quite a lot from their diet.
Yep. So the desert species as well. What you've got to remember with desert species is they also require humidity because deserts at night get very, very humid.
They condensate.
Yeah, so you need to incorporate that with the deserts as well. Jamie,
I've got about 50-50 mix here.
Are you all right for a minute? I'm just going to pop to the toilet.
Of course, mate. Of course, not at all.
Oh, I should be back in a sec.
False is not happy. That's what you want, though, mate. You did, Harry. I'm very grateful, mate. I'm going to have a drink in a minute, guys, just because I think Scott's giving me his COVID. But yeah, I mean, some of you guys are going to be familiar with the Scorpions. I got some of these. We've got 10 Death Finding Beetles. Palomatus local. Do you know what? I honestly don't know. I've got it written on here. It says Scorpio Morus. That's all it says, mate. So I don't know the exact locality. So unfortunately, I can't answer that. I don't think it's for a turd mark. I see him doing something like this. He was, whatever that means. What's that? What's he? Umbrella? Petrol pump? Something like that? Strange man. So this here, mate, is Leo Life mixed with some Coco Coir and a couple sprinkles of a bit of carbon in it. And the carbon's just going to help reduce any fungi in this mixture because, of course, I'm making it humid at cork bark. Obviously, the carbon helps reduce the chances of mold. Yeah, probably not, mate. It's probably, again, Harry bought it for me. The information I've got on it is here, which, again, I'm very lucky and very grateful he's bought this for me. But the actual locality, mate, I'm unsure, unfortunately. I'm not one of them sort of people that just tells you what you want to hear and just say yes, because I think that's not helpful for anybody. I don't know any more information than what I know on this, but I am very lucky to have it and very grateful for the person that bought me it. I'm going to show you guys something a bit special, but this does take a bit of time, a bit of patience, because she is quite dangerous. This is my female Guilty Sapphire, also known as the P. Metallica, Peacock Tarantula, lots of other different names to describe how colourful they are. She, the other day, was a lunatic, so it's not without risk. However, I am fully aware of the risks. I won't be handling her, nothing like that. I don't do silly things like that with this spider. It's far too risky. Yeah, it's another good idea, Darren, to be honest with you, mate. Obviously, I've used the cork bark almost as like a false sort of hide for that species. But because it's only small as well, I like to see it. It's actually only living in a locust tub at the minute. I will put it through to a Nano 2020 enclosure when I find one that's an affordable price, because I'm a little bit of a scrimper when it comes to new stuff like that. I just need to double check that I know where she is, so bear with me, guys. I know the camera is going to be a bit dodgy, but you'll understand, many of you, the spider that I'm dealing with at the moment is not... She's right down the bottom, so she is literally directly behind here. So this spider that I'm working with is quite dangerous. However, I am aware of the risks. I'm not handling, I'm just moving the enclosure around, but they're very, very sensitive to vibration, very sensitive to light, very sensitive to virtually everything. Not only because she's a woman, just because this is what this species of tarantula is known for. So there is, let me move this out of the way so I can get a better camera angle for you, because at the minute she's looking like a turkey sandwich. You can see just how blue she is. I know a lot of you guys would have seen these as a tarantula enthusiast. He didn't white man, he done a ghosty. So yeah, she's stunning. She's obviously sitting up, tucking her legs, and that's very, very common with arboreal species. They don't want to be spread out and look like a target. They want to look really small and inconspicuous. And of course, she was hiding very, very well. But she's one of my favourite tarantulas, if not my favourite. I'm not going to push my luck too much, but I do want you guys to see as much as her as possible. Again, it's not without risk when you muck around with a spider like this, guys. I know many of you know the risks, but for anyone that's watching that isn't aware, this is a highly venomous tarantula, medically significant, very, very hands-off. If you take things seriously and have respect for the hobby, it's something that I would always recommend that you do. Oh, I bet Steve. You're 6 out of the glass all the time. So what I often find with her is if I have the lights off, she'll come around the other side of the wood. I've got the lights on just like today. She just does there. She hides away. I actually haven't seen her feed ever. I've owned her for over 4 years.
Mine sits in the cork bark.
Sorry, mate?
Mine sits in its cork bark.
I know.
And
I've got a friend who's got a male that's mature. So if anybody as well is looking for a mature male and they're going to try their best to look after it, I can also arrange that for you if you've got a mature female.
there was There was a bite report on an adult female Metallica who bit somebody accidentally on YouTube. I think it's been taken down. It was up for several years though. And the guy's sitting there with his hand like this, and he says, "I've just been bit by an adult female P Metallica. It's my own fault. I have to go to the hospital." And he says, "I'm containing my tears." And he said the whole of his arm felt like he put his whole arm in a vat of boiling water and held it there.
There was. I have a study paperwork from ZSL Scott who work for you and many other spider keepers. So I live right near ZSL, and just in case anybody didn't know, I'm just on the outskirts of London, and I have a direct contact with somebody at ZSL because I visit the zoo a lot. And there was a study done in 2019 on the venom of this species at ZSL in London. And they have said that this is the most venomous tarantula in the world currently, and that's scientifically proven. I do have the study to back that up. I wouldn't throw a claim out there unless I was confident on my readings and findings. And I'm happy to share that with Scott and many other people that want to see that as well.
The chair squeaks, right? The chair was brand new at Christmas, right? And it weren't a cheap job. It's a rocker. So, as I get older, it helps the back. And yeah, the fucking thing. Every time I go near this,
I'm in Thurrock. I'm in Thurrock in Essex, guys. If anyone that's knows that area, so I'm gonna just take my time putting her back. Of course, I do need to be gentle. Again, getting her visible is one thing. Getting her back without getting bitten as well is the other exciting part of the risk.
You couldn't get away with anything on this chair. It just.
That's why I don't go to CEX, mate.
I didn't.
I know she's eating. For anybody that doesn't know, that's spider poo on the back there. So, and I am putting bugs in there, and they are disappearing. So she's definitely eating. I'm just not seeing very much of her, and I think it's probably because the room is lit up quite well. I'm just going to put some of her
exactly what Michael says there, man.
I know this is the boring part, watching me put it back, but it is important that when your animals are happy and doing everything by the book, that you put everything back the same way, and that way the happiness is going to remain.
With
no issues.
With my Metallica and the sling, they a beast of. Trust me, it's had WD-40 on it, it's had plus gas on it and all sorts. But my Metallica, when it strikes, I tend to put like a small hissing cockroach on the side of its court bark, so the cockroach climbs up all by itself, gets to the top, and the Metallica literally just goes boom, gone. And it's so fast. And I'm thinking...
I think a lot of the problem for me is because this type of setup where I've got
the front view,
where I've got the front view, when I put food in there, it obviously goes around the back and then I miss it. Just yanking your beard. So that's one of my more impressive spiders. I have got some other spiders that I really would love to dig out. And I'm probably
Have you got a quiet one, Emma? Asking for a friend.
Who's his friend in? These are quite cool, Scott, and I know because you'll appreciate these. These are called pied mossy frogs.
No, you're a bastard, frogs.
They're not very good handlers, so I will be handling very, very minimally. They're also not the most fantastic swimmer considering they're a frog. Oh no, don't get out there. Sorry, guys. I need to put the camera down because I really can't have the frog go out that way.
This is where he's just dropped the camera just because he's putting the froggy first. He has to catch it. It's got to go back in that enclosure pretty quick.
But the thing is, the animals have to always be a priority when you do a show like this, and it's not just for me, everybody else, and I'm sure everyone understands that. So this is a bird poo frog. It's camouflaged to look like bird poo on a leaf. So nothing's pooed on it. They're very cute. I will only be handling it for about another 10 seconds. It'll be going back because I'll be burning its skin. Although I've got wet hands, frog skin is very, very porous. And also as well, they do appreciate the cold more so than the hot. So we have not only oils on our skin, we have heat, we have everything that we've touched throughout the day. The other animals I've been dealing with. The frog having a look at me. Look, what are you doing, buddy?
That's a nice cheese plant. Have you got male and females of those?
Yes, I got 3. So I did have 4, but sadly one wasn't looking so well when I bought it. And unfortunately it didn't survive. But I do have 3 in there. I don't know how to sex them. However, I do have access to a few more. So if I do find they're not breeding, I will put a few more in there and get a breeding colony. Because, again, I find them very interesting, this species of frog. I love dart frogs. And I love milk frogs and stuff. But something about these guys, for me, as somebody that spends a lot of time in a reptile room, there's certain animals I've got in here that I've got to know their behaviour and what I find interesting. And these frogs are bloody amazing. They're very active throughout the day and night. They don't make much noise. They don't need much space. And you can make some quite beautiful enclosures. I don't know about you guys, but I think that's quite a pretty enclosure. A waterfall, water source, raised beds and live plants and stuff in there.
Lovely.
It's quite pretty.
Harry, the difference between a Regalis and a Vittata. Vittata's got white and black on its back. The Regalis, as I've found out today from Marie McGale, she's on TikTok with the same name. She works for a massive tarantula breeding facility in Quebec, and she's her knowledge is regarded as like up there.
It's gospel.
She got black light on a Regalis, and those yellow lights, those yellow marks on the underneath, actually reflect like very similar to a scorpion. So it looks like neon light.
It's
absolutely amazing.
So this is a white street frog. These are very, very popular.
Oh, know it, Greg.
I'd highly recommend you getting one of these, Scott. This is a male. These make fantastic pets, and especially with children, because although strictly you shouldn't handle any frogs, of course, like everything, some things are slightly more tolerant than others. And this is probably one of the most tolerant species in the world to handling. It's not without risk, of course. They are a frog. They still can get burnt. Their skin is still porous. However, they just tend to interact with humans a lot better than other frogs, as you can see there. I did have these with a stream, just like the other setup. But after speaking to somebody who also Scott has met, as I regard as a very, very high-end frog breeder, said lose the waterfall with these guys, give them a tub, and that's what I've been doing. And again, I will always take the advice from somebody who knows better. You know, he's bred these for many, many years successfully. The frog that Scott keeps, he bred himself, captively bred. So when people have that level of expertise, it's always good to take their advice. There is one thing I do in here that I wouldn't recommend to others, and that is I've got live plants. These guys are super, super destructive. Absolutely smash the granny out your plants. Look at the side of my enclosure. All dirt here. I'm cleaning this daily at the minute. These are worse than hamsters and rats to keep at the minute. Sorry, guys. I have to keep coming off and checking the comments to make sure I can interact with you guys.
Yeah, going back to your asking what the differences are between those two Polythierias or Polythieria, however you want to say it. If you go on eBay, you can get a poster, and it will show you all the different pokies. It will tell you who discovered them, what year they were discovered, and it will show you the different patterns between all of them. If you're looking, like if you're getting into spiders, that poster is a pretty good idea to get. Just get one of those, stick it up on your wall. I think don't Harry work in a reptile shop?
He does. He's got some very good connections as well. And he's you know what as well,
That'd
Scott,
be
not saying this
awesome.
He generally is really interested in the animals as well.
It's all. Well, maybe if we can get down to London, we'll get the camera out in Harry's place.
How are you doing, SS, mate? Good to see you. So, guys, I'm going to be playing with something stupidly here. This animal in here, please don't copy me unless you're fully confident. It is venomous. It is dangerous. It's not, again,
Amy, take care.
I just want to stress, guys, what you're about to see me do, please don't repeat unless you are as confident as I am. I work with these animals and many other dangerous animals all day, every day. I also do have a DWA license, so I also do have training to deal with animals more dangerous than this. I fully understand the risks, but I don't want you guys to have a full sense of security at home when you see me do this, thinking, oh, if I've seen Jamie do that, I can do that. You'll understand, many of you guys, straight away, this is a highly venomous centipede. It's not the most dangerous one, but it's still going to ruin my day and probably up to the weekend if this bites me.
One of the Scolopendrias?
It's a Scolopendra. It's a goes by two different names. A flagtail and a feathertail. That's the two names it goes by.
That's a flagtail. It's also considered a beginner centipede.
Yeah, they're still they tend to be more docile compared to some of the others and a lot more slow moving.
I can't remember the scientific name. Scott's Animal Adventures should do off the top of his head.
But it's quite attractive for the centipedes. I have got a more dangerous one, which I will show you guys later. Again, I'm trying to get up close, but at the same time keep a distance because when you've got something that's venomous and something that can cause you harm,
And when you're educating others and showing others, you're going to be a bit silly if you get yourself bitten.
There you go. And Alipes grandiria, the flagtail centipede.
Yeah, they get called flagtail and feathertail.
Because when it's a defensive mechanism, so instead of going to bite you, it will give you a warning, and that long tail at the back, it will tap it together like this, like literally two flags coming together, and that's what it does to say, look, I'm pissed off, leave me alone, otherwise we'll bite you. Oh, Zoe, Mantis Den are due to get some in. There is the spider shop sometimes get those as well, jumping spiders.
I have a little jumping spider. I have a lovely Regalis. So that one there, guys, is not so dangerous. The next one, I still want to get bitten by it. It is venomous.
No worries, Cotswold.
But this next one that you're going to see, I'm going to put it on a stand because I have to be much more aware. This is
let me just say a quick good night to Cotswold Crawlers. He is a brand new channel. He's done some unboxing. He's got a GBB set up as well. Go give him a subscription, give him a follow. I think he's on 40 or 50 subscribers, so it'd be awesome to see him start climbing up as well.
Yeah, it's always good when we can all support each other, guys. I'll definitely try and support as many people as I can. I can't, as a creator, I can't be expected for you guys to follow me and kind of give me support and not give back. It's just not fair. We have to do it as a community, and that's something that I strive to do just as much as Scott does. Of course, if I can support you guys in any way back, please just tell me. Just say, Jamie, remember to like, remember to follow, remember to comment. I haven't got a problem doing it because I know you guys do it for me as well.
And Stefan, who's just put up the link, he's only he's 21. He's a top geezer. He always plugs the other channels when I need him to. He's absolutely awesome mod. And he never gets enough thanks on this channel.
So this one here is far more dangerous. This is a Scalopendra sulpidines. I don't know if that's pronounced correctly, but I'm sure some of you guys will fully understand what I mean. One thing I've learned with scientific names, say it how you think it's pronounced. As long as you're having an attempt, it's pretty good.
There is no wrong or right way to pronounce scientific names because most of them are in Latin and nobody knows what Latin sounds like.
I am using tongs with this guy.
24 seconds. Sorry, mate.
This guy isn't as friendly as the other one that you see. Also, I suspect it could be going into molt, but their molt process is a long time. It's not quick. You'll notice I'm not using my hands because this guy is far more aggressive, far more capable, far more venomous. This species has, as far as I understand, caused a death. There you go. There's the back end of it coming out.
It's caused one death.
Yeah, same as the Gigantic. I think this species was either 2007 or 2014. I can't remember which way around it was.
They're querying whether she had underlying health problems, but nobody knows because
there's lots of other factors for me, such as
everything was disposed of before scientists got there.
The healthcare system is not exactly the same as it is in Europe and Western countries. So that's another factor that we have to look at.
That looks more like a Dahani.
It's definitely a sulpidines. Venomous Vision sold it to me.
Oh, did he? Yeah, Subspinous then, yeah.
He is a bit of a moron. I'm not playing around with him too much, guys, because anyone that knows their animals knows that the Gigantic, and a couple other species, the more nasty ones, and when they can cause deaths, and again, these are proven deaths. It's not proven how it come about and stuff like that. It's just proven that after a bite, a death did occur. We don't know the fine nitty details.
Scott says, Azu Blue raspberry juice I need, by the way. No, mate. I like my cake flavours and stuff like that. I've got strawberry custard in this one at the moment. But my favourite one I've found so far is a juice that's made in Coventry. And it's that one. And it's cranberry sauce flavour.
Cranberry sauce? You're right.
Oh, yeah. Mate, I love my vape juices. I'm mental for them.
So this guy's also not eaten for some time. But again, I'm quite confident. I actually did accidentally kill one of these in the past. And again, it was my fault. So I hadn't done the correct research. This was some time ago, but I hadn't done the correct research. It went all flimp. And I presumed I killed it. What actually had happened, it had gone all flimp and tame and stuff because it was in molt. So I've just boxed it over the head thinking I'm going to put it out of its misery. But what I'd actually done is killed one that was in molt. And again, I can't alliterate myself because I made the same mistake. It's very important to research the species that you're looking after, because had I done the correct research at the time, I would have known that that's in molt, and I probably wouldn't have killed the animal. So this is Mr. Beast. Again, I'm pretty sure he's not eating because he's in molt.
Stefan, that would be amazing, mate. That would be amazing. Cranberry sauce, you're right in your squeaky chair.
Cranberry, I cannot understand
mate,
cranberry sauce's flavour, mate. I mean,
what?
Even when they offer it around me at the table at Christmas dinner, I kind of feel like they're having a go at me.
You see, I mean, again, it's an old school thing. It's an old school flavour. And I was brought up, every time I went around my grandparents, it was always, grandparents' house was always dinner at the table. So me and my granddad would go off down the working men's club. He'd have a couple of pints. We'd then go for a long walk all the way back home. And my nan would have dinner ready. And it'd be chicken, all the Sunday type of stuff. And cranberry sauce was always on the table, as well as homemade mint sauce.
Homemade mint sauce, mate. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
I just love it. You're old, Scotty. Sorry. Mate, I'm 43.
Longer. Sorry, Scott. I'm going to stay for a bit longer, but I just wanted to show your viewers. Some of you guys might remember when I come on Scott's Live before. And I did say to you guys before, I've got a spider. I'm confident in keeping spiders, but this particular species here, I wasn't 100% sure. And you guys, some of you have a lot more experience with tarantulas than I do, and I fully respect that. And I promise that I'll make the changes. And I wanted you guys just to see that I'm not just a creator. I am also a keeper, and I do take criticism very well. And if we do have to make changes, we've got to do it. So I'm just going to show you guys some of the changes. Some of you might remember it. You guys can see that, part and parcel of being a keeper is accepting criticism. So this right here, for anybody that may or may not, my emerald skeleton tarantula. And if you remember before, I said it wasn't looking very happy. It's living in a smaller enclosure, not very much soil in there. Just looked a bit pony, really, and the spider didn't look happy. And you guys said to me, listen, it needs a lot more soil. You're not going to see the spider, but the spider's going to be happy. And I just wanted you guys to see that I did take into account what you guys told me. And you can see here, definitely a lot more happy. Look at that for a funnel. And this did come from Scott's Inverts
much better
community. Look at the depth of the soil there. That's probably a good, whatever that is on the hand.
It will need more as it gets older.
Oh, it will be going to the near enclosure. Obviously, this has got a limited size for this species. Species that get sort of 5-6 inches. This is just not going to be big enough. I'm going to try and show you guys it because it is stunning. Not many people have these as well. I'm familiar with that. But although it's super stunning and super rare and stuff, you don't see it. That's the view I get. This is my jar of skeleton leg, pretty much. Emerald skeleton leg.
Lovable Spuds is ordering a mystery box from the Spider Shop. Mate, if you go for one, I highly recommend. I'm very jealous because I can't afford one at the moment, but highly recommend the £60 ones. Every single one I've had though has had tarantulas in it, and then they've always put like something like a scorpion or a centipede, beetle, or just something out of the ordinary in there as well. So be prepared with the Spider Shop to get more than just spiders.
I think that's a good idea though. Arachnids in general are just good to keep. I want to try and show you guys this.
It's one of those mystery boxes. If you've only got a couple of spiders, then I suggest waiting a little bit longer until you've got a bit of knowledge, because you can have something in there and you think, well, what am I going to do with this? I don't even know what it is. And then you spend like
this out so you guys can see this spider, because I do know not a lot of people would be familiar with an emerald skeleton because not many people keep them. Do you keep an emerald skeleton, Scott?
Oh, yes.
You got one?
Hey, Phil's here. Incredible invert other animals has popped in. Earlier, Jamie was talking about a guy that works in a zoo. It's incredibly knowledgeable, and who he gave a scorpion to. That is Phil. If you want to see some incredible content and some amazing information, I highly suggest you give Phil a subscription. Drop your channel into the comments, please, Phil.
Yeah, again, I've been fortunate enough to meet Phil a few times. He's been around my house.
He's
Lovely,
awesome.
lovely guy.
His partner Victoria is on point as well. She's another gem.
I've not been fortunate enough to meet her yet, but I'm sure the time will come. I've met his parents as well.
You probably met her at Donny.
I didn't actually even see Phil at Donny, mate. He was always away.
Oh, what? I did. To be honest, Phil's parents do a stand at the shows, invert shows and the reptile ones, and they do animal toys, stuff like that. It's a great stand. I'm not describing it nowhere near as good as it should be described like. But he's normally around that stand at all the shows. Like,
this is pretty much the only time I ever get to see this tarantula, is if I give it a sacrifice. Oh, it's like a horror movie.
Is that little movement down there? Yeah. Oh, she's there then.
She's just to the right. I normally give her cockroaches, not so much locusts, but this guy had a leg missing, so I felt it was a genuine sacrifice.
Oh, and Dee's put Incredible Inverts his channel link into the comments as well.
This has got to be the bravest locust ever, or the most stupid.
I want to hear the Jaws music, says Beast.
I'm not going to get to see it snatch. It's going to hide away too much. I might nick it back out. I might be a bit horrible. 2 seconds, guys. Oh, I can't even get there safely without injuring my spider, so I'm not going to risk it. Just can't get down the hole. Let's back out a bit. It's gone. Look, we didn't even get to sit. That sucked. I'm sorry, guys. That's a bit of a letdown. It has got a double hole as well. I'll try and show you really quickly. I don't want to damage its hide.
Nice one, Harry.
You can see it's got another hole here. So it's got an entrance there and an entrance here, which is really, really cool. And it's worked out really well. And guys, I just want to say thank you for everybody that did give me the information on this, because, of course, at the time when I got this spider, and still to this day, there isn't a huge amount of information on this particular species. There is a skeleton leg, but the emerald skeleton leg, there wasn't really much on it. I took all your advice, and it definitely is a lot more happier. I don't get to see it, but that's not a problem. That's not what we keep tarantulas for all the time. I've got plenty of nice ones to look at, such as my Metallica. This one here is just because I'm nurturing it the right way.
If you want to see a spider that's out all the time, my previous video, Grammostolia portrait, get yourself one of those. Any other spider, you're not going to see it every time you go up to the enclosure. It's just not going to be there. They're going to be hiding away.
My versicolor and my aviculara, they tend to be out all the time, to be honest.
There's always going to be exceptions, but generally, they're almost an antisocial animal. They don't like to be disturbed. They don't like to be
guarantee you, right? The one time I've
just
said
like to chill. Please don't be there. Please be hiding away.
We can have a nice tiger wandering spider.
Verses are gorgeous. Yeah, they are. They certainly are, Beast. Which one's that, Jamie?
That's a C. Saleh, so a tiger wandering spider.
It's a bit dark.
So let me try and bring it over for you. So obviously this particular spider is pretty much good at teleportation. It's very, very aggressive to a degree.
There's another huntsman.
I generally quite enjoy true spiders, I've got to be honest with you. I know they're not everyone's cup of tea, but this one, Tiger One,
True Spiders International on Facebook is a group run by Steve. Steve's, I was speaking to him at the first show he did, which was Newark, and he's basically setting up a company that's just going to be purely dedicated to selling true spiders in the UK. And we've needed for a long time. Oh, you're a star.
So there's my Avic sitting behind. So she's made a nice funnel here.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
And my Avic is there. She's just tucked away. I'm not going to disturb her. She's a sweetheart. Her name's Socks. This is her enclosure, covered in poo. As you can see, this girl loves to make me work. Is that an Avic? Oh, look at that. That's nice.
Cameroon crab spider.
That's nice. That's a big one as well.
Just molted as well. I've got the molt in there, so I'm going to get that out. Hopefully, be able to sex it. Might be able to venture sex.
Oh, hello, you. You come out and have hello. You can say hello to everyone. Hello. Nosy bugger.
And what I'll do, you see, is if Steve that runs that Facebook group that's doing the UK stuff, if this turns out to be male, I'll just give it to him.
Well, again, there's a lot of other things that I'll do. If my flat rock is gravid, 100%
it's
guys
more
will let
important
Scott
to
know
get.
and obviously advertise on my platforms. So if you guys do want to be a part of that, you know, and have interest, it's no problem. I'm not a selfish guy. One scorpion's enough for me. If I can get you guys what you've been searching for in your hobby faster, absolutely we'll do it. No problem at all.
Exotics realm. Yeah, it's more important for me that Steve gets off the ground and this dream of his gets going, because I can get another one of these. Do you know what I mean? But majority of the Barrillistus guttatatus are wild caught. Get a £30 one this time, bigger one. Oh, I'm so jealous.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish up on something cute so people don't go to bed with nightmares. This is something that you don't see much of, guys. My followers will, because again,
Kusha, which is just incredibly fast, just sitting up there. Love the true spiders.
This is Dobby. This is my June gecko.
Phil's another scorpion guy, actually.
Phil's lovely. Phil's a real nice guy. So I don't know what you guys think of this gecko. This is fully grown. This is a June gecko. We don't see many of these. However, if anyone was interested in adding these to their collection, I have got 30 of these ordered, captive bred. Again, it's just using the contacts that I've got to get these because there isn't many about. Especially captive bred ones. You can pick these up wild caught for around about £30-40, but really we need to stop taking animals out of the wild where possible. We just need to be a bit more patient, a bit more educated.
We're always going to need to take the odd one or two for DNA because obviously we need that fresh DNA coming into the hobby. But yeah,
I think ideally there's a way of doing it, and that's obviously licensed breeders should have the opportunity and access to the wild caught, rather than members of the public. And that way, then as well, parasite control, for quality of genetics, all of these other factors. I think that's an important thing that we could bring into the hobby. However, again, like anything, there's always going to be someone out there behind the back door ready to just do the illegal side of things.
Anything though, any hobby, it's always going to be the same. Anything that you want in life, you can either go down the correct path or you can go around the back door.
I've got lots and lots of other different kind of geckos, guys. I didn't know a lot of your followers like lizards and stuff. I've stayed away from the lizards tonight.
Oh yeah, they love the lizards, the snakes. It's what you're doing more than myself because I haven't got as many reptiles. And what Phil's doing is bringing the invert hobby and the reptile hobby together because it's exactly the same.
Listen, I've got, as you know, quite a diverse collection of everything, as you guys have seen tonight. And this is, unfortunately, guys, for you, it's a very small snippet. Of course, in a couple of hours on Scott's Live, we do have limited time. Plus, of course, I'm not the best timekeeper. I don't know if some of you guys have noticed. I know I hide it really well, and you're going to think, "Oh, you're never late, mate." But some people have noticed that I'm 1 or 2 minutes late sometimes.
Harry, Scott, would you ever do an updated room tour of your collection? Yeah, there's the room tour. I'm on episode 13 or 14, so that's just ongoing. Because even if I've showed the invert, you know, do you want to
see a tortoise asleep?
It's all on there. It's all in the playlists. When are you getting those geckos in? Are they hard to keep? What's the setup?
They're very, very simple geckos, mate. So that's in a 30-30. They are actually a communal species. That's all they need. Very, very simple. No UV, obviously a heat source. They could be on a mat because look at this tortoise. It's asleep. How cute is this? I'm trying to show you guys up close.
Let me know when you get a load of those in as well, then, Jamie.
Yeah, of course, mate. And again, you can have them at the price that I get them for. So this is what a sleeping tortoise looks like, guys. You know, it's all puffed out under the heat. It's getting a bit of residual heat there, as you can see. I just woke her up. Hello, you. What I'm actually trying to find, so this is my nice big bit of cork bark going from my monitor. However, I do have some animals underneath here floating around.
just got to be very careful I don't squash them because they are absolutely tiny.
I do really apologise as well. Like I said, I've still got COVID, so hence I've been snivelling and coughing at you all night. I do apologise for that.
Your apology isn't accepted, mate. My end, I'm afraid.
I'm coming into day 7 tomorrow, so hopefully tomorrow or Thursday I'll be testing negative.
I can see one. I got to be, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna have to put the camera down just for a second, because if I drop this on it, I'm gonna potentially kill it. So I don't.
Yeah, we get just as Jamie's doing that. Jamie's he's building another reptile room at the moment, so he's got some exciting plans coming. At Scott's Inverts, I'm looking to rent a room in Coventry somewhere. I do need the channel to grow a bit bigger, to be completely honest, because I do need more of an income to be able to fund that. The one I've looked at recently was £350 a month, which was just about 250 quid more than what I expected. Because where
rent and everything's gone up everywhere, mate. And that's one of the reasons why I don't have a unit and I do it in my home. Purely for 2 reasons. One, of course, at home we get a VAT discount on the electricity.
Thank you, Beast.
If you have a unit, you're going to pay business rates. So, guys, I've actually got 2 collared lizards in here. But I think they're not playing ball today. They are a diurnal species, so it's very, very natural for them to be going to bed now.
Amy.
I don't think I'm going to get to show you these tonight, guys. They are on my channel on TikTok. They are fantastic. They are collared lizards, eastern collared lizards, in case anybody wasn't sure what they are. I just have to be, with certain animals that I keep, particularly these ones, I have to have limited disturbance. They're very new to me. Again, diurnal species. And of course, they are also free running in the room. If I want to build a bonding relationship with these animals, they have to trust me. And if I keep going in there, grabbing them, annoying them, they're not going to trust me and we're going to have a bad relationship. So unfortunately, you're only going to get to see my tortoise in this part today because the other ones are not playing ball. But Sprout is fantastic. She is a sweetheart. Let me double check the comments.
Cloudy Kit and Amy, yes. All the lives are all up on YouTube.
That's not Amy, mate. That's pretend Amy. It's actually a
pretend Amy. Daughter. Okay, Amy's daughter. What happens is it takes a couple of hours to process, but this time tomorrow, this live should be available to watch.
So yeah, guys. Again, sadly, I've not shown a huge amount tonight. I do have a large collection. I mean, it was fantastic to show you guys some of the stuff I have been able to, but I'm just in, as Scott said, I'm in the middle of changing rooms, so I have some stuff outside the room. My snakes were unfortunately fed yesterday, so I can't get many of them out. But again, I do always try and join Scott when I can. Do all mine from my flat, my parents at my work, loads of animals.
Yep. So Phil, I know him as Phil, so does Jamie. That's Incredible Inverts and other animals. He actually lives and works in a zoo, and his parents also own what you describe as another home zoo, to be completely honest.
Yeah, they got monitor as well, his parents, and again, he speaks openly about that.
His parents are unbelievably nice parents. Well, people, sorry. Again, Phil, if you want to drop the name of your parents' stand, so if anybody goes to an invert show or if you go to an IHS reptile show, look out for the stand, go say hello to Phil, go see what stuff they've got up for sale as well. His mum is literally the queen. She's awesome.
So this is my jumping spider, guys, my regal jumping spider. You can see just how tiny it is. I am going to build a nicer enclosure. I got some inspiration from some other TikTokers and creators. They create some quite nice small homes for these little spoods here. And that's what I want to do for this guy. Again, you know, they're not everyone's cup of tea, jumping spiders. For me, I had one before. I enjoyed it, but my room was too hot. So I went for a different species this time, explained that my room is 28 degrees. And yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, that works out for us. The other thing as well I have got, guys, that I can show you quickly.
Harry, this is my kitchen. Lovable spoods. I would love to go to an invert show, but anxiety eats me. Lovable spoods. If you say I'm going to this invert show, majority of us here will probably be there, and we'll be able to give you a warm welcome, and we'll spend as much time as needed with you to make sure those anxieties don't flare up. There's a lot of us that have also suffered with mental health. That weren't my chair, that was Jamie.
That wasn't even me, mate. That did come from my camera, but that wasn't even me. You can work it out for yourself.
A lot of us in the hobby also suffer with mental health and all the rest of it, or have battled it. I've battled addiction and homelessness and all sorts of crap. But with anxieties, I found if you put yourself in an uncomfortable position, one that you can withdraw from quickly, and if you keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, that uncomfortable position then becomes normal. So then you can go a little bit further, and
the one thing that I found,
looking at it slowly but surely.
The one thing that I found from my experience of going to shows is the people that I've met on here, on TikTok and on YouTube, like yourself, have made my experience of going to shows much more pleasant. And everyone that I've met, to be honest with you, pretty much lines up with how they are on social media. Of course, there is the odd exception.
Again, Amy, because the internet just dropped for a second.
No worries, mate. So I was just saying that when we go to shows, people like myself and you know, I get nervous going to shows and stuff, but I've met a lot of people that I've been speaking to for some time on TikTok and other platforms, and to be honest, the majority of the people are exactly the same. And you get there, and after 30 seconds, it pretty much feels just like it does now, guys, where we're just talking to each other as if we know each other for years. And of course, what brings us together is the love for animals and the fact that we're just genuine people that just want to be surrounded by like-minded people.
And if you can't find any of us, Phil's normally at his stand, and he will not turn anybody away.
Except for me, he'd probably turn me away because I've got curly hair.
Oh, I love that, Emma. That is awesome. My mental health really has been bad currently, but watching you two through the computer makes me keep my mind off it all for the time being. I've suffered with all sorts. They give you labels. I think I mean bipolar and all sorts of stuff. I like to say I'm Scott. I've got a few issues. That's it. It took me several years to get off drugs. Then it took me another several years to sort my head out, and then I've now been working for coming up to 4 years.
Does anybody know what these are apart from eggs? Because that's the obvious.
Phil, you're not allowed to answer because he will.
I wonder if he does know. I'm sure he does.
Phil will probably know looking at him. Yeah, Phil. People just come to him to sniff his beard. Phil has got a very famous fruity smelling beard.
That's because he rubs banana in it.
Oh, Emma.
Yeah, guys, you're absolutely right. So these are leopard gecko eggs. Currently, we have 19. We're expecting somebody to drop tonight as well. So that hopefully puts up to 20 to 21. Because leopard geckos have 1 to 2 eggs a time. And they have up to 50 a year per female. So we're doing very, very well when it comes to breeding this year. Leopard geckos are not highly endangered as far as I'm aware in all my research. However, again, like I always say, it's good to keep good genetics within the hobby. And that's one thing that I'm doing with my style of breeding. You get some people that are breeding for morphs and they're breeding for colour and they're breeding for traits and stuff. And that's fantastic. For me, I'm looking to breed colourful geckos and good genetics. And this is what everything that I'm producing this year is going to be. So they become affordable. They become without health issues. They're going to be a healthy lizard that's going to live 15 to 20 years for you guys and anybody else that buys them. And of course, they're going to be good and colourful to look at. Don't you grasp me up, Shells. Don't you dare. So yeah, I've got, as you can see, guys, they're all there. More eggs there, eggs there, eggs there. And I go for open incubation. And the reason why I'm able to do open incubation, what that means is basically they're just sealed on these boxes and left on the rack system. And that's because my rack system is very, very good at maintaining this current constant temperature. And my room does also sit at 28 degrees. Even if my mat's buggered up, the room is still at an ambient 28 degrees. And of course, in the wild, when they're doing eggs, they do go by ambient temperature. They don't all hit the sit on a heat mat, and there is a slight fluctuation. It doesn't need to be a perfect sort of 28, 29, 30, whatever your temperature is for whatever you're incubating. Yeah,
oh, no way, Emma.
Oh, fantastic, Exotics Realm. So I'm going to miss the hognose season this year. However, behind me, I do have a pregnant boa constrictor, which are not they're not impossible. You don't need huge amounts of skills, but I mean, when I say they're not easy, it's not as easy as some other snakes where you literally pair them together and they do the business. Boas do require a little bit of work and effort. I'm sure you're probably aware, breeding your snake. But you can see her there, just hanging off the back there. She's got that scale stretch because she's pregnant. So boa constrictors are on the menu this year for me. Bearded dragons, leopard geckos. I'm not going to be doing any frogs this year. We have some tarantulas and some ball pythons. That's where I'm heading this year.
I've just dropped the link to the Scots Inverts Army Facebook group. If anybody with a bit of anxiety or anything like that wants a little friendly Facebook group, come join that one. You're more than welcome to use common names as well as Latin names, whatever you want to do.
Just be yourself, guys. We all start at one place.
The thing is, if you experience anything negative on there, let me know straight away. You'll see me up there as one of the admin, and I will remove whoever's annoying you pretty much. Don't accept bullying or anything like that. Phil's in there as well. Michael's in there. Stefan's in there. There's quite a few of us that are. There's a WhatsApp group that's set up to run alongside it as well. That's pretty cool. Aroma Beast, I am naturally annoying. No, you're not. You're more than welcome here, Beastie.
Somebody asked a question I was going to answer. So I believe they asked, do you heat that room at different temperature for your house? Absolutely, Emma, I do, yeah. So this room is insulated.
No worries, Anton.
Completely insulated. That's throughout the roof. This is only a year old, this room. So all of this is insulated. You can see the thickness there, all solid insulation. The walls underneath the floor. I can't even show you, but basically this is like a chipboard floor. It's quite thick and they slot together. It's all DWA certified, so it's a snake-proof room. A fire door on there, as you can see, that's also sealed. So if I do have anything escape, it does stay in the room. But also that does mean when I am in here, if I don't do stuff like crack this window, wow, it is ridiculously hot in here. Yeah, this is Sprout. She gets to pretty much run the reptile room, walk around, do her thing, try and bite me normally. You going to come bite me? Of course you are. And to be honest with you, again, from my experience, it's normally the males that are territorial. I may be wrong. I'm not a tortoise expert to that degree. Get off of that stupid fly. But I have had males and I have had females. My male was much worse. This family just likes to bite skin. Of course, they're not really known for eating protein as such, although recent studies did have suggested that tortoises will eat protein if given the opportunity. And I have also myself witnessed this tortoise eating locusts and crickets whilst they're alive on the salad, deliberately leaves it there and goes up and eats the cricket. I haven't stopped it because, again, it's something that it's picked out itself. It's hunted it, it's obtained it itself. Yeah, the bites do get you quite good, but I still stand. The worst bite I've ever had is a parrot bite. I've been bitten by 6-foot boa constrictors, curly-haired tarantula, stung by scorpions, bitten by this.
Cool. Don't worry. Sorry, Jamie, I interrupted you there. Sorry.
No, you're all right, mate. Listen,
he was in mid-stroke then, wasn't he? He was getting the job done, and then Scotty goes in and reads it.
You're okay, mate. It's fine. Again, I know this is a female, guys, for one obvious reason on this species, and that's because that tail there is absolutely diddy, really, really short. On this species here, the male's tail is significantly longer by about another 10 millimeters. It's basically touching the floor on this species, and this is a Mediterranean spurfire tortoise who's rolling around like she owns the gaff because she does. Also, as well, I don't know if anyone that knows her tortoises on camera, it looks like she's quite pyramidy.
Jim's got a few massive turtle setups, hasn't reptile
Are they full
jungle.
classes or? So this girl's going to have her own area in the next reptile room.
Where's he gone again? Yeah, Jim's got some amazing setups going on. He come on a live a little while ago. Phil says they will take animal protein when given the opportunity, just not good in captivity for a lot of species.
Sorry, I don't know what I've done there. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, Phil. My understanding, with the exception of the redfoot tortoise, and I believe it's also the Russian. I may be wrong, but that was my understanding. Seen footage of a leopard tortoise eating a meerkat. Wow. What I saw, I believe, was a young Aldabra squashing a bird. This bird was sitting on the log, and it went over above it, dropped itself down onto the log, squashed the bird, and then ate it afterwards. And I think that was quite recent as well. That was found. Some of you guys might be familiar with that as well. Snake bite. Listen, the snake bites are really not that bad. For me, the worst bite I've ever had is categorically from my parrot. Yeah, I highly recommend tortoises. So, guys, I do have a lot of other animals as well outside the room. This is just my reptile room. I have things like parrots, hedgehogs, mice, rabbits, guinea pigs, budgies. What else have I got outside the room? Some more fish, a horse, a dog, chickens. Other strange animals. Tortoises are fantastic. Again, they're very. I want to say low maintenance. They do need some level of care, of course. However, compared to other reptiles, they are quite easy maintenance, providing that you get quite a good setup. I personally, again, this is my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. Redfoots, yeah. So I thought that was the redfoots. I wasn't 100% sure on the yellows. For me, I find, again, you don't have to agree. I find that tortoises work better in a vivarium or an enclosed enclosure, so it's like a large shed or something. I find it easier to maintain temperatures. Tortoise tables, although they look fantastic, gaining that temperature gradient and the correct temperatures, I think it's pretty impossible with that open top. Again, people might not agree with me, and that's fine. Some of the stuff that I talk about on here is just my own personal experiences since I've owned the animals.
I've never been bitten by anything, Harry, no. It's stung by a lot.
Oh, I bet that sucks, mate. I know their teeth are absolutely massive.
Lovable boots, where we are.
Let me change my camera over so you guys don't have to look at my hair dry burnt floor.
Boom. This is one of my favourites, if I can find it, which is in fully bioactive, and it sits.
What the hell is that? Beard my arse.
Right at the back.
Oh, little geckos.
So that's the tokay gecko.
Get it out and let it bite you.
No.
It's one little latch. Oh, yeah, I look proper Russian, don't
No,
I?
because it
No,
pisses them off.
Russian. Don't I literally look like I would invade Ukraine and not do very well? Oh, I look terrible. Oh, no. I've really broke this, mate. Really broke it.
Probably whack out some shorts for YouTube. I think I've put a short about this on YouTube, and I'll do some for TikTok as well. But
yeah, that was what I thought, Jim, as well, mate. A nice sort of ambient temperature enclosure. Oh, honestly, guys, I'm not going to win any modelling competitions. But listen, I'm going to be straight with you. I need to make sure that that's hanging out because I don't want to get Scott reported. And I'm really not a model. I'm laying on the floor. Look, living the good life. Laying in my reptile room, chilling out with some really good people. I spilled some water earlier, so I'm not even going to get back up because it's going to look like I peed myself.
He probably has peed himself.
Honestly, look how bad my skin is. I look like I do crack every day. What the hell has happened to my skin? I'm letting myself down. I mean, I knew I was ugly, but this is next level.
Hey, Animal Antics is back. Not got that bad a skin.
Thanks, guys. Yeah. Oh, listen up. I know I'm not going to win any beauty competitions, but I am real. What you see is what you get, unfortunately, of me.
To be honest, the amount of drugs I've done in the past, I'm surprised I don't look like I'm about 150.
You do, mate. You really do. Everyone's just trying to make you feel nice. I'm going to tell you straight. You've not aged well. Like a bad wine.
I'm all right, Animal Antiques. The 60 years of age catching up with you, Jamie, says Emma.
Well, look, I literally go from like Simpsons to someone that's not eaten red meat before in their life. So, oh, listen, I've got this thing here. I keep forgetting I've bought it, or Danielle bought it. I better get correct.
Did you say you don't eat red meat?
Oh, what a day.
Jamie, did you say you don't eat red meat?
Ah.
Phil.
Well, it's my professional thing as a TikToker, as somebody that is chronically obese. I'm going to join Weight Watchers just to watch my weight as I keep putting it on.
I'm not. I'm fat and I quite like it. I eat more. Emerotic beast. Has anybody ever told you look like Jerome? Yes, from a very young age, mate. From a very young age.
You look 200.
Now, generally on TikTok, started off by this Brillo pad. I'm the Conor McGregor from Wish.
Conor McGregor, mate. You literally like Conor McGregor after he's been beaten up. Oh, what cup is that? Is that a Scott Silver's cup?
He wishes.
No, it's dead set.
I've got some cups out, mate. I'll have to send you one.
Remains to be seen. Sorry. Where they're
that's the thing, Kel. That's what I've been saying now.
Beast says he's a foodie. Scott, when's your next Botox appointment? The same day as yours.
Honestly, I've realised I'm 31.
See, when I was 31, I was steadied up then. I was massive.
I've got no way. Curly hair. I'm obsessed with animals. I look like I've had a stroke.
I don't.
That's better.
Yeah, but you don't say no to a dinner, do you?
Well, it depends. If it's vegan, then they can fuck off. But if it's a nice steak dinner, then yeah, of course I'm having it.
Exactly.
If someone come up to me and say, "Listen, we've got a nice pine nut, nice pine nut roast for you with some nice vegan chips and no gravy because we've got no vegan gravy," I'll tell them.
I've had nut roast. Some of them are really nice. I won't.
No,
I will eat anything. Anything.
I'm not talking about that kind of nut roast, mate. I'm talking about actual food nut roast.
I know exactly what you mean.
Start mentioning roast. Scott's like spit roast, nut roast.
Yeah, but fat metalhead says Phil. So yeah, see, Phil's another fat bloke. He don't get shit either.
Do a backflip if I'm not a pussy. There you go.
Why should people feel the need to kind of go into that skinny thing bullshit where it is? I don't know. It's forced on people from magazines and stuff like that, isn't it?
For me, mate, all it is obviously my reptile room's on the top floor.
Gordon, the Warwickshire show. You mean the British Tarantula Society at Leamington Spa? Oh yeah, biggest show of the year.
Until YouTube on Scott's Inverts.
We need Jamie to be going as well.
Where am I going?
The British Tarantula Society show.
Nobody will know me there. I'm just a reptile guy with 2 reptiles.
Doesn't matter.
Let's sit proper. Let's sit like we're supposed to be like gentlemen, like we're around. Oh, how's my back? Oh, that's a fucking well good idea. More tea, Vicar.
Everyone can do better than that, Jamie.
Yeah, did Jamie just dab? Yeah, man, I'm still stuck in 2007. Sorry about that. About the dad bod. I've got 2 dad bods, so I've got twice the chance. One's on this half and one's on this half.
Loving the pinkies.
I think we've got to finish it. How you doing, Toby? We're really good, thanks, mate. I showed a little bit of my room tonight.
Hey, Toby.
Nothing too much.
Toby is one of the younger generations on YouTube. He's got something. What have you got now? 90,000 subscribers or something stupid.
Is that all 90,000?
all off one short video as well. It did amazing.
Well, congratulations to him.
Toby's knowledge is, give him a couple more years, he'll be another Phil. His knowledge is incredible. So please make sure you give him a subscription as well, because that new generation, they are the future of the hobby. When we're dead and buried, they'll be the ones that are carrying on into their future, you know.
How you doing, Reese? Yeah, no, it's gone really well, mate. Really, really well. Enjoyed ourselves. Again, it just kind of turns like this. We show a few animals. Scott then gets in your brain about how spit roast and nut roast and stuff, and then things go sour. And he starts talking about how, you know, oh, I look like a Viking, you know, a female Viking. I've tried telling him he doesn't. He looks nice, but
I've got the moves. I've got the moves like Jagger.
Look at that. Toby's now got 91,000. Now, I'll have to give you a follow as well, Toby. I don't really know how to use it. I'm not very good at YouTube. I'm more of a TikTok and Instagram person. I'm very new to YouTube.
I think Toby's 15, if I remember right.
I've got, I think, 800 people on YouTube, but I haven't got a single video at the minute because a lot of the stuff I've been doing on YouTube is trying to build up my watch hours, because to get anywhere on YouTube, you've got to have watch hours. So I kind of pretty much just been doing lives. At
the start of this, we mentioned autism and how I like to promote it and all the rest of it, and we've gone into mental health. Toby's 15, and I know I'm allowed to talk to this because he's about it, because he's said before, but he's got mental health as well as being autistic, and still has an absolute amazing YouTube channel kicking off as well. See, Autism Gang. That's how it should be. That's how it should be.
He was 800 the other day.
He's only 15, but trust me, he's taught me a few things. Not just about about life as well as.
Yeah, but do you know what, mate? I can relate to what you're saying there, because young Chaz, in Sex with Chaz, I actually really enjoy spending some time with him, and I know that sounds unusual. I'm 31 and he's 16. I don't look at it in anything like that. Age is, when it comes to things like that, that's not important. I see him as a young man that's got a future, wants to do well, and is probably misunderstood by a lot of people because of his autism.
Autism Gang for life, says Chaz.
And I try to support Chaz as best as I can, and I kind of class Chaz as a friend now. He's not just a follower. He's not just someone I met on TikTok. Chaz is a friend, and I speak to him on other platforms as well now.
Chaz is here for the clout.
Chaz is the clout, mate. Without Chaz, there would be no clout. Chaz just wants to be in a gang. That's why he's Autism Gang for life. He said to me earlier, he said, when I get a gang, I'm going to join it.
Anton is a green tree python breeder.
I remember, yes, I remember.
If he has, when he's got some next, if you want some, get in touch with him, probably via me, because he is a bit private person as well as. But expect to be questioned about your setup and everything. He likes to make sure everything's perfect before the snake goes. He's not just about the money. And he gives you out all the information that you need in a leaflet that he's done. And he probably will message you a couple of times throughout the year to see how the snake's getting on as well.
No, but tell you what, mate, that's what makes a passionate breeder. And that literally what I was saying earlier, between people that want really good for the hobby and for you as somebody that's taking the animal, as opposed to someone that's just worried about that. Here, take my 200 quid, here's a shit snake, whatever you do with it, it's yours.
Hey,
rubbish attitude.
Now, Moon's in the chat, right? It took him a long time to sort of do a live or anything, but he does lives from over America, and he's an older guy, and he's live in his car, and he just chat about a couple of things that's happened to him like years and years ago.
Life experience.
He's just one of those guys where you start watching, you don't end up typing anything because you're just listening to what he's saying. He's awesome. And it's just, things that happened years ago, but over in America as well. So you probably have never heard about it before. It's just chilling. It's really relaxing. Something different, completely different.
No, do you know what? It's good to hear, mate. Good to hear. And this is what for me makes social media, and not just what I'm on, other platforms that I'm not on. The good parts about it's not spoken about very much.
As soon as Toby's just put, I haven't given you your daily joke today, right? So as soon as he found out I've got COVID, he said, I'm going to make you smile every day. He says, I'm going to give you a joke a day until your COVID's gone. And that's what he's been doing. And there is another beautiful guy from the States who's just come into the chat as well, which is Derek, who's Reptile Innovations. I've got so much respect for Derek, it's unreal.
Guys, it's lovely to meet you. I'm Jamie from the Home Zoo. I'm primarily based on TikTok, but I am coming over to YouTube with the help of Scott. Scott's teaching me, to be honest with you, and I'm kind of trading off. I'm helping him with TikTok. I kind of am fairly good at TikTok. He's fairly good at YouTube, and we're just kind of merging our knowledge and our communities together, which hopefully you guys are enjoying as well. Because although I keep tarantulas and inverts, I am also covered with many other animals, again from parrots to snakes to dogs, horses, reptiles, hedgehogs, you name it, I've probably got it. And if I haven't got it, Scott's got it. So we kind of have that community between us now. And also meeting you guys as well is fantastic.
Reptile Innovations, he's got a couple of jobs, but one of his jobs is he builds custom enclosures. And these ain't no little things. These are massive and ships them all over America. But it'll take him a couple of weeks to build one type of thing. And they're awesome. They're absolutely awesome. And what he's doing now...
expecting that, Harry. I was expecting that to happen. Sorry.
What he's doing now is kind of, instead of holding that information back, he's putting it all out on YouTube so anybody can build them.
That's really good. It's really helpful because at the end of the day, so another thing that I've been trying to do recently, and I know I'm not the only creator for this, so I'm not going to take credit for it, because everybody's heart is in the right place at this time of year. You know, everything is expensive for everyone. We're all trying to save a buck, but at the same time, we're still trying to have all the nice qualities we deserve. Everybody works hard, and I don't mean physically going to work. Of course, there's people that can't work, don't work for whatever reason. That's none of my business or anyone else's. But we still work hard in many different ways, whether it's looking after your child. Sorry, go on, Scott.
I said life's hard.
Exactly.
For a lot of us,
people doing at work these days are 9 to 5, and that's not work, because 9 to 5 doesn't exist anymore. Because I guarantee everyone here comes home and they don't put their feet up and watch TV. Them days are gone. We come home and we do something else, care for your animals, cook your dinner, look after your children, your partners, yourself. You come on social media because obviously you want to entertain and you want to share your good times, your bad times. Life is very different than what it used to be. And me as a creator, I'm trying to help make your life easier because I'm in a position of trust with a lot of people. I've earned that, of course. I've given a lot of money and time and effort around, and that's something that I've done, not to get anything back, but the fact they're giving back means people like myself and Scott and many other people can pass it back to you guys with discount codes. Again, even the other day, Scott's helped me out many times, and I helped you out back with a discount code, introduce you to someone. It's all money. Scott saved £15, all right? And it's not a huge amount.
You have to tell Brad.
But it's £15, and it's better off in his pocket than it's someone else's.
You'll have to send my apologies to Brad because I just wandered off, but that was because there was a guy who overheard the conversation about us doing TikTok and YouTubers, and he stood next to me going, I fucking hate TikTokers, they're all dickheads, and these fucking YouTubers. And he was old, and he'll come up to here, and I thought, I'm not going to get into that argument or confrontation, I'm just going to wander off, and I did. So you have to tell Brad all that.
They don't understand the platform or what brings people together like this evening, where everyone's like-minded and we're sharing a wealth of knowledge. And I'm learning from you guys as well. I'm not sitting behind the camera. I'm showing you my collection. But you guys are teaching me things already from the chat, and it's bloody amazing. I'm really, really grateful for it.
I think this goes for every YouTuber and TikTok. Is the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes to get some of the videos done and out on time, and some of the TikTok and some of the videos, the macro videoing and stuff like that takes a long, long time. It's really, really, really hard going sometimes. You've got to remember, we've got to take, I don't know how much time you have to take out, Jamie, but some of the clips for TikTok that I've done where it's close-up stuff has took like 4 hours.
I spend on average to create. See, this is a difficult subject because obviously, as I don't like to use the term influencer, I prefer to use the term creator. But obviously on TikTok, that's the term influencer, right? People have that expectation, and rightfully so, if they're giving me their time and they're following me in the effort, that I'm going to just jump on camera when they say. And in an ideal world, yes, I'd love to do that, but I don't live in an ideal world. I'm not in America living in Las Vegas, with £20 million in the bank where I don't have to work and I can give you all the time in the day. I have 4 young children, 3 of them are disabled. I have 180 animals. I have a partner that needs me. I need time for myself. Whilst then also making time for TikTok, coming as a guest on Scott's YouTube, running my own YouTube, my Instagram, my Snapchat, all the other platforms. We really don't get much time to sit down anymore. And I think it's very easy to forget that behind the camera of people like myself, Scott, and many other creators as well, because I'm sure many of you guys have got YouTubes and TikToks, you'll understand it does take time. And what people don't see is when you have 25,000, 30,000 followers, the messages I get every day, I get lots of messages, and I'm grateful for that because, of course, I'm trusted in the community to receive them. But it also does take an awful long amount of time out of my day. Alongside them, I have animals. Some live sessions, I can be live 8-9 hours a day on a first day, for example, and that's across 2 platforms. That's TikTok and YouTube. I've essentially done a full day's work on social media, and okay, I haven't got paid for it. I don't do it for the money, but you'll understand with a full day's work and that amount of effort, that is very tiring, and not just for that day. It's the run up to it because we plan the live, and afterwards to come down from it. There's questions, there's cleanups, and the next day my animals still need water. They still need cleaning out. They still need checking if they ate their mouse or rat when I fed them. They still need new. You guys know the stuff. I don't usually just suck eggs. You guys all own animals or are very aware of animals. You're not silly people, but there are unfortunately people that don't keep the animals or are new to the hobby that don't understand that it's very, very busy being a creator, a parent, an adult. You guys know as an adult, you're just a busy person when you as soon as you get over 13 these days, that's it, mate. Life's over.
I do 40 hours a week with work. Then I go on call once a week, every 5 weeks. And then on top of that, in 3 weeks, I did 80 hours overtime. On top of that, on a Tuesday, I do the live, make, record, produce, edit, all the rest of it, 2 videos as well as a week, plus TikTok, although I don't go live on TikTok currently. And then I get a lot of people inboxing me going, look, I had this mental health problem, how did you get past it? Especially people that are on drugs, that are currently in active addiction or have just come out of it as well. And then on top of that, I get a lot of guys my age that are kind of just settling down. They've lived similar life to me, so they've done a lot of nasty stuff and they've got a bit of stuff on their conscience, and they want to know, how you can flip that around. So I spend a lot of time on the internet chatting to people like that. Then I've got the family with 3 kids. One's autistic, who demands a lot of time. What's your day job, Scott? That's punishing hours. Emma, I work in hydraulics, so I'm a mobile engineer, which means I get covered in shit every day. But I've got a van, so I go out to site where there's a forklift truck or a tractor or machinery, and if one of the hydraulic hoses is gone or valve block's knackered, I'll go in, make a new one, change it, fix it, whatever it is. Just recently, the reason why we've got so many hours is because we do a lot of work at a railway company, and this railway company, they grind the tracks down, they replace the tracks, and there's a lot of trains that are all over Europe and the UK, Scotland and Wales that are all associated to this company, and they have to be done on time every single time. And it's my company's biggest contract that they've got. They've currently had one lad in there, he's been in there 7 years, and they've just up work completely crazy. And basically the manager sent me because he knows I'm the only other guy that can do it. Day in, day out. So majority of the times I'm crawling through tiny little crawl spaces with 2-inch hoses, which is multi-spiral hoses, which I can't describe how difficult these are to bend around these places that they go round. Or when you've got 10 of them and you're trying to hold them all together to get them in a clamp, it's so hard. The only thing that I have got on my side is I can stay up till 2-3 in the morning, get up at 7 for work in the morning and be completely fine. That happens the majority of the nights, especially if I'm filming and editing.
Is this okay on here, Scott, is it? I don't want you to...
I've been doing it all night. Once all the kids...
Mine's not liquid, mate.
No, it's a vape though, isn't it?
Mine's prescription.
prescription vape. But that's all you can say because of the monetization side of it. But it can get hectic. But like I said, once I have to wait for Leo to be in bed, who's our autistic 3-year-old, before I can do anything, because the whole house literally runs around him. Because any changes or anything like that can real badly upset him. So it's just as and when. But if I didn't do it, then I couldn't be in a family position. Do you know what I mean? So all what I do kind of keeps me on track for normal life, if you like. It's the only way I can do normal life.
The thing is, one thing this live has taught me immediately, Scott, is what you're saying and what your friends and followers are saying, and my friends and followers as well. You know, listen, we're a community, guys. I see you all as one. There's a lot of us in the same boat, and I probably didn't realise until as much now. You know, I never felt hard done by. It's my job. I'm a parent. I love animals. It's my hobby. But it's really nice to see that there's other people on here that fully understand, because their hands on the same, of how I feel sometimes. You know, it's mentally and physically draining, and you still come on social media and you put on a smiley face, and you know, I'm been happy. I am happy. Listen, today I'm fantastic, but there is other times when I've been a little bit fake, not as a person. I just want you guys to know that I'm having a shit day. You know, I want to come on and you guys, you know, you guys enjoy my show. If I come on in a shit mood, and you know, I'm kind of, this is a fucking spider, this is shit, you guys are gonna go, what the fuck is this on about? I'm gonna put you in a shit mood and ruin your day because I've had a bad day, and I can't do that.
If I'm having a bad day, this excites me. It fucks it all off, and I'm happy again.
It does to a degree of me, but the problem is in me is if I come on with TikTok, is very busy. It's not as relaxed as YouTube. Sometimes on TikTok, I'll have 3,000-4,000 people come in my live at once, and of course you get trolls in there as well. They know everything and nothing, and when you're having a shit day, you really just can't be dealing with them idiots, really.
Get one of those.
What does keep me going is the fact that you guys here, genuine people, Scott, yourselves, you know, Reptile Innovations. I see Lovable Spoods there, giving positive vibes, guys. I'm really grateful because, you know, you are the community, and you guys here are the very people that make what I do as a creator
makes it worthwhile, yeah.
For financial gain. People do things for a different reason, and I understand that. You know, some people want to turn this into a career and stuff, and that's fine. I have nothing against that, but I don't want to be Logan Paul or Jake Paul. It's
a dream of mine. Is YouTube as a career would be, but it is a dream. It's not going to happen.
But listen, you're putting the effort in. We have a slightly different goal with the end product, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know. However, getting to that end goal, the inside and the build up to it is exactly the same, and that is to be honest, to create quality content and be self. If people like that, you're going to get to where you want, and that's what I am. That's what you are, and many other people. The problem with social media, it's very easy as well to put on a face. I know a couple of people that are very, very big on TikTok app, and it's a character, absolute character. Fortunately, it's not really in the animal world. We're not really burdened with that very often. We're quite lucky that in the animal community.
Reptile Innovation says 5 kids, full-time job, company owner. So Reptile Innovation builds enclosures, and they're not your normal enclosures. These are awesome, right? Social media as much as he can. Wish he had the energy and time to do more. I know Reptile Innovations personally. He's a very, very close friend of mine. His name's Derek. He's awesome. What he's put there is probably 50% of his life. That guy is so busy, it's unbelievable. And
the thing is, he'll probably understand
what he's done in that. When you get talking to him, he is very inspirational guy.
And the thing is, what you'll see there as well, and what you'll take away from my perspective when I look at that statement, is it's not about him. It's everyone else. He's a company owner. That company is for everyone else. Okay, he's earning money from it. But everyone else is also gaining. Full-time job, social media, everyone else. Okay, it might make him look good. However, it's everyone else that he's doing it for. He's not doing it for himself. He knows what he can and can't do. Plus, he's a dad. You know, it is literally a full-time job on social media. You know, I'm not saying that we didn't ask to be here. Of course we did. But it is still very, very fucking difficult. And it does take up a lot of your day.
We all put ourselves in this position, don't we?
We do.
And I'm very lucky, you know. Occasionally, I've had to take a break. I suffer from mental health. I had a big breakdown in 2018. I tried to kill myself. Luckily, I'm fucking terrible at it. You know, how lucky is that? It's one of the only things that I'm grateful that in life I've been very bad at. And also, again, I've had external support through friends, Danielle, my children, other immediate family on Danielle's side. My family weren't so great, but that's fine. You know, I'm not here for sympathy. We all have things come up that really we didn't ask for, but we deal with it. And I'm finding one thing with TikTok and YouTube and doing things like this with Scott is you guys are making things easier for me. So although a lot of you turn around and you say to me, I really enjoy your content, Jamie. I'm really grateful that what you do and your education and stuff, you guys do so much for me without even realising. As a person, as a creator, as a father, as a man, as someone with mental health, you know, you guys really do a lot for me. And I should be the one saying thank you to you guys. You know, tonight you guys have really, really helped me without even realising.
I ain't gonna lie. If it weren't for Tuesday Night Live, some Tuesdays I wouldn't be literally like, what the fuck? And tonight I would have been just feeling sorry for myself with this COVID. Lovable Spoods. My job is reaction YouTube due to my anxiety. Wants to breed jumpers and mantis and open an online shop. As soon as you open that online shop, let us know and we'll promote it as much as possible.
Listen, I've got quite a nice platform on TikTok. I'm growing I had an account, guys, with 24,000 followers, subscribers, whatever you call them. I can't remember. And I did get banned. I gave my daughter a kiss goodnight. She's 2 years old. They banned me. So I've just restarted. I think about 2,500 already. I've done a couple of lives on there. I'm expecting to grow again. And I'm very lucky that people have still believed in me. People like Scott, Luke at Life Foods For You. Lots of my regular followers that have been there from when I first joined TikTok have carried on the journey with me. And I'm very, very fortunate and lucky. And I'm highly proud and grateful for all the support that everyone gives me. And that includes people like, just an example, Lovable Spoods, Chaz, Animal Antics. Lots of other people in here that have been positive towards me. And I really, really do appreciate all the support and help. I really do. Scott, what are you smoking? What flavour?
Cranberry.
I'm on 420.
Cranberry.
I've got 420 in here, mate.
Made in Coventry. Yeah, but you can't go any further than that because of the monetisation side of the channel.
That's the reason why I'm very careful how I word it. But guys, I do have, just so you know, I do have a legal UK prescription for this 420. So I just want to be 100% clear that I have no problem with anyone else that does that stuff. I've done it the other way as well, but this is legal.
Jamie, them Turbeetles are awesome. How many do you have? I love Michael.
I have a pair.
You could be having a serious conversation. He'll drop something in, and you just go, and then you boom, you're back up again.
I'll send you some for free just because that lovely compliment. It'll definitely put a smile on my face.
Michael's awesome. His wife can draw, mate. And I mean, she can draw. She does some awesome
Would she
pictures.
fancy doing like one of them Titanic pictures for me? If I'm on a,
she's sought after. So yeah.
I'm thinking like a couple of upside down pineapples. You know what I mean? No, guys, I know I don't have to explain myself, but I do like you guys to feel normal as well.
Also, with some Beatles as well.
I'm not explaining myself to you guys. I want you guys to feel that, you know, you are normal. You are normal for whatever you do. You have a pair of Dung Beetles too. Hey Phil, what's the best way of getting them to breed? On my understanding, and I could be completely bloody wrong, hence why I'm coming to the master, is just keep giving them loads of shit and let them just play around in it. And they lay the eggs and eat it and everything. Help me. Please help. Yeah, I've started doing that as well. And to be honest with you, I completely copied Scott. Can I buy that a pic? I'll donate it, mate. You've been a great support tonight. Donate it for you.
Phil, check your messenger.
Yeah,
Phil will help you a bit, Beatles. There's a lot of nice gems in this chat, I must admit.
No worries, Emma. I'll see you later.
No worries, Emma. Take care of yourself. Go get in the bath and give it some of this.
Yeah, exactly, Chaz, mate. You did meet me through Scott. I'm very grateful for that as well, mate. Scott
and
knows.
if you do it loud enough, it might not do anything for your mental health, but it will wake your next door neighbours up.
It'll make you feel better when they're screaming at you and you scream back at them. I must admit, it's a really good bunch in here tonight. Really, really lucky to have you guys on us tonight.
Phil said basically, good luck. They will bury the dung and possibly lay eggs. It comes close many years ago. Or he came close to it many years ago.
But is it a case of just literally...
Night, Beastie Boy.
Is it a case, Phil, of just keep giving them loads to play in? Because I've got unlimited sauce. That's not a problem. And if I run out, I'll have a go in the jar. It's no problem.
They often love camel dung.
I'm going to start giving my horse a camel diet. Sand and no water.
Phil can't actually spell really, really good, but his phone takes a mickey out of him.
Good night, Anton, mate. Take care.
Oh, night, Anton.
How you doing, Gemma? Yeah, we're just having a
Hey,
bit of
Gemma.
fun, mate.
Don't worry about it, Gemma. Thank you for popping in now, though. Another one of the channel members. That got to me, when people become channel members. The first time that happened, I was just like, I almost had to end the live because I got very emotional.
Camel spiders, the Soul Foligu are fantastic. I've had a pair of them myself. I highly rate them. I actually got one to live for quite a long time, close to 3 years. Yeah,
they're touch and go. They'll either go for a long time, but you've got to do your research on them, or they will die very, very quickly to the point where it's debatable whether they should be in the hobby at the moment because they're very, very fragile on transportation. Some of them come from especially the black ones are stunning, but they're exceptionally fragile. They come from Egypt, so they get sent over, so they're not kept captive bred. As Phil said there, most camel spiders come in half dead because they are so
they're not
so very fragile.
They're not venomous. They have these 4 pincers, and they kind of stab their prey, and they just constantly do this, mush it up and chop it up. I mean, they're ferocious feeders. I kept mine completely different to what the internet said. I'll be completely honest with you. The one that was really successful, I had some calci sand, some koya, and some bark. I kind of had, like a portion plate where you separate it in triangles. I kind of done that in a 20-20-20 enclosure. And I didn't use a basking lamp. I use a 7-watt heat mat I just put over the lid. And that guy lived for nearly 3 years. I done the other one by the book, where you done it all on the sand and the overhead heating and stuff. It lasted about 6 weeks.
Sulfur charge, aren't they? I think the best.
They're not actually a scorpion. They're not actually a spider at all.
They're just arachnid
thing. Yeah.
I think Phil would probably agree. The best thing is just don't bother. Let's not have a market for them, so they don't have to try and get them. And if you want to look at them, go look at a YouTube channel that is going out over into Egypt and filming them in the wild.
Cool, I just literally almost had a fucking heart attack. Do you want to see what someone scared me?
I want a 6-eyed sand spider too. Lovable. Mine died about a month ago in a molt, and I'm still pissed off about it.
The collared lizard just ran at me. That collared lizard just ran at me after I've had a bit of 420 as well and not concentrating. I just shit myself.
The Sicarius.
I might have to go and check myself, guys, because that just scared the life out of me.
Toby, there's been no more research into it. They're not as bad as what you think anymore. I would love a Sicarius again. Like I said, my female doll died in a molt. Probably before Christmas now, and I'm still pissed off.
It makes sense, Phil, to ban the importation of them, mate. Because, like you say, if they're arriving dead before, what's the point? It's unwanted life, isn't it?
Hoping to one day facilitate with the DWA and educate the public on venomous snakes, crocodilians, to use social media as a platform. There's some brilliant DWA trainers in the UK.
I have a DWA license.
Rattlesnake Canyon up in Hull.
I'll tell you one thing as well. With my DWA license, I have terms on it with what I can and can't do on social media with some animals.
Hey, no worries, Chaz. You're a good geezer. They were always going to fuck off. Do you know what I mean? They were just dickheads.
Did you know that, Scott?
What?
With your council, they can set terms on a DWA. So my DWA license I got in December, I'm not allowed to freehand my snakes on camera, on live camera. I can video it, but I'm not allowed to do it live, and that's in terms of my DWA.
That's generally across all councils. Scotland's different. Scotland, you're not allowed to film it and put it anywhere.
Yeah, so if it's in the enclosure, I can film through the enclosure live. I can show you right now live.
Yeah.
However, as a live stream with my DWA animals, I'm not allowed to get them out and freehand them on live. However, I can do a video of it and upload it immediately after I've done it, but I'm not allowed to promote it live.
I've got to wait for a DWA until we move, because once we move, I can then either not hire somewhere and build a shed in the... I say shed, it's going to be a bit fancier than a shed, but it's going to be hand-built. Build something in the garden and then go for DWA.
Well, it's the terms, Harry, the terms of the DWA, and as Scott just said there, it seems to be across the country, mate.
Freehand venomous snakes, Harry, though.
Crocodilians, if you take a crocodilian out of the house on your DWA to a vet, you have
one
to
of my friends come on a live with me, and he got his green mamba, his king cobra, and a taipan. The taipan was probably one of the calmest taipans I've ever seen in my life, but he free-handled the king cobra because he's always done it, and then he free-handled the green mamba. His approach and everything is he's a very calm person, so he makes sure his heart rate's nice and low and all sorts. He goes through a right process. But somebody reported him to the council, so we had to take the footage down off YouTube. We had to take it off his personal Facebook as well. So he's no longer allowed to do it.
That's the thing. That's the restrictions I've got set. A DWA, somebody asked who was DWA, I think it was Emma. It stands for Dangerous Wild Animal License. And what it means is there's a special license on certain animals that are a risk to yourself, but more importantly, risk to members of the public. That's what the council and the organisations and the licensing care about. It sounds horrible. They don't care about you. They care about, can that animal get out? Can it kill your neighbours? Can it kill passers-by? And, you know, how much it's going to cost the taxpayer if that animal got out. You have to have certain protocols. You need 2 lots of insurance. I have public liability insurance, and I also have
Phil will tell you about it.
Insurance, private insurance for the animal, which was also got to cover insurance as well. Wow, your hair looks good, Phil, bro. Someone got a dice.
Phil's always got good hair, mate.
Oh, that's better now. He's looking like fucking Noah, man.
Looks like Lord of the Rings.
He's proper. If he had a cape on, I swear the fuck, he'd be a wizard. Now he needs a Harley Davidson. Oh, it's Jack Black, bro. That's Jack Black.
Good looking Jack Black.
100%. Get the old saxophone thing out.
If only.
Phil the beard of knowledge, says Michael. That's pretty much sums Phil. Lovable Spoo says, "Oh my god, I know you're off TikTok. You should do. His TikTok's getting better and better." Yeah, Phil can put up because he's got access to is phenomenal. Well worth looking at.
Phil, can I ask a quick question? Is the zoo license very similar to the AIC license that Pet Shop would have?
No, very different.
Is that
very different?
Is that just because the League of Animals that they can have and the band of animals?
Yeah, it also it depends on the council. It depends on who inspects you. Even down to the same. So often when license inspections happen, it happens. Everyone knows what happens.
Phil isn't single, ladies. He's not single currently.
I'm not single, no.
If he becomes single, I will put a Facebook post out for you. I will do a community page on YouTube.
Where do I apply, Phil? That's the question. I've never been there, but we'll have a go, mate. I'll sleep on the couch.
Yeah. But, and even within like the same council, the same group of inspectors, they can inspect two different zoos very differently to each other.
So on a case-by-case basis, virtually.
Yeah, and like for us, and it sometimes depends because we always argue that the inspection needs to be stricter.
I agree. Do you know the person who come to my house?
If you've got good standards, they're really strict with you. Once that we go, well, they haven't got good standards, they're less strict with. I thought, well, why are you less strict with them? They've got much less standards than what we do.
You know the licensing from the council is the same guy that does the pub licenses and all that shit as well, isn't it? He's just a licensing officer. I don't know about for zoos, but for DWA, so I got the same person that will license and off license, or a gambling shop will also come and license my house. When you come round, obviously they come and look in the room. They look at access to the room, how to get in and out of the room, and they looked at. You've been in my room, Phil. Anyway, you know my room. He literally came in. He was like, "So where's the venomous animals?" I was like, "You don't get them first. You need the license." He's like, "All right, okay. So what have you got?" And I showed him. So okay, then ticked it off, mate. I swear, not even 2 minutes he was in this room.
Some do the training just isn't there a lot of time for when it comes to private, like AAL, the animal activities license, which my parents have. When they first got that, the licensing officer didn't know anything. She was a kitchen inspector, so she was actually more concerned that they had about 20 species of cockroaches that they were breeding. But why have you got these many cockroaches? What are you doing? Sort of thing, breed them. So, there are pets. So, but with the zoo licensing, you have at least 6 inspectors inspecting you all at the same time.
Well, I also found out as well on the DWA during COVID, they were just auto renewing. I don't know if you knew that.
What's that?
You know, you're supposed to have an inspection on your DWA, and then you have to have a renewal. Well, if it fell during COVID, they were auto renewing the DWA.
Yeah, so somewhere. Same with like AAL somewhere.
That's naughty, isn't it? They might not even have the animal, the experience, or they could have changed house or whatever, and they get that auto renewal for another couple of years.
And so, like that, it very much depends on who's doing the inspection. I mean, when AAL first came in, that was like the talk of everything. And my parents were going to do big animal displays and stuff. They were chatting with all the other guys that do animal displays, could all do them at the same shows and stuff. And the bird of prey people, like, ours came along and went, "Oh, it says birds of prey. Does that mean you've got birds?" And I went, "Well, yeah, like, I'm scared of birds. You're past." And
no, didn't even look what you got nothing.
They're like, "No, you need to come and inspect us. You need to actually make sure that we're doing everything okay." And they're like, "No, I'm scared of birds, so you're past." Like, no. So you need to come and have a look.
Mate, listen, I don't even disbelieve that because I was shocked. And that's when I found out the bloke that come and see me is the same guy that licenses pubs, off licensing.
It's just it's licensing authority, but where for zoos you got your licensing inspector, but then you also got vets involved. There's normally someone that's fairly high up within other zoos as zoo inspectors, and so you have other people like other zoo directors come in.
Obviously, I appreciate and understand that zoos, particularly not just because of the danger, but obviously the importance of breeding and, of course, public welfare as well. Because the
it's mainly about public safety. That's what it's mainly about.
Yeah, the interactions in a zoo is very different from a DWA license or even an AIC license in a pet shop. Because of the type of animals as well. You know, what you're going to get in a pet shop is going to be highly dangerous. Very rare, isn't it? As well as a zoo, every corner you turn, something could potentially take your life.
Yeah, it's a lot about public safety. It's getting more and more, and more increasingly animal welfare, which is good and which we need. So, like,
we spoke about that, didn't you? And you said some of the up and coming things, and I've actually going to adopt some of that.
Yeah, so like even reptiles, it's now illegal for us to keep any reptile without UVB.
Yeah, and that's some of the changes that I'm making as well after we had that discussion.
And we have to measure that at least once a week. We have to take measurements.
Why isn't that not a recommendation, a law for the hobbyist as well?
No, there's no law governing it.
It just seems that should be there for the public as well.
Too many people argue against it.
The big misconception as well with the reptile hobby and zoo hobby is they are worlds apart. The hobbyist standards compared to a zoo standards are literally, you can't even get on camera because the standards are so different.
You can do what you want at home, but as soon as you go to a zoo, it's suddenly.
On my DWA, I can get a crocodilian in a 4 foot by 2 foot fish tank, right? They couldn't get that in the zoo.
No.
That's the difference. So the same animal, I can put in literally a fish tank that you could buy from your local aquatic shop, and it's fully legal. Right? I can do that, and they don't respect it. I just tell them I'm doing that. They couldn't do that in the zoo at all.
My caiman enclosure is probably No, it's bigger than my living room, and I would say it's minimum size.
Yeah, I think
And it's
I read,
probably
wasn't it
good.
supposed to be 8 by 6 meters? I think is the requirements in it. I think
Something like that, yeah.
Total enclosure.
And there's for Cuvia's dwarf cavern, so the smallest crocodilians.
So 8 by 6 meters. Who can have that in their home? And that's the standards for the zoo, right? And they should repeat that standard throughout the hobby to have that high standard, that zoological standard. However, I can put mine in a fish tank and it's perfectly fine. How bad is that? It's terrible.
Right.
Yes, Michael. That's bloody brilliant.
I just said to Michael, send me a picture. I can show.
Did you see Michael? Did you see his comment?
Scott Beard is fake, rusty Brillo pads.
Oh, yeah. Who's the Brillo pad now, bitch? Michael's just saved the day, mate. I've even screenshotted that. There is evidence now. How's the little huntsman and everything getting on, Phil? They okay, or?
Yeah, last time I literally today got back from school, but they were all good when I left. So huntsman's decided to go up.
I lost quite a few, to be honest with you. They dehydrated. Even though
You will.
trying to find a balance, haven't you? A lot of them dehydrated. But that's the reason why, of course, why they produce so many.
Yep.
The spider shop won't take them on because they said they just can't keep them alive.
I've still got some alive, and like I say, Phil's, as far as he knows, is alive.
Yeah, I can grab them.
They're cute. They're cute. They're literally, my ones are about 10 millimeters now.
What Chaz is saying is stuff from TikTok lives. He says he's allowed to bully Jamie. It's all banter. That comes from one of Jamie's TikTok lives. I'm here for the clout that he says is what Jamie says every time he goes on anybody's live.
Scott the sexy beard, lovable spoons. I used to like you. I've been trying my hardest.
One up here.
Oh, brilliant.
Hold on, let me put you on.
Probably won't be able to see it. It's so quick.
Just so you guys know, I bred these. These are captive bred huntsman spiders, and I've got them in the hands of a zookeeper. I feel on top of the bloody world. I literally am so bloody proud right now. My own bred animals in the hands of a fucking very good zookeeper. How amazing is that?
One saw there. Don't pay attention to the names I've written on these tubs. They're all tubs, but yeah, there's one just there.
You see how Phil just brushes the compliments off like it's nothing.
Yeah, but honestly,
he don't take him either, mate. He's got to be the most knowledgeable guy I know.
Do you not think that's quite a life goal to have something that you have produced in the hands of a zookeeper? Like, it's like giving the fucking Last Supper to Jesus. Literally, you just.
He is Jesus. Look at the haircut.
I successfully bred huntsman spiders, and a zookeeper's got them. Bloody hell, bruv!
I have bred my own feeders in the past, lovable. I have got a red runner colony. I've had hissers, doobies, and all sorts. But to be fair, Live Foods for You with the discounts is that cheap. I just use them. It's more room on my racking for spiders and stuff, you know.
I stopped breeding Dubais ever since I've been going to Luke. I buy 100 at a time, pour them in the bucket.
It's just so many in each tub. It's just like I can't produce that many that I need now.
You're seeing more Hagrid than Jesus. Phil, what's she saying about you, mate?
Phil, do you breed your own feeders, Phil?
Not really. With the red-headed cockroaches, I occasionally use those if I'm like low on crickets or anything. But mine will come straight from one of the largest wholesalers because that's where my parents get them from. So most of my feeders are free anyway.
That Peregrine?
No, other one, Monkfield.
You're not allowed to mention them unless sue you, mate. You know how they work.
No, you can, as long as you don't mention them in a bad light, which we're not.
Right. No. And actually, the whole was someone who was microwaving their frozen food, which don't put your frozen food in your microwave and then put your own food inside it afterwards.
Is that what the recall was about?
That's what happened.
Oh my god!
So someone was defrosting their frozen rodents in their household microwave, which you shouldn't be doing that anyway in the microwave, and then not cleaning it after, putting their own food in it.
Mate.
See you later, Exotics Realms. Take care, dude. Thank you so much for popping in.
I didn't know that was the reason. Obviously, I knew about the recall and the
Oh,
short.
fresh eggs in the incubator. What eggs he's got? Or she's got?
It's now just a case that it's illegal to get frozen in from Lithuania now.
It's just the stupid leaflets and stuff that they've done me. You know, you've been keeping snakes for a long time. I've survived this long, and then I went to go and buy some rats, and they were like, "You got to take this leaflet. You got to use these tweezers in the freezer."
Yeah, it's good. Well, trying to standards put that in place and stuff. The thing is, no matter who you're getting them from, if you're buying at the end they farmed.
Favorite band, Busted. I'm a '90s child.
David Astor, you won't know what he's going to say.
Have various things in it. You know, probably every single frozen rodent out there has salmonella.
Okay.
Phil,
Listen,
what's your favourite band off the top of your head?
Favorite band?
Yeah,
probably Behemoth.
I think mine's Nirvana. Got to be Nirvana or Marilyn Manson, one of the two.
Mine's Spice Girls. So
I've got to say Nirvana because, yeah.
You want to be my lover? You got to get with my friend.
He's lying. His favourite's a duo. It's the Cheeky Girls.
We are the Cheeky Girls.
Oh my God!
No.
Oh, what's that?
Kessel.
I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Critters dropping the thing. Thank you, Critters, mate.
I missed that. Critters.
Oh, congratulations, Exotics,
Hey,
mate.
Critters. Nice one.
My parents have a working trick. They name Mayhem after the band Mayhem.
Oh, mate, then you got to see Cindy when you come down. She loved you, crawling all over you.
Yep.
See, none of mine are named personally because I'd get far too attached. And if one passed away with having a pet name, that'd be it.
Jamie sounds more like a dying cat when he sings. See the abuse? See the abuse from Chazbay. How out of order is that?
My mum banned me from naming animals because I was naming them after Norwegian bands and stuff. She was like, I can't pronounce any of these names. What are you doing?
I'd probably go with maybe with the demon hierarchy. So Diablo, Mephisto. I'd probably go down those lines. Yeah, that wouldn't go down too well.
I've done stuff like that as well. So I remember one time
Just gonna pop off camera for 2 seconds while I fill this up.
And that was sort of like, oh, we need a pet name. And I was like, oh, it's yours, but what do you want to call it? So I went, Euronymous.
Yes.
Euronymous. Why not?
A lot of people going for a lot of the Harry Potter wizard names and all that stuff at the minute as well, aren't they? That's a big thing.
Nothing up here in my flat is named. There are too many.
Can I name one of the spiders? Can you call it Sharkbait? That's a cool name. And here we have Sharkbait, Little Huntsman Spider.
One of the Huntsmans can be that name. I'll forget which one, so they can both be it.
Yeah, they're both all the same from now on. There's no arguments.
That's it. And Sepultura. Sepultura. I've met Derek Green from Sepultura. He's a really nice guy.
There you go, Potter theme. See, Harry Potter's quite a big thing. To be honest, right, I watched all the Harry Potters and I still don't know what part the Taylor Swift Scorpion was in. Does anybody know?
I've been told many times that there is Taylor Swift Scorpions in there. Whenever I've gone out Taylor Swift Scorpion out, oh my God, that's from Harry Potter.
Everyone says that's one out of Harry Potter, and I agree. I actually don't know where it is.
Do you want to know where it is? Goblet of Fire. Petty Crouch Jr. is pretending to be Mad Eye Moody, teaching the class protection against the dark arts, and he performs the 3 unforgivable curses on one.
I'm still waiting for my Medius to hatch her eggs out.
Well, that fucking shut me up, didn't it?
I love Lord of the Rings, and I love Harry Potter. Petty Crouch Jr.'s fucking.
Look at the comments. Are like,
brilliant.
Scott.
Hey, Happy Ant.
It was all on the tip of their tongue. They were all ready to tell me that, and then you just came straight in with bare facts.
Oh.
Boom.
So you pair know your reptiles. I know my Harry Potter.
The thing is, I've watched them, mate, but I still didn't know where the fuck. And obviously, I know Aragog, the spider under the tree.
And Harry Gog's
makes it
male and has a ton of babies. Work that out.
It's not even a real spider, mate. It's a mystic spider, so anything can happen. It's magic.
Spider. It is a real spider. It comes with Hagrid in his pocket.
Yeah, but he does. He said calls them his children, doesn't he? So he doesn't actually directly say he's had them. He doesn't say, "Oh, Hermione, this is my offspring. I fucking gave birth to them."
But we all know how spiders work. So where's the big female that ate him when they bred?
He ate them. Or have you ever watched Moana? I reckon the uncle could be the
Goodbye, friends of Hagrid.
Yeah, that's it. Goodbye, friends of Hagrid. It's that voice, isn't it? Goodbye, friends of Hagrid. Do you not think, legit, right? I do look a little bit like Ron Weasley.
Yep. Who's the character you most hate in the Harry Potters? Bainbridge.
Do you want me to I don't know the name, but I can describe him. You know that Chinese girl that was the girlfriend for like one fucking minute?
About 10 seconds, yeah.
Her, because I think she's fucking useless. Everyone knows for a fact,
Yes,
right?
Harry.
Harry got the Ron's sister. What fact is that? Harry was the king. He should have been boning Hermione. That's how the story should have gone. Not fucking Ron, mate.
Because
nobody loves gingers. I'm sorry to tell you this, Scott.
Can I have some ginger love? Michael's ginger in the chat as well.
Listen, even in the police lineup, right? Nobody picks gingers, so you are safe. In the police lineup, even if you did it, you will not get picked because they're just embarrassed to pick the gingers.
Gingers eat chili.
Ron, you think Ron is sexy? No.
You see, you've got to understand where the thoughts for that for writing the actual books come from as well, because she'd been deferred from, was it 2-3 universities? So she was always an underdog trying to battle her way up.
Yeah.
So
that put that into the stories as well.
That shows in the film quite a bit, I think.
I suppose it's kind of rewritten the stereotypical, isn't it, of the popular guy with a popular girl. It really did rewrite it when you think of it that way.
Yeah.
Moist. Chaz loves when guys. Can we all for Chaz? Insects Chaz really likes.
Oh, you're gonna start Michael off now with the moist. Michael loves it.
When you put moist in the comments, Chaz loves it. Loves it. So we can all type moist in the comments.
Shelley Shells has been a channel member for 3 months. Thank you, Shelley. That was from first live we did.
Mate, Shells is a good support. She supports me too.
If you're not subscribed to Phil, make sure you do so. He's on 800. We've got to get up to 1,000 and then monetize. Draco,
mate, all these comments are for you, bro, in memory of your moist nature. Hey, Scott, listen, come a bit closer. You're going to love this. You think Phil should eat some cat food? Guys, there's a story behind this you're going to love. It's really random.
Yo, Phil.
4 months.
Scott, I'm going to let you tell the story, mate, because it's brilliant.
I've got a zookeeper that's channel member for 4 months. That's awesome. Cheers, Phil. Thank you, mate. Yes, you can tell the TikTok story of that.
Basically, guys, we were on TikTok last night, me and Scott, having a fuck about. Sometimes, listen, you guys have mental health. You just can't get asleep. You get on TikTok or whatever you're flicking through. and you bump into someone like Scott. And I'm like, shit, Scott, like, listen, we're on this live watching this fucking lunatic. It's the best way I can describe her. She says, if anyone can send me this gift, I will eat some cat food. And she's got this pouch out. I thought, she ain't going to do it. And the gift that she wanted equates to, in value, £1. £1 in value. So somebody gifted her. She cracked open this cat food. Spoon, mate. You know the jelly as well? The jelly in the top of a pouch? And I thought she was done. After I started calling her Felix and other weird names, Whiskers,
Wow, happy.
she said, listen, if you send me this other gift, which works out about £3, I'll put chili sauce in the rest and eat the rest of the cat food in a bowl. Scott, did she or did she not do it?
She did do it, right? And I said to her, I said, your cat's going to be like, where's my breakfast when he gets up in the morning? And then I said, you not got no cat biscuits? And she didn't even ask for gifts or nothing. She just went and got them and started eating them. I was like, you should put them in a bowl with some milk. I was just like, mate. It was like, there was a program, right, in the 90s. Now, the older guys in here are going to know. Remember this
That's
word?
legit, guys, by the way. This legit happened.
Right.
I have videos of this as well.
It literally, she could have gone on telly and edited and done, I'll do anything to go on TV.
She literally basically said that, though, as well, didn't she? She was like, I'll do anything for gifts. Send me a gift, I'll eat anything. That's what she said.
It was just like, what the hell am I watching?
And then she was like, she started going into the bedroom and that. Like, this isn't weird, this bit, by the way. She's weird. She is weird, but this isn't weird. She went in the bed. She was like, I'm going to say goodnight and that. And I said, listen, you're not going to brush your teeth and have some mouthwash. You've just fucking eaten a tin of cat food. She's like, oh, yeah, I'll do it in the morning. I'll do it in the morning.
I mean, we're all weird, but this girl was another level.
This 100% happened, guys. I promise you. I have the recordings of it.
What is the weirdest thing you've eaten then?
Locust, mealworms, and crickets. That's pretty jank.
Cool.
My ex. She was really weird. She wanted to inject my blood.
So,
Still got that.
That's fucking next level shit.
Yeah,
mate.
locust,
I'm gonna
crickets,
start trying that shit
mealworms.
tomorrow.
Mole crickets.
I've eaten
Scorpions.
like weird stuff like crocodile tail, pheasant, pigeon,
I think crocodile. This is not weird.
kangaroo, ostrich.
Kangaroo's not.
Bear. I've done kangaroo like Harry. I've done shark. I've done.
Yeah, zebra's good.
Yeah, I did shark. I found
Um,
shark earthy as fuck in the fillets, and then the fins tasted nothing. Because I had shark fin soup in Spain. I didn't know how to speak Spanish, so it just said like salad, but it's not a salad. It's shark fin scoop.
Horse meat. That was in Malta because that's generally what's in the majority of their kebabs.
That's in Belgium as well.
Yeah.
You can actually order it off the menu. Horse
Quite
meat
nice.
steaks.
It's quite nice.
It's just
Well-
sweet beef.
I'm literally one of those people that will just eat anything that's fit for human consumption. I won't eat cat food or dog food, but
Oh, you covered yourself really well, mate, because that was coming next. Get to the cupboard, get the old dog food out.
nope.
No, Shells didn't eat cat meat. It wasn't Shells. Shells ain't that hard up for gifts, mate. Believe me. If she needs help, I help her, but there's no way she's doing that. Pig's ear soup. Yeah, I bet that's pretty dirt.
Don't run away. I need a wee.
Ostrich. Yes, I did ostrich. I think
Ostrich.
I actually got
Ostrich is
ostrich
nice.
from Iceland. I think it
Yeah.
was.
A lot of supermarkets are doing ostrich nowadays. So it's like,
Well, because
even
Iceland
now
was
they're doing
sponsoring
ostrich.
I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It. And then that's when I tried a lot of this stuff. It's done these like bush chucker things, the kangaroo, ostrich, and all this stuff. But I also trained as a chef when I left school. So I
Oh,
got to eat
Michael.
a lot of weird shit
That's
like ostrich
Michael.
egg and lobster eggs is pretty bad.
People do eat guinea pigs. Well, that's one of the reasons guinea pigs are great, especially the American guinea pig, because it's a food source.
I think I'm the only person on the planet that tried caviar and liked it. It wasn't an acquired taste.
I
It's
just
not,
did you
wasn't
see
an acquired
Gemma's
taste for me. I liked it from the word go.
Did you see Gemma's misprint? First, it went from I love oyster to I love ostrich. Obviously, it's a simple mix-up.
Oh, that pike and Randa from out the river.
Thing is,
Aaron, I found croc a bit more porky than chicken.
The croc I had was salty.
I didn't find it salty. I found it was like almost like porky sort of flavour with the texture of fish.
Because I've alligator and crocodile. Alligator is beef. I'm telling you, tastes like beef. Spitting image. I had that in Florida.
Kangaroo's nice, Lewis. And wallaby.
Ostrich egg tastes more like duck egg than anything else.
Lovable Spoons has got a bits out while she's watching.
Oh, it.
She's having a wee while
Life
watching.
from my bath. I do that all the time. Honestly, all the time. Well, still the worst thing for me is like mealworms and that. Dried mealworms, dried crickets, and dried locusts taste like shit. Literally like shit.
Yeah.
But buy them in sealed packets.
If you do them right, mealworms taste like peanuts.
Peanuts? No way. Do you know that?
Yeah.
To me, they tasted. What were they, live or dry?
Cooked. I stuck them in the oven.
See, these ones I had were dry, so they came in like a packet.
Yeah, no, that you don't want to eat them that way. You want them.
They're human consumption ones. I didn't go to fucking Poundland down the bird aisle and start picking up mealworms.
Actually, I got mealworms, stuck them in the freezer overnight, and then stuck them in the oven. And yeah, it just tasted like peanuts, and then made cookies out of them.
I thought mine tasted a little bit like dry straw, you know, like really dry straw, and then a little bit pork scratching-y. But then I don't really like pork scratchings either.
Scratchings are awesome.
Pork scratching?
Yeah, I hate them, mate. Literally, like.
No, every fat bloke loves pork scratchings.
Yeah.
Especially if you get more really.
You get like proper farmers pork scratchings. I
don't like crackings. I don't like pork scratchings. I don't like
Massive
fat on bacon.
pork pie.
Listen, I'm a fat guy compared to you two, right? And I don't even like fucking fat on my bacon. I don't eat the ends of my sausages. My pies have to be turned upside down psychologically, because if it's the right way around, I don't eat it. I don't know why. It's been like since I was a kid. Other than that, I'm all right.
Any dogs? I don't have any dogs, but there are some dog-like animals over there.
Yeah, what are they, Phil?
Maned wolves.
Maine wolves just outside his flat.
Maine wolves. They're nothing, mate. I'll go sleep with them right now. What, they just got like, isn't it like a 900 foot-pound bite force or PSI bite force or something?
No.
Let me just shout the lion.
Or is it the timber wolf? One of them's got a stronger bite than a lion, isn't it?
Pound for pound, yeah.
Maned are weak because they mainly eat small rodents.
I'll say it'd be a timber wolf probably.
We are currently running a naming competition, sort of thing for our two. There's one of them.
What was they, hyenas or hunting dogs?
And they're maned wolves.
Oh, good, I can see it now. I didn't even see the little one's head.
Beautiful.
That's on the. There's the other one with a little toy.
Do you like the hunting dogs as well?
Oh, hunting dogs are awesome.
I think they look cool. Like really long legs, ears up.
I haven't tried eels. Tried cockles and that. I don't mind them, but I've not tried an eel.
Oh, seafood.
See, if I ever get down towards you, Jamie, that jellied eels,
Yeah,
I'm going to try it.
it's awful, mate.
And that eels, whatever it is.
I tell you what is nice, and it's even closer to shells than me, but I'm not far away. It's the proper traditional East London pie and mash, mate. It's fucking unreal. Like, listen, there's some good ones outside, but the real stuff that's been there, and you know, they're using the same pan that their fucking granddad used. Literally, it's worn down. It is unreal.
Hi, Jake.
Hey, Jay.
Stop animal we prefer.
You like jellied eel shell, mate? Jellied eel.
For me,
even looking at them makes me feel ill. And then, do you know what else I don't like the look of? Them roll mops. You know, them herrings that they.
Same, Mark. Yeah, seafood cooking's best left to those that know how to do it and prepare it for you. Yeah, definitely.
I like seafood, but not all of it, mate.
I wouldn't cook any shellfish at home.
Not even scallops. Scallops are quite easy.
I'd have it in a restaurant.
Oh, do you know, scallops are nice, and it's really easy to pair it. Apple and hazelnut go really well with scallops straight away.
Hi, Alex. That's Harry's question. My favourite two animals at work are Carmen, the rhino iguana, and Rosie, the female red-crested turco. But it is nice also do a little bit with tigers and the wolves occasionally.
See, someone agrees, mate. London pie and mash. Do you eat calamari, any of you guys?
Not a fan. I've tried it. Fan.
We've all got Instagram as well.
Like squid and calamari, for me, I'd rather poke myself in the eyes with tweezers than try that. What are you eating? Let's have a look. Oh, what a choice. What a choice. That's fucking unreal, mate.
A lot of hard work, Emma, to become a zookeeper. A lot of studying. A lot of volunteering. So I started volunteering when I was 14. I started volunteering at a zoo.
Mate, some of these guys have eaten some weird shit, fish eyes and all sorts, mate.
So
Making me feel like eating crickets was normal.
Volunteers work. I currently worked for 4.5 years before getting employed, and then I've now been here about 16 years.
Basically, they can't get rid of you now, mate. They're stuck with you.
I can't live it.
There's got to be a certain part of luck there as well, surely, Phil. Because that.
Well, yeah, any zoo job that gets advertised might get 500 applicants.
Harry,
You
mate,
know,
come down, bro.
And some of the bigger
Honestly.
zoos, they'll get 1,000 or more applicants.
Phil, you've been in my room. Would you say the average animal lover would enjoy spending a bit of time in my room?
Yeah, probably.
There you go, Harry, mate. That's good enough reason to come down from Manchester now, bro.
Lovable Spoods, I'm feeling the need for a McDonald's, to be honest.
Are you sure you're not smoking the same as me, bro?
No. I get it in my head that I need to eat a lot when I'm ill, and that's what I force myself to do.
And we've got a young man who'd love to become a zookeeper.
Never Harry.
Study animal management at college and get volunteering. Nowadays, most zoos are now going to be often now going to be 18 to volunteer now. Nowadays, I was quite lucky back in the day when they allowed 14-year-olds loose with animals. So it doesn't really happen nowadays. But even helping out in a local pet shop, reptile shop, anything like that all helps. Even kennels and catteries, that all helps. Anything to do around stables.
Chaz.
So,
What's she saying, Chaz?
Basically getting your hands dirty and stuff, as well as studying. And then as soon as you can, get volunteering within a zoo. Sort of thing. And lots and lots of study. Get your animal management diploma. If you can go to uni, go to uni. I didn't. I never went to uni. And I'm head of section.
Yeah, you probably even appreciate it more now as well because you've bloody earned it where you are. It wasn't given to you, you've earned it.
Oh no, I had to work hard to get it. I mean, even when uni doesn't necessarily guarantee you're going to get a job. Unfortunately, there's a qualification within zoos. I don't actually have it. But you can only get it if you are employed within a zoo or volunteering within a zoo. You can only do the course if you're currently at a zoo. And yet a lot of zoos will tend to only employ people with that qualification. So it's kind of like this vicious circle thing going on.
So to get the qualification, you've got to be in there anyway. And if you ain't in there, you can't get it. So it's almost unachievable.
It's such a, that trying to end that process. Because at one point they're like, well, we need to have this qualification. It's like, well, you can only get that qualification when you're employed in the zoo.
I've got to wait a couple of days before I can order out again.
So.
Honestly, guys, so I love all spoons and everyone else. If you're ever in the area and you want to pop in, no problem. I would say to have a look at everything, you're going to want a good couple of hours. But there is more opportunity to spend a longer time here. Obviously, this is one room. There's more animals throughout my house.
You need a good couple of hours just to get past his OnlyFans studio. That's where Phil spent most of his time. I've seen the videos.
Oh,
Well, you fucking owe me money, mate, because I've not billed you for them.
Yeah.
Animal and practical conservation will help. Any kind of work with animals will help volunteering. Also, volunteer in a zoo because then you'll actually get on the job, basically training and stuff, which really helps. If you're at university, see if you can do a long-term placement program somewhere. My place does that, where we have uni students coming to us for a year, it costs them a lot of money, or their parents a lot of money, because they've got to fund themselves for a year to work for free for us. But where we can, we'll actually start employing them so they get some paid experience. Because that always it's good on CVs as well.
There you go, Harry, mate. Fucking, that's invaluable, mate. That's £5 you owe Scott now, please.
Phil,
Hello.
that's £5 he owes you.
No, because you're the host. He takes the
I know,
commission, and I just fucking advertise it.
Do you know Phil is also a heavy metal pole dancer?
Yes.
Any time,
Yes.
foods.
Very true. Again, if you find his parents' stall at a show, that's normally where Phil's working. And if there's a pole, slip him a tenner and he'll get on it.
Michael, yeah, drop a beard pic, mate. We want to see it. And once you get growing a beard like me,
Half a beer picks now.
you can clearly see, guys, these two don't know what the fuck they're growing. You know what I mean? They've got shitty beards. This, quality.
Me and Phil have got two of the best styles in the business.
Yeah, well,
Hey,
listen, see,
Bradley,
I've actually got...
Hey, Bradley.
I was fucking backward. I got a bit of hair here, mate. You know where Scott hasn't? Yeah, got some there. Lovely. I mean, I cannot compete with Phil's hair, let's be honest. He has a fucking lot of
It
it.
was just a little bit because mine's fruity.
I can go bold. It make no difference. I've got the blue eyes.
Does yours go up,
I've got-
bro? Does it, Scott, does yours like fucking Mohican up?
I've got the blue eyes and the ginger beard. I'm all right.
Don't tell Nicola that. She loves blue eyes.
It's getting there. It's not going to stick up like that, though. That's not what I want.
Well, let
I
me look.
want
I
it.
missed it. Go on. So, do that again.
That's
So
very
it-
true. So
I still
Hey,
good length,
is that
isn't it?
rubbish
What do you want? The
people?
really big fucking 8-inch fucking up punk shit?
No, I want it plaited back like a Viking, proper.
Oh, so what solid there? And oh, mate, you're not even close to me, are you?
Just
There's a fucking-
straight.
There's a shop near me that does it, mate. The woman is fucking amazing. She's a white girl, 19 years old. What she does, honestly, she can bloody cornrow my hair, and I've got shit hair.
I get my hairdress. My hairdresser's Jamaican, so he should be able
What's
to do
that
it.
got
once
to
it's
do with
long
it, mate? We won't have none of that over here, thank you. No.
What?
No. She's not Jamaican, actually. She's a lovely lady.
Hey, my hairdresser is Jamaican.
No, she's not.
Yes, he is.
No, she's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he isn't.
And I went to him and I said to him, last time I had my haircut, I says, I'm thinking about shaving this bit off completely. And he went, no. He says, you go somewhere else. He says, you won't be Scott if you shave that off. I was like, oh.
To be fair, you're all right. It does really suit you.
I get a lot of piss taken out of it, but do you know what? It makes me look different. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, it's an image that we've all come to know.
Exactly.
Listen, you know what it's like, mate. You can spot me a mile off when we go to Donny, and I can spot you a mile off. And I always know for a fact we'll find Phil where the cuddly toys are. So he's easy to find as well.
I can spot Phil a mile away. And I ain't even lying. If there's people around me, I just tend to leave them and go wandering over.
He is quite a unique look in real life. No offense, Phil, and that is in a positive way.
If you,
Not everyone has the sort of Harley Davidson look, but is also a nice guy.
if you get a chance to spend time with Phil at a show, go over, say hello. It's well worth it.
Oh yeah, Phil, mate. I have a little confession here, and Scott is my witness because he was with me. I do need to purchase some more of your lovely green metallic cockroaches, and I actually turned down a sale at Donny because I said I wanted to buy yours. Scott was with me, I promise you.
Yeah.
So you turn. So when the guy there selling him is the guy that I got my original ones off.
Yeah, and I said no, I'm buying them off of you, mate.
John Loach. John's fantastic.
I really do think I'm doing something wrong. And that other male died.
Oh, yeah, there should be a young male in there because I actually
The
sexed a
young
young
one's
one.
still in there. So am I best off just waiting for him to mature up and do his business?
Possibly the problem, adult males don't live long. So yeah, from what John told, like the females will live. Once they mature, you've gone for a good year or so. But the adult males, when they mature, you've gone for maximum 6 months.
Okay.
Just keep them moist. They do like moisture.
I've pretty much gone for like an
Okay.
arboreal Madagascan approach.
Yeah, arboreal. I mean, mine are very simply set up. But yeah, moisture. They like
Right,
fruits.
Lewis.
I love apple. And bee pollen. Lots of bee pollen.
The only thing I'm finding is because you might even know the answers. I'm finding when I'm putting my bee pollen granules on, with the humidity and the
Artificial.
moisture in there, they're going mouldy within like 24 hours.
Artificial bee pollen or bee pollen.
No, real. Yeah, real. It's like little collected granules.
I used artificial, nothing.
Yeah,
Really
they want
good.
actual bee pollen. What I do, I put all of my bee pollen just in a bottle cap, and I stick it. I've sort of sprayed down or moisten up the substrate. I put it in afterwards. It's gone within a day or two. They've eaten it all. So, just answered Gemma's question. The zoo I'm at is near Cambridge.
Not too far from me. Oh, was there traffic that day as well, mate, when you had to go home?
Yeah, it took me bloody forever to get back.
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. But I really did appreciate you coming round, man, spending some time with me and dropping it off.
Yeah, literally, I got back and then went straight back out again because I was picking up Victoria, and then go around my to then go around my parents. And so it took me, because it only took me what, hour and a half, 2 hours to get to you because you're not really all that far from me.
Yeah.
It took me nearly 4 hours to get back.
Sorry, mate. I do apologise.
Because it's like my fault. I was like, you know what, that road will be back open. I'll just risk it. And I shouldn't have done that. I had to go
I'm
through
exactly the
Harlow
same.
and everything.
You think, oh, fuck it, I'll just come off of the next junction. Then you realise the next junction's 30 miles away and you're stuck in it.
So I had to go through Harlow and stuff to get back. I was like, oh, this is a nightmare.
Moist. Who keeps saying moist? Moist,
I
moist,
keep saying
moist. Moist is that little part there on Scott's head. Do you have to put sun cream on your head, Scott? Do you have to put sun cream on in summer?
Oh, definitely, Jay. Yeah, come and have a visit.
Hey, Mr. Krabs. No, I tend to. I moisturise daily anyway. So
What kind of moisturiser do you use?
anything that smells nice and don't contain alcohol.
Oh, is that because
Because-
obviously because of your past? Is it really that severe that you can't really even have that, or is that just
I
because
was-
you don't want to dry your skin
I
out?
was never a fan of drinking. Never have been. I don't drink now. Don't really like it at all. But no, just purely because alcohol dehydrates the skin, so it's pointless putting on a moisturiser that's
To put it
got something
back out.
that dehydrates you at the same time.
Yeah, makes sense.
And the only reason the alcohol is there is so you can smell the perfume that they've chucked in the moisturiser as well as. I like the stuff out of Lush. I don't know if you've got Lush down by you. It's always natural. All the pots are reusable, so you take the pot back into them.
They just hate anyone that keeps animals.
They'll give you 50p. Yes, they do. They give you 50p off and stuff like that. But
If you keep animals, they don't like you.
No,
They're very
they
animal
support all the
yeah.
animal rights organisations, so they're partners with PETA, Born Free, APA. They're completely against the IHS, so they're celebrating
Are
the
PETA
IHS.
as bad in the UK as they are in the US?
Oh no, PETA is very much US, but yeah.
I am one of these people that will go in, buy the stuff, and mention the fact that I keep reptiles and spiders because they can't say shit because they're at work.
So,
I've been there.
but,
I've got these tiny enclosures. I fucking cram them in.
they at the Advertising Standards Agency did fine Lush a fair few years ago because of some of the advertising they were doing on their stores about reptile keepers.
Really?
Basically saying like how evil people that keep reptiles are and stuff.
The thing is, I understand there are some low standards in the hobby. Of course, I understand that. But you get that in every hobby.
Yeah, any hobby, any industry, you get that. The same with the zoos. There's some really, really shit zoos out there.
Listen, there's always going to be somebody, and I think it's stereotypically that obviously wants to join in, and either for whatever reason don't have the ability or the funds to do it, and that's where the quality unfortunately drops. But that is likewise across everything. It doesn't matter what you do. It's not just animal related.
Oh, Lovable Spoon said she missed when we mentioned about the first Old World. No, I said
OBT.
if you've got a Psamopaeus and Myrnia, which is New World, they're fast. Their venom is a little bit stronger than what the other ones are, but it's like an in-between spider, kind of get you ready for them. But to be fair, as long as you're not daft and you've got the right enclosure and you've done the right research, there's nothing stopping you getting an OBT. If you are worried and you want to move up slowly, then get something like a Balfouri. I don't want to use the word docile as such because they can be fast and they can move pretty damn quick.
Did you get a Gigas?
Or Gigas, but then you're not going to see it as much. At least with the Balfouri, they're gonna web up that enclosure a lot. So you're gonna have something that's gonna come out and you're gonna see it.
At least, yeah.
The
Gigas is going to teach you a lot about the old worlds, though, because the true care of old worlds, a lot of them come from under burrows or webbing anyway.
Yeah, the fossorial species that they're kind of just live in a hole and you never see them. So they're really, if you want to really get into your spiders and get really geeky about it, that's where you start looking at fossorials. To be honest,
if you want something that you can enjoy observing, New Worlds all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
or if you
yeah,
want something that is
Brappies,
50-50, one day a dickhead and one day not, get a Samani. Because one day they'll be your best friend, then they're going to want to kill you. And they're not really going to kill you if they do any damage, but they are going to test you as a keeper. They do go 50-50, good day and bad day.
Ah, Chaz, yes, I need to get... You remind me, I
Mr.
need to
Moist?
get another one to you, Chaz. I will... Keep reminding me, Chaz, I will do that.
I love it. I've got a little OBT behind me on the shelf. So in that little... Oh my God, it's all backwards. In there's a little OBT, a little speed. He's probably around about 15 mil now. In there. Not quite a juvie, not quite a spiderling. He's got colour on him, but he's in that awkward stage.
I've got 5 or 6 OBTs.
Hello, Brad. Goodbye,
Red
Brad.
colour form. I've got an adult female Makumi, which is Pteronoculus marinius Makumi. We've got the Chordatus, which they kind of call the chocolate OBT.
I quite rate the OBT. I'm not going to be honest.
Makumi is
But,
the better looking out of all of them, I think.
They make them more worse than what they are. I actually genuinely think that OBT is a very good, very bright coloured old world species to get into. And providing you have an adequate setup where you've got access that caters to your needs and the spider's need, it should be really, really safe. For me, the people that make it unsafe, and there's nothing, listen, lots of people do it, myself included, but when you put something like an OBT in an ice cream tub where you can't even see and you just open the lid off, bang, the OBT comes out, that's when people are making the mistakes and getting bitten.
It's easy, right? You get your spider comes in this, let's say, take the top off slightly, get your tongs, remove the top piece of tissue. You can then see your spider. Leave that lid on loose, put it in the enclosure, take the lid off with the tongs, close the enclosure doors and wait for that spider to come out by itself. Don't go prodding it with a paintbrush like everybody shows you. Just leave it to come out by itself. And then once it's out and it's moved over here or it's gone behind somewhere and it started webbing up, take that out. Job done.
Use your tongs as your advantage with old
accidents happen when
rest on the spider.
Accidents happen when you get a fucking paintbrush and start poking the spider around.
And people not using tools. Don't be afraid of using your tools to, like you say, use your tongs to get the plastic out of the enclosure, because ultimately, if it bites the tongs, you're still safe. That's what they're there for, to minimise the risk of you getting harmed.
And entomological tongs are the best for when you're doing it because the tips are rubberized. So if the spider does bite it, there's less chance of it damaging itself.
I'll be sending you all that tomorrow, Chaz. I've already emptied the Mario worm pots to put some isopods in for you, mate. Hey, Phil, you do isopods and stuff, didn't you? Have you got any colonies of something that's miniature but fast mating? I don't care about looks. I just more about purpose.
He wants small and fast growing. Porcelli on IDs, Pronensis, whatever, and the powder blues. Well, mine are mixed.
I've got purple miniatures, giant orange, and dairy cows at the minute, and Daisy, and something else. Duckies. I've got a couple of duckies, but I don't think they're doing very well because they were just like odd ones in a mix.
Porcello lavis, the larger ones are yellow. Hold on.
Because I just basically bought a mix lot for 15 quid and kind of just took my luck.
So, I mean, yeah, in terms of isopods, I've got,
Celio Hassie, high yellow, they're well nice.
Hass are nice.
And they breed like, they're slow growing, but they will
I'm
breed.
finding my dairy cows are breeding very well. I've got tons
Dairy
of
cows
babies.
breed very, very well. I tend to avoid putting those in as
They're
bioactive because dairy cows tend to be very protein hungry. I've seen evidence of dairy cows eating tree frogs.
Tree frogs?
Yep. I know of someone who put dairy cows in with their White's tree frog. Their dairy cows ate their White's tree frog.
Oh, they're really cool, Scott. No,
They're the babies.
So
Tons of
somebody
babies.
did say to me, somebody called SS Spiders on TikTok.
That's Andy.
He did say to me, be careful with the giant oranges in with millipedes. He said because it's not unknown for them to bite millipedes.
They're the same species.
He's been in here. He was in here earlier.
Porcello laevis. Porcello tend to be protein hungry, especially laevis. Can be very protein hungry. Armadillidium tend not to be protein hungry, so you can use those in bioactives because they're far less likely to attack anything.
Well, that's a nice colony, mate. I'll give you £3. That looks good, man. Looks really good, generally.
There's too many in there, really.
Yep. I will get you I will get a badge to you, Jazz. Just keep reminding me every now and then, but I will get a badge to you. I've still got them.
Oh, you like the Panda Kings, Spoods? Spoods, sorry, what's your real name?
I've got Panda Kings. I breed them very well. I've also got rubber duckies, which are breeding.
Somebody's breeding some of those, and they're going to pass me some. I was like, what?
Name's Sophie. Hey, Sophie.
I'm a bloody nightmare, mate. I went to press chat and I pressed bloody leave by accident. I was going to say, Scott, did you still want some huntsmen, mate? Because I don't mind bringing them to the next show or whenever I see you next.
Sounds good to me, definitely.
I'll give you 3 or 4 just so you can... Because, again, I think I gave 3 to Phil and 2 have survived. So it just gives you a better chance of survival, giving you a couple.
Harry says, fancy giving me a job, Phil. I'll give you a free subscription to his OnlyFans. Phil's got his own OnlyFans.
You don't ask, you don't get, I suppose, isn't it? For me, isopods, mate, I'm actually quite glad that me and Scott got on really well because some of the invert side of things, I probably would have overlooked had I not met Scott and some of the community like you guys. I probably would have followed more down the staying with the reptile route. And I'm actually quite interested. Oh, they look good. I'm quite interested in some of this stuff. Like thoroughly interested. Quality. That's what Spoods loves.
That baby's there as well, Phil.
Not this big. Well, there's springtails on it, but there is at least 5 babies. Well, when I checked before I went on holiday, there's at least 5 babies in here.
I've got olive millipedes in with my giant African land snails, Phil. I know lots of people say don't have mixed them, but I was under the impression that arboreal millipedes are okay.
Which species of giant olive is it?
I'm honestly not sure.
If it is, it should be okay. I mean, at work, I've got enclosure of Pteranodinopus AUT, along with Agatina felica and Pacnoda marginata peregrina.
Yeah, they was just sold. There's obviously a millipedes, and they just say it's an arboreal olive millipede.
Oh, there you go.
Little babies.
Some baby duckies.
Are they very slow growing? Are they?
These are my first ever babies, so we'll see.
No, because I've been giving my isopods potato as well. Because apparently that's supposed to be very good for them. I know they get attracted to it really quick.
Yeah, but they'll get attracted. Yeah, because you can use potato in the garden to as isopod traps.
Oh, really? I didn't even. Actually, to be fair, it makes fucking sense, don't it?
get a bit of potatoes, scoop out some of the flesh, put it in. They'll all go in, and then you just pick up the potato and you got a load of isopods.
Okay. That's Phil's top tip. That's another £5, please. Pay your man Scott up there. We're running the business for you now, Scott, bro.
Thank you.
The kids want millipedes. Do you know what? I really, really enjoy the millipedes. I've actually got what I can do, Sophie. If you can hold off just a little bit longer, I'll send you a millipede for free. I've just produced some captive bred bumblebee millipedes, which is really cool.
Bumblebee's cool. These are cool, but really, really fast.
What are they?
The Porcellanides Peronosus.
Oh, okay.
Breed really, really quickly.
What's that in common man's English?
They've got various names. So powder blue, powder orange, powder white.
Oh, yeah, the powder
grey.
I know what you mean, yeah.
But this is kind of a mix of colours. So you got some blue, you got some grey, you got some orange.
Are they quite fast growing, I'll take it.
Fast growing, they're fast in general.
That's the Facebook group.
Very quick to breed. Eat absolutely everything and anything.
I also took your advice about the leaf litter.
I need to add some more leaves into this because they've cleared out. I'll probably add this much leaf litter into there. Within a week, they'll be gone.
I took your advice to the leaf litter as well because obviously, I live right next to a graveyard where they don't use insecticide. So I've just been bagging that up, mate, and just doing what you said, just hanging to it for as good as you can.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, me either.
The Spider Shop are doing a mystery millipede box at the moment. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, you are right to a degree, Michael. It's not so bad on your hands. It's more so if you put the millipede in your mouth, but then you still need more than one millipede.
Yeah, it doesn't taste nice. I've
the rubber ducky
millipede secretions before, and it doesn't taste nice.
The rubber ducky hard to breed.
Obviously, cyanide is a poison, but it's not an amount that's in your mouth.
I haven't found them difficult. I would say the female probably came to me gravid already. But they are sensitive as a species. If you're keeping panda kings and you're breeding panda kings well, then you should be able to do duckies. From my limited experience of duckies so far. The main thing is with the Cabaris, it seems to be is getting that limestone content into them. Lots of limestone as well as back guano.
For anyone asking why you put a millipede in your mouth, go over to TikTok and you'll see some of the stupid shit that people do for views over there, mate. Putting your millipede in your mouth is one of the... I legit watched somebody eat a fucking can of cat food for £1. £1 to eat a can of cat food. So a millipede's going to be a fucking piece of cake. Scott, you're laughing because you know I'm not even lying. He was in the same
I was there. I was just like, what the fuck? What a tramp.
We even spoke afterwards, didn't we? Like, what the fuck have we just witnessed?
Yeah, duckies are very expensive. So I got mine at a bit of a discount. So if you're going to get duckies, do your research into people that are selling them. And try and make sure that you get them from someone who is breeding them, not importing them in. I think that's where a lot of people perhaps go wrong, is they're unfortunately getting them from people that are just importing them and flipping them, and they haven't actually sort of acclimatized at all to our conditions. Whereas if you get them from people that are actually breeding them, then you've got more of a chance of them actually being successful. Sometimes might cost you a bit more, but for me, actually, it cost me less.
So this is what I produced, baby ones of these.
Yeah, bumblebees are nice.
Yeah, little bumblebee millipedes. These are the ones that have the cyanide gas, but I believe it's the ones that are slightly bigger, the Texans, which is a slightly bigger version of these, are the worst, I believe. But yeah, I've got baby ones of these guys.
Keep an eye on my channel and stuff. hopefully I get overrun with rubber duckies and start selling them, and then there'll be lemon blues or Jupiters next.
You dare get fucking Jupiters. We're going to fall out.
I don't know what you guys think of that, but yeah, if you're interested in that, Sophie, I do have baby ones of these, mate. Once they're big enough and that, you know, I'm confident in them.
The Jupiters are what, about 300 each for one?
No, about 300 for 10. I've said
10?
Yeah. Same as lemon blues, they're about 300 for 10.
Just crazy. I mean, imagine telling somebody that don't even keep animals that you pay 300 quid for 10 woodlice.
Oh, yeah, people think I'm crazy all the time. So,
Jay said cat food has to be safe for human consumption. Really?
it's the same as, you know, me being back in the day happy to pay £300 for a slipper from a drum kit.
Well, this is what I was saying to my mates at work. I'm like, look, you know, you spend shitloads on cars, you spend a shitload on your garden, and you spend shitload on football, and you spend a lot of money at football and at the casino. It's the same passion, just different things.
That's it, you know.
Yeah, so that, just really quick, they're very small. That was fully grown. I keep them in here, and I actually bred successfully in here. I have about 20 in here, little babies, but of course I don't expect every single one to survive. So once they get to around about 10 mil, which I don't know how long that takes. You can see one of the little babies just below my finger, the bottom, everything backwards just here. In between my fingers as a baby. Once they get to a size where I feel they can be safely looked after, then I'll either be giving these away or selling them really cheap, like £5, so not a fortune. Obviously, people I've seen them for free can have them for free.
Well, duckies are hard to breed. They're expensive because there is demand for them, and not a huge amount of people, especially in the UK, actually keeping and breeding duckies at the moment. Most people selling duckies are importing them in.
What Phil would do now is if he was trying to breed to sell as a living, he would have a list of people that want to buy them, and that's generally how they get sold. Is the breeder will have a list, and whoever's at the top will get sold the ones first, then next, and next, and next.
Or if you do what I do, get down on your knees and say, "Oh, please, Phil, please give it to me, bro, please." Sometimes you can get off the bottom and just get one up.
Well, you know, for certain favours.
He's a man with needs. What can he say? You know what I mean? He's just one of these things.
This is where the big beard comes into play, Jamie, because you never miss a drop.
This is why I'm fucking trying, bro. I'm fucking trying. I'm gonna have to get one of them beard rollers and everything now. I'm gonna be like Scott Invert's fucking YouTube made me. I'll have to get 2 of them and just both sides, mate.
99p off TikTok, one of them.
I'm not getting one of the TikTok ones because all that is a rolling infection, bro. That's all that is.
I bought like a jacket thing off Wish, off TikTok. Sorry, it never even got here.
Mate, I
never
stand
again.
by my comment, right? The reason why my account got banned, my original account, was because I refused to sell all of their shit. I swear to God, when you get like 20,000 on TikTok, they offer to sell everything for them, mate, and they're gonna give you fucking big dough. Don't get me wrong, like the Creator Fund, I was earning like £7-8 a day just for posting videos, which is a lot of money for just doing something that I'm doing now and getting nothing for it. But the pressure from TikTok, mate, is really, really like, I can see why people are selling you bullshit because it's just to get TikTok off their back.
There's been some real good accounts that I've followed, and now they just literally do sales on there, and that's it.
Mate, because the money they offer you, mate, is ridiculous. However, they're really crafty. What happens is one day they go, listen, we'll give you 20% commission. Whatever you earn on this, we'll give you 20%. And the next day they drop it down to 3%. So you're still pushing that product. Now you're only getting 3% with all the same hard work. And then the next day they'll drop it back up to 8%. That's all over the fucking shop, mate.
Look at them Banda Kings.
Michael, mate. Michael, I'll give you that, bro. I'll give you that. To be fair. Well, they look so sick, don't they?
Shadow from the light above you.
Don't you encourage him, Scott. He needs no encouragement, mate. He's on fire already. He needs no encouragement.
Michael's on fire every second of the day.
He's doing well, mate. He's doing well. I'll give him that. All right. I liked when he bullied you. Now the shoes turned, mate. I'm going to have to go to bed.
Well, there you go, Phil. Do you keep any animals at home, or is it just stuff in the zoo? apart from the isopods?
There's all sorts up here. So I've got tarantulas, I've got various beetles, various isopods, various snails, centipedes, millipedes, scorpions.
Scott, I'm gonna have to come on camera, mate, because I need to go and charge my iPad. I've only got 11%. But what I can do, once it's on charges, I can stay and chat with you guys if you're staying on for a bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, guys, thank you so much for having me on Scott's channel. I will be back in a couple of minutes for the chat, but unfortunately, I won't be on camera because I'm going to be downstairs, and my daughter's got a sleepover downstairs, so I need to be quiet for them. But I obviously can stay in the chat, no problem. But thank you all for having me and engaging with me.
For popping back on again. Been awesome.
But I will be coming back on, guys, just obviously on the chat. And of course, if you guys want me back on the channel, give Scott a nudge. I have lots more animals to show. It's just trying to. Oh shit, it's popped up already. It's just trying to show you guys.
Good night, Sophie. Bruises off the bed.
Care, Soph, mate. See you later. But yeah, guys, if you do want to see me and my animals again, or even if it's just a chat,
Sophie.
Let Scott know. That's all I can say. Let Scott know. It's his channel. I can ask to go on here, but of course, I just need to make sure that it's working for his followers as well, because you guys are really important to him.
What the Home Zoo does is on TikTok, he'll do a live and he'll be feeding all his animals. He'll be walking around. You probably won't see Jamie like you have tonight. You'll see just pure animals. And then also it goes over onto the YouTube as well and does the same thing, which is pretty awesome. It's pretty unique on YouTube because you don't kind of see that walking around with the camera going from one animal to next animal very often on a channel. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's normally focused on one animal at a time.
Yeah.
That's your 20 minutes, half an hour. With me, I'll go for different animals: piranha feeding, snake feeding, centipedes, lizards. We do hunting techniques with my monitor Cindy because she's now at that stage where I'm comfortable with her training, and her cleverness needs to be, we need to tap into that. So I'm starting with hunting skills, lead training, and now it's coming into summer as well. I'm going to be doing a lot more on YouTube outside of the house. Walking down the park with a 9-foot boa on camera, you should see people's faces. It's pretty bloody brilliant. Seeing monitors go down slides, walk around a park, it's not harming them.
Horses.
But it's good enrichment. They're outside and they're seeing things, and also it's good entertainment as well.
Your horses?
Yes, we have our horses as well. We do have a horse. We have parrots. We have hedgehogs, chickens, guinea pigs, rabbits, lots and lots of mice. So if you're interested in breeding mice, I can show you I did that really successfully. Not that it's too difficult, but I, for some reason, I'm very good at it. No idea. Plus, of course, all the other animals. I've got amphibians, reptiles. Well, you've seen some of it tonight, guys. Invertebrates, tarantulas, centipedes, scorpions. I've still got so much more to show. It's just, again, we're on limited time. And, of course, I do like coming back on Scott's show, so I don't like to show you everything in one go. Yeah, definitely like to stream for Scott, guys, as well. Because Scott, honestly, he doesn't tell you guys much, but he does talk to me, and he does really, really, really appreciate the community that you guys are supporting him with. He's very modest, Scott. He's very, very modest, sitting up there and putting on a brave face. But this for him is very, very important, and he really enjoys your company and putting the show on for you guys. It means so much to him. He won't tell you that, but it does. Trust me. Well, I'm gonna love you, leave you guys, and I'll be back over. Yeah, the turd beetles, mate. Yeah, and if they do breed, mate, again, with the scorpion as well, guys, I'll keep you all up to date with that. I'm sure I'll see you guys very soon as well. And again, we'll be interacting with Scott across the different apps. And I'm sure I'll see many of you guys again. But I'll keep you updated with anything. Thanks for having me. I've really got to go because I'm now 3% already. And I'll see you shortly. Take care, guys.
Oh, cheers, Jamie. See you in a bit. Oh, thanks, Michael. Don't forget to like the stream. Man. It's 12:25. When did that happen? You got anything new happening?
Sorry?
Got anything new happening?
I've got to edit video for tomorrow night. Or tomorrow evening. So I've brought that together. It's going to be, if all goes well, basically kind of virtual tour of the Eden Project.
Oh.
As I was there yesterday.
That'll be cool.
Sort of thing. I was like, well, I might as well film what I'm seeing.
That would be very, very cool.
sort of thing.
What
So,
time back from?
well, if all goes well, 6 o'clock. So a bit different because obviously it's mainly plants, but it's still cool. Plants are cool.
Oh, cheers, Harry. Plants, yeah. I think for a long time people just associated plants with gardening and old people, but now people are like realizing that even with the tarantulas, we can get them into enclosures, and then suddenly that enclosure goes from being a box of dirt to being a living organism almost in itself.
Well, that's it, yeah. And you can create something that at least looks nice. That if you don't see the inhabitant all the time, you've got something nice to look at. If it's on display in your lounge or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
which don't half help.
exactly. And it doesn't really affect in terms of invertebrates too much. But a recent study has suggested that fake foliage it can actually be negative for welfare on reptiles and other vertebrate animals, which is
Do you reckon that because they kind of go, it looks like what I want to be with, but it's not what I want? Do you reckon they can sense it's fake?
A little bit, yeah. There's also, which again, think about fake foliage. A lot of it's plastic, and then we're sticking, in a reptile enclosure, sticking that under a halogen heat lamp. What chemicals are coming off that? All the vapors into the air, sort of thing. Whereas at least with real, that doesn't happen. But
the other thing is if an isopod tries to eat it and succeeds, and then the reptile eats that.
Yeah.
Or
if it's a reptile that may occasionally nibble on foliage, if it nibbles on something that is plastic or silk and actually ingests that.
Well, feeders.
Yeah, feeders do. Yeah, crickets and locusts too.
Yeah, I often see when I chuck a load of locusts or hatchling locusts or the tiny field crickets that I chuck in for the morning geckos and the tokay, often see little bits of leaf that's been nibbled off.
Yeah.
You think? So if that was plastic, that's obviously then transferring into your animal as well.
Yeah, exactly. Backgrounds that come in exoterras. Crickets nibble through that. It's just siren. Nibble for that all the time.
And mealworms.
Yep.
Would you say Psalmopoeus and Myrnias are defensive as a general rule? Obviously, it depends on the individual. Generally, like Jay just said, majority are pretty defensive. I would say my Cambridge Eye at least, tends to run off and hide as opposed to be defensive. But they tend to be defensive if they haven't got anywhere to hide is probably the best way to say it.
If they can't get away from you, as with any of them, if they can get away and hide, they'd rather do that.
That's like we were saying earlier about the huntsman giving them options to go and hide underneath instead of just like a bare container almost with like a little bit of plastic plant in the corner. If you can almost smother it with foliage,
especially things like your David Bowie's, your Ventura and stuff, they come from such dense foliage in the wild.
Night, Gemma.
So, hi, Gemma. And underneath some as dense foliage as possible, whether it's fake or real. Real, I would say for huntsmen are slightly better because that helps keep that humidity up for them. But then when I get David Bowie, they'll then sit underneath the leaves and stuff, and that's where they'll sit.
And look, fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
You seen the
and then they're not bolty either because they're like, I'm hidden.
Have you seen what the spider shop's got in scorpion wise?
Not recently, no.
Sumatra. Sea species Sumatra. Subadults and adults for I think 18 quid. I was like, why? I was thinking, I've got a baby.
I feel I've got an adult Sumatra. I've either got Sumatra or Java. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I've got one of them.
I think the Javas are black, aren't they? The Sumatras are brown.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got the Sumatra and the brown one. Awesome little scorpions.
Avic Sling for rehouse. Would you say locust tub turned rectangular would be okay? The only thing with the tubs up that way is you can knock them over really easy.
Yeah. If you got them against something, but as you say, it's so easy just to knock them over.
If you get a bit of this mesh, or even your missus's tights, or boyfriend's tights, or whatever, and then if you get a plastic tub like that, just put the hole in the top and put some mesh over the top, and then pinprick holes around the sides. That'd be good enough.
Yeah, I've got some of the older style that actually came pre-meshed.
These are cool as anything. The Spider Shop, they've got those ones, haven't they? Where each of them...
They're doing those ones. I've got
apart from that's labelled up as Heteropoda javna, and I think it's Petrunius because it's got a triangle on its back.
This is exactly the same tub as you had before, fruit fly tub, but mesh top.
There you go, perfect.
That's how fruit flies used to come, and then they started doing the bungs instead.
Just have a look.
And that's got my Players Langbu Buckerai.
Not heard of that one.
I haven't heard of that one. It was given. It's red. It's a red Samapeus. It's a stunning spider.
It's not the Darth Maul one, is it?
No, not Victoria. No, this is kind of a rusty reddish colour all over.
That is cool.
Fairly new to the hobby. It was bought for me as a gift. That was a pretty cool gift because I was like, I haven't got a clue what this is. Because it came and it just said P. Langbird Buckerai. I was like, what the hell's that? Because I knew where it came from Spider Shop. I was like, right, let's go on Spider Shop, see what the hell this is. And I was like, oh, it's a Samapeus. Nice. Sort of thing. I was like, I know that is Samapeus. And then, so it's, fairly new. Let's see if I can find... And it's like, it's one I completely hadn't heard of at all.
Yeah, like Shelley says, Harry, just do it. You'll be fine. You could even go straight for the Samapeus Emernia because you work in a pet shop, so you're all right. Oh wow, that's
nice. What it looked like as adults.
What is it, Samapeus? So, I mean, I've got the Escalatus. Is it Escalatus?
Samapeus Langham Buckerai.
That is a new one on me.
But it was according to Arachnid, Samapeus Langham Buckerai is a nice smaller species of Samapeus from the Venezuelan cloud forest. Unlike other species from the genus, these have a high tolerance of each other.
High tolerance or communal? Massive
difference. High tolerance, so like that doesn't say communal at all. I mean that was only in 2015 that was put out about. Cry. Yeah.
I say curly hair because I struggle with the Latin name, mate. So do I. Trust me. If you go onto YouTube, there's tons of videos of people saying majority of the Latin, so that you can get it that way. Teliticatl albopilosum.
Yeah, there's the Spider Shot's picture. There's almost like metallic carapace as well.
That's lovely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a nice thing. But yeah, that's what's in there. Just got a little burrow down and just see a couple of legs poking out there, sort of rusty coloured legs. Nice.
I can't wait for the Bristol show. I've got lads gone, oh, I'm going to do you a mystery box. I'm like, what? Literally complete mystery because you ain't got a clue. Really have not got a clue.
Well, yeah, this is a complete mystery. I knew it was coming, but I didn't know what I was getting at. And it was, this and a little Cape Brennerpiece.
Oh, nice.
Little sling. I was like, saw down the I was like, I'm even going to see this in here. Sort of thing.
See, my Cape Brennerpiece had it with the male. They paired loads. Eventually, she ate him. But then she went in at the egg sac as well. But I think it's where it was in the room. So, because it was over this side, I think as Layla's gone running in and out all the time with the back door and everything. So, the adult female is going to be going over that side if we can find a male. She molted 3 days ago. I've seen one on Facebook. I just ain't got no cash at the moment. Go wait for payday.
Yeah, I've got to wait for payday for everything. And then BTS.
Then Bristol, then Bedford. IHS.
IHS in June. New venue in September.
A possible Midland show.
Yeah, hopefully they'll do Kettering again because that was actually a fairly decent show, Kettering.
Was that invert or was that entomological?
It was an entomology show, but it was a decent size. People turned up for it.
Because I don't think Spider Shop don't do those ones, do they?
They don't tend to do the Odderton ones because they had a falling out.
But then, see, I mean, he put one on.
They sometimes do. I think it depends
if they've got one on.
Yeah, if it ends up falling like the same date as IHS, then they do IHS because there's more people and they do better there than they do at Odderton. But I've seen them at Odderton before. It's only Vicky who does the Odderton show.
I wonder where the IHS will move to in November.
They've got a new venue for September.
Where's that? Do you know?
They haven't announced yet.
I wonder if it's next to Doncaster, or if they've gone for the centre of the UK, maybe.
All I know is that it'll be outside of Doncaster because obviously, it's the council. Well, it's one councillor that's causing the issues. As only happens, contract ends after the June show.
Harry, are you looking at breeding Lazadora parabama? Because my advice is don't bother.
You'll get overrun.
Because you'll have like a couple of thousand slings and everybody's already got one. So to sell them on again is really difficult. Hope they move to Manchester or make it easier for me.
I mean, a couple have suggested that they should perhaps do, basically like the invert shows UK do of Northern, Southern, Eastern and Western. Keeps you 4 shows a year and spread it around the country a bit more.
Makes sense. Because there's got to be people that would like to go and can't.
Yeah. That's it. But we'll see what they come up with. Obviously, got the Surrey reptile show, but that is tiny.
Let me just copy that. I've just put the Spider Kings link into the comments. Oh, I think, Phil, it's 1:45.
Really? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm going to call it a night. I've resisted with COVID to take any painkillers, you know. Tara's had a go at me yesterday. She was like, look, just take some painkillers, take some Panadol. Or I was like, no, can't do it. But
for COVID, I don't know whether they'd actually do much anyway.
It's all here. It's all here. The pain last week in the brain around here was incredible, absolutely incredible. Thursday, I just got left to it because I said, "Look, I'm in so much pain. Just leave me alone." So I got left in bed, and there was one point it was hurting that much. I was like, "If this level of pain carries on, and by the next o'clock, I'm literally going to phone the hospital and say, look, what the fuck do I do?" But luckily, I put my head under the duvet, and that must have unblocked something in my nose, and it didn't go away completely, but it eased it a lot. And I was like, thank God for that, because the sinus pain from this fucking thing is horrible.
I would say I'd know, but my case was extremely mild.
But the good thing is immunity for the next 3 months, to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I was thinking though, I mean, Tara, she's been triple jabbed, and she has literally, you can see the bruises on her ribs where she's been coughing that much. It's that bad.
Yep.
But I've hardly coughed. But it's like I said to Tara, I gave up smoking, and I gave up smoking. Been double jabbed, and I'm thinking, if I weren't double jabbed and if I was still smoking, this thing would have kicked in so bad, so bad. And I'm not even going to lie. I mean, I was quite happy smoking, wanted to give up, but could never really be bothered. But with COVID, I was like, do you know what? Everybody's going to get it, and I don't want to be smoking when I get it. So, well, I stopped. Not with that. Hey, cheers, Mark. Oh, sorry, Harry. Harry was in the other room. Harry, they have like 1,500 to 3,000 babies. You've got to think: have you got enough room for that many sling pots? Can you feed that many sling pots 2-3 times a week? And then can you sell that many when majority of breeders have already got an LP? So it's just one of those spiders where if you get the male, you get the female. I know it's tempting, but probably best just to not bother. Because it's, like I said, there's a lot of spiders, and then it's a lot of spiders to try and get rid of. And you're not going to make money on them, because by the time you spend money on your flies, and then you're selling each one for what? Pennies, literally like 50p. Yeah,
That's it, you know. The most you can really charge for an LP sling really is like £3, and that's expensive for an LP sling. I mean, some people charge more, but like, yeah, £3 is a bit more.
The most I spent on LP was a £5, and that was on a Lucky Dip. I think Victoria had that actually on a Lucky Dip wheel with creatures from the north. A lot of people will breed them, and then when they have the eggs, the tiny slings, they'll just use them as feeders. Not a lot of people like doing it, but a lot of people do it. Yeah, I couldn't even barely give away the Sea Huani slings. See, for established business like the Spider Shop or Creatures from the North, they can sit on them for as long as they need to. It makes no difference because they breed. They'll have their own. They'll be breeding their own fly cultures anyway, so feeding them's not going to be an issue. They've got employees that can be looking after.
All their fruit fly cultures come from advanced husbandry,
and then they've also got the bonus of they do mystery boxes, so they can put 2 in a mystery box if they've got too many. It's a bit of a joke in the hobby. If you get a mystery box, you're going to get a curly hair, an A-gen, or an LP.
Yep, pretty much guaranteed. So, plus as well, they sell to all the big wholesalers as well, and stuff, to all the pet shops and stuff. And as well, most reptile shops, they want, a lot of them, if they're going to do transfers, they want the basic transfers. So a lot of them want LPs.
LPs, curly hairs, and OBTs.
Yeah.
And then stuff like A-gens, they want those bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they're starting to get the colours on and stuff a little bit more.
I want to get a Chaco Golden Knee and put it next to my Samano. That could be cool.
Yeah.
I have 6 harnesslings to a local cave. Got a box of locusts to spray.
Well, they got a good deal out of that.
So they did, didn't they? Another Asian Spiroforest, maybe the Spiniffer, because they tend to be a bit longer, a bit skinnier, and their stinger is a different colour. Or Vitarius, I know I've just said that wrong. The red colour cave scorpion, maybe.
Pandapulpus Viatorus. Good. But yeah, you got Heterometrus spinifer, Heterometrus silenus, Javanametrus cyanus,
Samania, Lacticus.
Yeah, Heterometrus lacticus. Yeah. If you can find them, you'll be lucky to find them nowadays, I think. But Gigantanometrus swamadami, they're awesome.
You're never going to find one of them.
You're not gonna. You'll be very, very lucky to find swamadami nowadays. But I had swamadami many years ago.
All right, I think I'm going to call it a night though. It's 10-1. Right, guys, love the live. Was brilliant. I'm off to work. Yeah. Creepy and Crawly, I've got a good size A-gen available, Michael Taylor. Do want one creepy, but not at the moment. Okay. He bought moss and got a free Enchromata sling from Creatures from the North. I got one with what was mystery box with it? It might have been their CITES mystery box. I got an age and it just said free. I'm like, thanks. Oh, the Taylor's Whip Scorpions are pretty cool.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that is a good shout. Right, guys, I am tired. And with this COVID bullshit, could probably do with a bit of rest. Although Tara would probably say that I've been resting all week. Which I kind of have, must be honest. But yeah, right. Thank you so much for watching. If you've been on from the start, wow, thank you even more. If you're not subscribed up to Phil, make sure you do so. Incredible Inverts is also an incredible person behind it. And it'd be wicked to see Phil hit that 1K sooner rather than later and get monetized as well, so we can all become his channel members. That would
my
be
aim is for my birthday in May. That's my aim.
flipping awesome.
But if I don't, I don't. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I've got, yeah. I reckon that's doable.
It's doable. It's doable.
The tip that I'll give you is how I got to 1,000, and I don't do it anymore because I just can't be bothered. But it got me, I think it was about 300 subscribers in 2 weeks, and it just takes hours. It just takes up hours and hours of your life, and I'm like, oh, I can't do that again.
Yeah.
But yeah, night everybody. Thank you so much for watching. If you're new, thank you so much. Thursday, I haven't even thought that far ahead for what video I'm going to do yet, but there'll be one coming out Thursday. It might just be an update video purely because we've got COVID, but we shall see. But yeah, thank you all. See you later.
Bye, everyone.